Welcome to Mythical Dreams, where ancient legends soothe your mind and guide you to peaceful sleep. Tonight, we journey through the realms of Greek mythology, exploring tales of gods, heroes, and mythical creatures. Before we begin, I invite you to share where you're listening from and what time it is there. It's always fascinating to see how far these timeless stories reach. If you enjoy drifting off to sleep with tales of gods and legends, don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon. You'll never miss our peaceful, sleep-inducing narratives. Now settle in, relax, and allow the gentle whispers of the past to carry you away as we begin our story about Zeus, the king of the gods. In the beginning, before the world as we know it came to be, there existed a realm of primordial deities known as the Titans. These ancient beings, immense in their power and stature, ruled over a world still in its infancy. Among them was Cronus, the youngest of the Titans, who had overthrown his own father, Uranus, to become the supreme ruler of the cosmos. Cronus, however, lived in constant fear. A prophecy foretold that one of his own children would rise up and overthrow him, just as he had done to his father. Determined to prevent this fate, Cronus resorted to a horrific solution. Each time his wife Rhea gave birth, he would swallow the newborn whole, trapping them within his own body. Rhea, devastated by the loss of her children, could bear it no longer. When she was pregnant with her sixth child, she devised a plan to save the infant. As you listen to this tale, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, feeling the weight of your body melting into the softness beneath you. When the time came for Rhea to give birth, she secretly traveled to the island of Crete. There, in a hidden cave on Mount Ida, she brought forth a son whom she named Zeus. But instead of presenting the child to Cronus, Rhea wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and gave this to her husband to swallow. Cronus, none the wiser, swallowed the stone, believing he had once again thwarted the prophecy. Meanwhile, Zeus was hidden away in the cave, cared for by nymphs who fed him milk and honey. The young god grew strong and wise, nurtured by the very earth itself. As you continue to relax, imagine the peacefulness of that hidden cave. The soft whisper of wind through ancient trees, the gentle drip of water echoing in the darkness. Let these soothing sounds wash over you, carrying away any lingering tension in your body. Years passed, and Zeus grew into a powerful young god. He learned of his true heritage and the fate of his siblings. Filled with determination, he set out to confront his father and free his brothers and sisters. Zeus approached Cronus, disguised as a cupbearer. He offered his father a drink laced with a powerful emetic, a potion that would force Cronus to expel the contents of his stomach. Unaware of the deception, Cronus drank deeply. The potion took effect, and Cronus began to retch violently. One by one, he disgorged the children he had swallowed First the stone, then Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. Zeus's siblings emerged fully grown and unharmed, having been protected within their father's divine body. As you listen, feel the tension of the story melting away. Allow your breath to deepen, becoming slow and steady like the rhythm of gentle waves upon a shore. With each exhale, sink deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. Reunited at last, Zeus and his siblings prepared to challenge the rule of the Titans. But they were not alone in their struggle. Zeus descended into the depths of Tartarus, the darkest pit of the underworld, where he freed the Cyclopes and the Hecaton chairs, monstrous beings of immense strength who had been imprisoned by Cronus. In gratitude for their release, the Cyclopes gifted Zeus with his legendary thunderbolts, weapons of unimaginable power. Armed with these, and aided by his siblings and the freed monsters, Zeus was ready to face the Titans in battle. What followed was a war that shook the very foundations of the world. For 10 long years, the younger gods fought against the Titans in a conflict known as the Titanomachy. The earth trembled beneath their feet, the skies roared with thunder, and the seas churned in turmoil. As this epic battle unfolds in your mind, allow yourself to remain detached from the conflict. Instead, focus on the steady sound of rain in the background, its gentle patter, a soothing counterpoint to the cosmic struggle. Let each raindrop carry away any lingering tension in your body. Zeus proved to be a masterful leader, coordinating the efforts of his allies with strategic brilliance. The Hecaton chairs hurled massive boulders at the Titans, while Zeus wielded his thunderbolts with devastating effect. Slowly but surely, the tide of battle turned in favor of the younger gods. Finally, after a decade of conflict, the Titans were defeated. Zeus and his siblings emerged victorious, ushering in a new era of divine rule. The defeated Titans were cast into Tartarus, imprisoned in the very pit from which Zeus had freed his allies. With the world now under their control, Zeus and his siblings divided the realms between them. Zeus claimed the sky and the earth, becoming the king of gods and men. Poseidon took dominion over the seas, while Hades was given rule of the underworld. As you contemplate this new order, feel a sense of peace settling over you. Just as the cosmos found a new balance, allow your own body and mind to settle into a state of perfect equilibrium. Each breath you take brings you deeper into a realm of tranquility. Zeus established his throne on Mount Olympus, the highest peak in Greece. From this lofty perch, he could observe both the mortal world below and the heavens above. He took Hera as his wife, though their relationship would prove to be tumultuous, filled with both love and conflict. Under Zeus's rule, the world entered an age of order and justice. He became known as the protector of law and social order, the guardian of oaths, and the dispenser of both blessings and punishments. His rule was firm but fair, tempered by wisdom gained through struggle and victory. Yet Zeus was not content to remain distant from the world he governed. He frequently involved himself in the affairs of both gods and mortals, sometimes appearing in disguise to test the virtue of humans or to pursue romantic encounters. These interactions would spawn countless myths and legends, stories that would be told and retold for millennia to come. As our tale of Zeus's origin and rise to power comes to a close, take a moment to reflect on the journey we've shared. From humble beginnings hidden in a cave to becoming the ruler of the cosmos, Zeus's story is one of determination, courage, and the fulfillment of destiny. Allow the wisdom of this ancient tale to settle over you like a warm, comforting blanket. Just as Zeus found his place in the grand design of the universe, may you too find peace and purpose in your own life's journey. Let the gentle rain sounds remind you of the constant, soothing presence of the natural world, a world watched over by divine forces beyond our understanding. As you continue to relax, know that you are safe and protected, free to drift peacefully into the realm of dreams. Perhaps in your slumber, you too will walk among the gods, witnessing the majesty of Mount Olympus and the timeless beauty of the ancient world. Sleep now, and may your dreams be as epic and wondrous as the myths of old. As the echoes of Zeus's thunderbolts fade into the distance, we turn our attention to another powerful deity, one whose domain covers vast expanses of our world. Poseidon, the ruler of the oceans, was not just a god of the sea, but a powerful force who commanded the tides and the creatures that dwell beneath the waves. His kingdom was vast, stretching far beyond what the human eye could see. Beneath the surface of the blue waters, hidden in the deep caverns of the ocean, Poseidon ruled with a wisdom older than time itself. His trident, gleaming with the light of 1,000 storms, was the symbol of his might and dominion over the waters. Imagine, if you will, standing on the shore of an ancient Greek beach. The sand beneath your feet is warm and soft, and the gentle lapping of waves creates a soothing rhythm. This is the realm of Poseidon, a world of beauty and mystery, of calm and fury. In the depths of his underwater palace, Poseidon sat upon a throne of coral and pearl. Schools of fish swam through the halls like living tapestries, their scales glinting in the filtered sunlight that penetrated the depths. Sea nymphs and merfolk attended to the god's needs, while mighty sea creatures patrolled the borders of his domain. Poseidon's power was not limited to the sea alone. He was also known as the Earthshaker, for when his temper flared, he could cause the very ground to tremble. With a strike of his trident, he could create islands or sink them beneath the waves. His influence reached from the deepest ocean trenches to the highest coastal cliffs. Poseidon's mood reflected the nature of the sea itself, sometimes gentle and kind, at other times furious and destructive. To those who respected the sea and honored him with offerings, Poseidon could be benevolent, blessing them with safe voyages and bountiful catches. But to those who showed arrogance or disrespect, his wrath was as terrible as the fiercest storm. He was both a giver and a taker, creating life beneath the waves, yet capable of destroying it with a mere strike of his trident. This duality made him a complex figure in Greek mythology, revered and feared in equal measure by those who lived near the coast or made their living from the sea. One of the most well-known myths about Poseidon is his contest with Athena for the patronage of Athens. Both Poseidon and Athena vied for the city's devotion, each offering a gift to the people. Poseidon struck the Acropolis with his trident, causing a spring of salt water to appear. This spring, he claimed, would bring naval power and trade to the city. Athena, in turn, offered an olive tree, symbolizing peace and prosperity. The people of Athens chose Athena's gift, for they saw more value in the olive tree's fruit, wood, and oil than in Poseidon's salt spring. This decision angered Poseidon, who in his wrath flooded the Attic plain. It took time and many offerings before his anger subsided. Despite this setback, Poseidon remained a crucial deity in the Greek pantheon. He was honored throughout the coastal regions of Greece, and many temples were built in his name. Sailors and fishermen would pray to him for safe passage and bountiful catches, while coastal cities sought his protection from storms and earthquakes. Poseidon was also known for his many love affairs, both with goddesses and mortal women. These unions often resulted in children who became great heroes or fearsome monsters. One of his most famous sons was Theseus, the legendary founder king of Athens who slew the Minotaur. Another tale speaks of Poseidon's creation of horses. In some versions of the myth, he created these majestic creatures by striking the ground with his trident, causing the first horse to spring forth from the earth. This connection to horses made him not only a god of the sea, but also associated with cavalry and horse racing. As we delve deeper into the story of Poseidon, let the rhythmic sound of the waves wash over you. Feel the gentle rocking of the sea, as if you were floating peacefully on its surface. Let each breath you take be like the ebb and flow of the tide, slow and steady. Imagine the cool, refreshing touch of sea spray on your skin. The salt in the air fills your lungs, cleansing and rejuvenating. With each passing moment, allow yourself to sink deeper into this state of calm, much like descending into the peaceful depths of Poseidon's realm. In your mind's eye, picture the vast expanse of the ocean stretching out before you. The deep blue waters seem to go on forever, a testament to Poseidon's immense power and the mysteries that lie beneath the waves. Let this image of endless blue bring a sense of peace and tranquility to your mind. Feel the calmness of the sea, the peace that comes with surrendering to the rhythm of the water. Allow yourself to float weightless on the vast ocean of dreams, where the worries of the world are carried away by the gentle current of Poseidon's blessing. The gentle lapping of the waves is a lullaby, inviting you to sink deeper into a peaceful state of relaxation. The ocean, like sleep, is both a mystery and a sanctuary, a place of infinite possibility. The sea was not only Poseidon's home, it was an expression of his very being. In the deep waters, Poseidon's presence could be felt in every movement of the tides, in the rise and fall of the waves. Just as the sea has its depths and shallows, so too does our consciousness as we drift towards sleep. Allow your thoughts to ebb and flow like the tide, gradually becoming calmer and more peaceful. Each wave of relaxation washes away the tensions of the day, leaving you feeling serene and tranquil. Poseidon's realm teaches us about the balance of power and gentleness. The same waters that can rage in storms can also cradle us gently as we float. In your own life, may you find this balance, the strength to face challenges, and the peace to rest when needed. As our tale of Poseidon draws to a close, carry with you the wisdom of the sea. Let your breath continue to flow like the tides, steady and soothing. Your body can sink deeper into relaxation, supported by the imaginary waters around you. The depths of sleep await, as welcoming and peaceful as Poseidon's vast oceans. Remember, in the embrace of sleep, you are safe and protected, just as the creatures of the sea find sanctuary in Poseidon's domain. Allow yourself to drift off, carried by gentle currents towards the shores of peaceful dreams. May Poseidon's calm waters guide you to a night of deep, restful sleep. In the depths of the earth, far beneath the realms of mortals and gods alike, lies a kingdom shrouded in mystery and whispered about in hushed tones. This is the domain of Hades, lord of the underworld and ruler of the dead. Unlike his brothers Zeus and Poseidon, Hades does not dwell in the light of Olympus or the vastness of the seas. His realm is one of shadows and silence, where the souls of the departed find their eternal rest. Hades was not always the master of this somber realm. Like his siblings, he was swallowed by his father Cronus, only to be freed by Zeus's cunning. When the Olympians triumphed over the Titans, the world was divided among the three brothers. Zeus claimed the sky, Poseidon the seas, and Hades, often overlooked, was given dominion over the underworld. At first, Hades was bitter about his lot. The underworld seemed a cheerless place, devoid of the life and vibrancy found in the realms above. But as time passed, he came to understand the importance of his role. He was not just a ruler, but a guardian of the natural order, ensuring that the souls of the departed found their proper place in the afterlife. Hades' kingdom is vast and complex, divided into different regions for different types of souls. The Elysian Fields, a place of eternal spring and happiness, await heroes and the virtuous. The Asphodel Meadows, a place of neutrality, house the souls of ordinary mortals. And in the depths of Tartarus, the wicked face their punishment. As you listen to this tale, imagine yourself drifting down a peaceful river, much like the souls guided by Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Let the gentle current carry away your cares and worries, allowing you to sink deeper into relaxation. The waters of the river Lethe, which brings forgetfulness to the souls who drink from it, wash away the troubles of your day, leaving only peace and tranquility. Despite his fearsome reputation among mortals, Hades is not a cruel god. He is stern and unyielding, yes, but also just and fair. He does not seek to bring death, but rather to ensure that all souls find their proper place once their mortal journey has ended. In many ways, Hades is the most impartial of the gods, for in his realm, all mortals are equal, regardless of their status in life. One of the most famous tales of Hades is the story of his wife, Persephone. The daughter of Demeter, goddess of the harvest, Persephone was gathering flowers in a meadow when the earth suddenly split open. From this chasm emerged Hades in his chariot, who took the young goddess to be his bride in the underworld. Demeter, grief-stricken at the loss of her daughter, wandered the earth, neglecting her duties and causing the crops to wither and die. The world was plunged into its first winter, and mortals began to starve. Finally, Zeus intervened, commanding Hades to return Persephone to her mother. But before she left the underworld, Persephone had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds. Because she had tasted the food of the dead, she was bound to return to the underworld for 6 months each year. And so, a compromise was reached. Persephone would spend half the year with her mother, bringing spring and summer to the world, and half the year with Hades, ushering in autumn and winter. As you continue to relax, envision the changing of the seasons. Feel the warmth of summer slowly giving way to the crispness of autumn, then the chill of winter, only to be reborn again in the freshness of spring. Let this cycle remind you of the natural rhythms of life, each phase necessary and beautiful in its own way. In his realm, Hades is aided by various beings. The 3-headed dog Cerberus guards the gates of the underworld, ensuring that no living being enters and no dead soul escapes. The Furies, fearsome female spirits, punish those who have committed crimes against the natural order. And the judges of the dead, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, determine the fate of each soul that enters the underworld. Despite his role as Lord of the Dead, Hades is also associated with the riches of the earth. Precious metals and gems, hidden in the depths of the ground, fall under his domain. This connection led to him sometimes being called Plauton, meaning the rich one, which later evolved into the Roman god Pluto. As we delve deeper into the story of Hades, allow yourself to sink further into relaxation. Imagine the weight of the world above slowly melting away, leaving you in a state of peaceful weightlessness. The darkness of the underworld is not frightening, but rather a soothing blanket of calm, enveloping you in tranquil silence. One of the most intriguing aspects of Hades' character is his complex relationship with the concept of fate. Unlike many of the other Olympian gods, who often interfere directly in the lives of mortals, Hades rarely leaves his realm or meddles in earthly affairs. He understands that death comes to all in its own time, and he patiently awaits each soul's arrival. This patience and acceptance of the natural order is a quality we can learn from. In our own lives, we often struggle against the inevitable changes and endings that come our way. But like Hades, we can find peace in understanding and accepting the cycles of life, knowing that every ending also brings a new beginning. As you continue to relax, breathing deeply and slowly, consider the wisdom in Hades' perspective. Let go of the need to control every aspect of your life, and instead find comfort in accepting the natural flow of events. Like the souls entering the underworld, allow yourself to release the burdens and worries of your day, floating gently into a state of deep, restful calm. In some versions of Greek mythology, Hades possesses a helmet of invisibility, a gift from the Cyclopes. This helmet allows him to move unseen in the world above, observing without being observed. This ability to remain hidden and separate from the chaos of the mortal world reflects Hades' nature as a god of secrets and hidden things. As we near the end of our journey through the realm of Hades, let your mind drift to the peaceful quiet of the Elysian fields. Imagine a place of eternal spring, where gentle breezes carry the scent of flowers, and the soft murmur of contented souls fills the air. Here, in this place of rest and reward, all troubles and cares fade away, leaving only serenity and peace. Remember, just as the souls in Elysium have found their eternal rest, you too can find moments of perfect peace and relaxation. Let the calmness of Hades' realm seep into your body and mind, releasing any remaining tension and allowing you to drift closer to the edge of sleep. As our tale of Hades comes to close, carry with you the understanding that endings are not to be feared, but accepted as part of the natural cycle of existence. Like the changing seasons brought about by Persephone's journey, our lives are filled with periods of growth, rest, and renewal. Embrace each phase, knowing that in the great tapestry of existence, every thread has its purpose and place. Allow the peacefulness of the underworld to envelop you completely now, guiding you gently towards the realm of dreams. May your sleep be deep and restful, free from worries, and filled with the tranquility of Hades' eternal kingdom. Good night and sweet dreams. In the realm of the gods, where wisdom and power intertwine, there emerged a goddess whose very essence embodied the pinnacle of knowledge and strategy. This is the tale of Athena, born not from the womb, but from the mind of Zeus himself. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your thoughts, carrying you deeper into the world of myth and legend. Long ago, when the world was young and the Olympian gods were still establishing their reign, Zeus, the king of the gods, received a prophecy. It was foretold that Medes, the Titaness of wisdom and Zeus's first wife, would bear children more powerful than their father. Fearing for his rule, Zeus devised a plan that would change the course of divine history. In a moment of cunning that would rival even the wisest of beings, Zeus convinced Medes to transform herself into a small creature. Some say it was a fly, others a droplet of water. As she changed her form, Zeus seized the opportunity and swallowed her whole, believing he had averted the prophecy's dire warning. But fate, as it often does, had other plans. Medes, now within Zeus, began to forge a child within his body. As days turned to weeks, and weeks to months, Zeus began to experience a pain unlike any he had known before. It started as a dull ache, growing steadily, until it became an unbearable, pounding agony centered in his head. Imagine, if you will, the mighty Zeus, ruler of gods and men, brought low by this inexplicable pain. The thunderbolts he wielded seemed powerless against this internal foe. His cries of anguish echoed across Mount Olympus, causing the other gods to tremble in fear and concern. As you sink deeper into relaxation, picture the scene unfolding. The skies darkened, mirroring Zeus's distress. Lightning crackled across the heavens, each bolt a reflection of the pain surging through the god-king's skull. The very foundations of the earth seemed to shake with each wave of his agony. In desperation, Zeus called upon Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship and fire. With his mighty axe, Hephaestus was tasked with splitting open Zeus's skull to relieve the pressure. As you breathe deeply, feeling the weight of sleep beginning to settle upon you, envision the trepidation in Hephaestus's eyes as he raised his axe. With a single, powerful stroke, Hephaestus brought his axe down upon Zeus's head. The sound reverberated through Olympus, a crack that seemed to split the very fabric of reality. And from this wound, emerging in a blaze of golden light, sprang forth Athena, fully grown and clad in gleaming armor. The goddess stood tall and proud, her gray eyes shining with intelligence and strength. In her hand, she held a spear, and upon her breast lay the fearsome aegis, a shield bearing the head of Medusa. The assembled gods gasped in awe at the sight of this newborn deity, radiating power and wisdom beyond measure. As Athena stepped forward, the pain in Zeus's head subsided, replaced by a sense of wonder and pride. He looked upon his daughter, born of thought and strategy, and knew that she would be a force unlike any other in the pantheon of gods. Athena, with her unique birth embodied the perfect balance of her parents' attributes. From Zeus, she inherited power and authority. From Medes, she gained unparalleled wisdom and cunning. This combination made her a formidable presence among the gods, respected and sometimes feared for her sharp mind and tactical prowess. As you continue to relax, letting the soft sounds of rain carry you towards peaceful slumber, consider the symbolism of Athena's birth. Born from thought itself, she represents the power of the mind, the strength that comes not from brute force, but from intelligence and strategy. Athena quickly established herself as a patron of heroes, guiding those who used their minds as well as their strength. She became known as the protector of cities, the goddess of wisdom, war strategy, and useful crafts. Unlike Ares, who reveled in the chaos and bloodshed of war, Athena appreciated the art of warfare, the strategy, the planning, the civilized approach to conflict. One of her most famous acts was the contest for the patronage of a newly founded city. This city, destined for greatness, would bear the name of its divine protector. Athena's rival in this contest was none other than Poseidon, the powerful god of the seas. Picture, as you drift closer to sleep, the scene of this divine competition. The mortals gathered, their faces a mix of awe and anticipation, as two of the mightiest Olympians prepared to demonstrate their worth. The air crackled with divine energy, the fate of the city hanging in the balance. Poseidon struck first, driving his trident into the ground with godly might. From the point of impact, a spring burst forth, but the water, like the sea god himself, was salt and tempestuous, not immediately useful to the gathered mortals. Athena, in contrast, approached with calm purpose. She knelt and gently placed her hand upon the earth. From her touch, an olive tree began to grow, reaching towards the sky with silvery leaves. The tree promised not just food, but oil for lamps, wood for building, and the promise of peace and prosperity. The people, recognizing the greater gift, chose Athena as their patron. And so, the city of Athens was born, named for the goddess of wisdom, who would guide and protect it through the ages. This tale exemplifies Athena's approach, not to overwhelm with raw power, but to provide practical solutions that enhance the lives of those under her protection. As guardian of Athens, Athena's influence spread far and wide. She became known as a patron of artisans, especially weavers and potters. Her wisdom touched all aspects of civilized life, from the grand strategies of rulers to the daily crafts of common people. One story that illustrates Athena's complex nature is the tale of Arachne, a mortal weaver of unparalleled skill. Arachne boasted that her abilities surpassed even those of Athena herself, a claim that drew the goddess's attention. Rather than immediately punishing the presumptuous mortal, Athena gave Arachne a chance to prove her worth. As you feel the weight of sleep upon you, Imagine the scene of their contest. Athena, disguised as an old woman, approached Arachne and warned her against comparing herself to the gods. But Arachne, proud and confident, dismissed the warning. It was then that Athena revealed her true form, accepting the challenge. The two began to weave, their fingers flying over the looms with superhuman speed and skill. Athena's tapestry depicted the gods in their glory and the consequences of mortal hubris. Arachne, in a defiant display of skill, wove scenes of the gods' failings and indiscretions. When the contest was complete, even Athena had to admit that Arachne's work was flawless. But the mortal's choice of subject matter, the disrespect shown to the gods, enraged the goddess. In her anger, Athena destroyed Arachne's tapestry and struck the mortal with her weaving tool. Overcome with shame and despair, Arachne attempted to take her own life. It was then that Athena, in an act that mixed punishment with a strange form of mercy, transformed Arachne into a spider, destined to weave for all eternity. This tale shows the complex nature of Athena's wisdom. She respected skill and offered fair challenge, but she also demanded respect for the divine order. Her punishment of Arachne was harsh, yet it also preserved the mortal's life and her ability to practice her craft. As your mind drifts peacefully, consider the lessons in Athena's stories. They speak of the power of wisdom, the importance of strategy over brute force, and the delicate balance between respecting tradition and fostering innovation. Athena embodies the idea that true strength comes from the mind, that knowledge and skill can overcome even the mightiest of physical obstacles. In your own life, as you face challenges and make decisions, you might call upon the spirit of Athena. When confronted with difficulties, take a moment to step back and consider your strategy. Remember that often, the wisest solution is not the most obvious or the most forceful. Athena's birth from Zeus's head symbolizes the emergence of wisdom from thought and reflection. As you lie here, allowing sleep to slowly embrace you, take comfort in knowing that within your own mind lies the potential for great wisdom and understanding. Let the gentle sound of rain remind you of Athena's gift of the olive tree, a symbol of peace and prosperity. Allow each drop to wash away your worries, replacing them with a sense of calm purpose and clarity. As sleep draws ever nearer, envision Athena's aegis, her powerful shield. Let it stand as a protective barrier between you and the concerns of the waking world. Behind this divine shield, you are safe to drift into the realm of dreams, where wisdom and imagination intertwine. Remember, like Athena emerging fully formed from Zeus's head, you too possess innate wisdom and strength. It simply waits for the right moment to emerge, to guide you through life's challenges with grace and intelligence. As we conclude our tale of Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategy, allow the rhythm of the rain to lull you deeper into relaxation. Let your breathing slow, matching the steady patter of droplets. With each breath, feel yourself sinking further into a peaceful, restful state. May Athena's wisdom guide your dreams, and may you wake refreshed, ready to face the world with a mind as sharp and clear as the goddess herself. Sleep now, and know that in wisdom, in the realm of the gods, where light and darkness dance in eternal balance, there lived a deity whose radiance outshone even the stars themselves. This is the tale of Apollo, god of light, music, and prophecy, and how he came to guide the sun across the sky each day. Apollo was born to Zeus and Leto on the floating island of Delos, alongside his twin sister Artemis. From the moment of his birth, it was clear that Apollo was destined for greatness. As a mere infant, he slew the mighty serpent Python, which had been terrorizing the people of Delphi. This act of courage established Apollo as a protector of mankind and earned him the title of patron god of Delphi. As Apollo grew into his divine powers, he became known for his unparalleled beauty and grace. His golden hair shimmered like the rays of the sun, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. The young god excelled in many arts, becoming the master of music, poetry, and archery. His lyre, gifted to him by Hermes, could produce melodies so enchanting that even the rocks and trees would weep with joy. But it was Apollo's role as the god of prophecy that truly set him apart from his fellow Olympians. At Delphi, he established the most famous oracle of the ancient world. Mortals would travel from far and wide to seek guidance from the Pythia, Apollo's priestess, who would deliver his divine wisdom in cryptic verses. As you listen to this tale, imagine yourself basking in the warm, golden light of Apollo's presence. Let the soothing rays of his wisdom wash over you, carrying away any worries or troubles that may be weighing on your mind. Feel your body relaxing, sinking deeper into comfort with each breath. Now let us turn to the story of how Apollo came to drive the chariot of the sun. In the early days of the world, it was the Titan Helios who guided the sun across the sky each day. Helios was a dutiful and tireless worker, never faltering in his sacred task. However, as the ages passed, Helios began to grow weary of his endless journey. One day, Helios approached Zeus on Mount Olympus, bowing low before the king of the gods. "Great Zeus," he said, his voice heavy with exhaustion, "I have faithfully carried the sun across the sky for countless millennia. But now, I feel the weight of eternity upon my shoulders. I humbly request to pass on this sacred duty to another." Zeus stroked his beard thoughtfully, considering Helios' request. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "You have served the world well, noble Helios. Your request is granted. But who among the gods is worthy to take on such a monumental task?" As if in answer to Zeus' question, a brilliant light filled the hall of Olympus. Apollo stepped forward, his golden aura illuminating the divine gathering. "Father," he said, his voice clear and melodious, "I would be honored to take on this sacred duty. Allow me to guide the Sun Chariot across the sky, bringing light and warmth to the world below." Zeus smiled, pride shining in his eyes. "My son, your radiance and wisdom make you well suited for this task. But be warned, it is a great responsibility. The balance of the world depends on the sun's journey. Are you prepared for such a burden?" Apollo bowed his head in reverence. "I am, Father. I swear by the river Styx to faithfully carry out this duty, bringing light to the world each day without fail." And so it was decided. Helios taught Apollo the ways of the Sun Chariot, showing him how to harness the fiery steeds and guide them along the celestial path. As you picture this scene, feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, its gentle caress lulling you into a state of deep relaxation. When the day came for Apollo to take his first journey across the sky, all of creation held its breath in anticipation. As the golden chariot crested the eastern horizon, a collective gasp of awe swept across the world. Apollo's radiance was unlike anything mortals had ever seen. His light was not just bright, but imbued with divine beauty and inspiration. As Apollo guided the chariot higher into the sky, flowers bloomed in his wake, turning their faces to bask in his glow. Poets found themselves suddenly inspired, their words flowing like never before. Musicians felt melodies stirring in their souls, and artists' hands itched to capture the beauty they beheld. But with great power comes great responsibility, and Apollo soon learned the delicate balance required to maintain the world's harmony. If he flew too close to the earth, the heat would scorch the land and wither the crops. If he soared too high, the world would be plunged into cold and darkness. As you continue to relax, imagine yourself floating gently alongside Apollo's chariot, safe and warm in his divine light. Feel any tension in your body melting away, carried off by the soft breeze of his passage through the sky. One day, as Apollo was preparing for his daily journey, his mortal son Phaethon approached him with a bold request. "Father," the young man said, his eyes shining with admiration, "I wish to prove myself worthy of your divine lineage. Allow me to drive the Sun Chariot for just one day." Apollo's heart filled with love for his son, but also with concern. He knew the immense responsibility and skill required to control the Sun Chariot. "My son," he said gently, "this task is not for mortals. The horses are wild and strong, and the path through the heavens is treacherous. I fear for your safety." But Phaethon was insistent, and in a moment of weakness, Apollo swore by the river Styx to grant his son any request. Bound by his unbreakable oath, Apollo reluctantly agreed to allow Phaethon to drive the chariot for one day. As you listen, let the rhythm of this tale carry you deeper into relaxation. Your breathing becomes slow and steady, your mind calm and peaceful. The following dawn, Phaethon took the reins of the Sun Chariot with trembling hands. At first, all seemed well, but as they climbed higher into the sky, the fierce heat of the sun and the wild strength of the horses proved too much for the young mortal to handle. The chariot veered wildly off course, alternately scorching the earth and plunging it into cold darkness. Zeus, seeing the destruction unfolding below, was forced to intervene. With a heavy heart, he struck Phaethon from the sky with a thunderbolt to save the world from further chaos. Apollo, watching from Olympus, wept for his fallen son. This tragic tale served as a reminder to both gods and mortals of the delicate balance of the cosmos and the great responsibility that comes with power. Apollo, his heart heavy with grief, returned to his duty with renewed dedication, understanding more deeply than ever the importance of his role. From that day forward, Apollo guided the sun across the sky with unparalleled skill and grace. His journey became a source of inspiration for mortals, a daily reminder of the beauty and order of the universe. Poets would write odes to his radiant passage, and artists would attempt to capture the golden splendor of his chariot in their works. As our tale draws to a close, imagine the sun slowly setting, painting the sky in brilliant hues of gold, orange, and purple. Feel the gentle warmth of the fading light on your skin, your body completely at ease. With each breath, you sink deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. Apollo's story teaches us about the power of light to inspire, to heal, and to bring order to the world. It reminds us of the importance of balance and the weight of responsibility that comes with great gifts. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the warmth and wisdom of Apollo's light, knowing that each new day brings with it the promise of his golden journey across the sky. Let the soft patter of rain outside blend with the memory of Apollo's soothing radiance, guiding you gently into the realm of dreams. Rest easy, knowing that Apollo continues his eternal vigil, ready to bring the light of a new day when you awaken. In the vast pantheon of Greek gods and goddesses, few figures are as intriguing and complex as Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. Born alongside her twin brother Apollo, Artemis emerged from the womb of Leto fully grown, ready to take on her role as protector of the wild. Artemis was a goddess of contradictions. She was fiercely independent, yet deeply devoted to her family. She was a protector of young women and children, yet also a skilled huntress who could bring swift death with her silver arrows. Her domain was the wilderness, the untamed forests and mountains where few mortals dared to tread. As you listen to the tale of Artemis, allow yourself to imagine the cool, crisp air of a forest at dawn. Feel the soft earth beneath your feet. Hear the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. This is the realm of Artemis, where nature reigns supreme and the boundaries between the mortal world and the divine blur. From the moment of her birth, Artemis knew her calling. She asked her father, Zeus, for a bow and arrows, a pack of hounds to accompany her on the hunt, and the right to remain forever a virgin, free from the constraints of marriage and motherhood. Zeus, proud of his daughter's strength and independence, granted her wishes without hesitation. Artemis roamed the wilderness, her silver bow always at the ready. She was often accompanied by a group of nymphs, young women who had also chosen to forego the traditional path of marriage and family. Together, they hunted, danced, and reveled in the beauty of the natural world. But Artemis was not just a huntress. She was also a protector, watching over young girls and women in childbirth. It was said that women who died in childbirth had been struck by Artemis's gentle arrows, sparing them from a more painful death. In this way, Artemis embodied both the giving and taking of life, a reminder of the delicate balance of nature. As you continue to relax and drift closer to sleep, picture Artemis moving silently through a moonlit forest. Her steps are light, barely disturbing the fallen leaves beneath her feet. Her silver bow gleams in the soft light, a symbol of her power and her connection to the moon. One of the most famous stories about Artemis tells of her encounter with the hunter Actaeon. While hunting in the forest, Actaeon stumbled upon Artemis bathing in a secluded pool. Outraged at this invasion of her privacy, Artemis transformed Actaeon into a stag. Unable to speak and explain himself, Actaeon was torn apart by his own hunting dogs. This tale serves as a reminder of the importance of respecting boundaries and the sanctity of nature. It also illustrates Artemis's fierce protection of her own dignity and the harsh consequences that could befall those who crossed her. Despite her often stern demeanor, Artemis had a softer side. She was known to care deeply for the animals of the forest, particularly young creatures. It was said that she could often be seen playing with fawns or nursing injured animals back to health. This duality, the fierce huntress and the gentle protector, made Artemis a complex and fascinating figure in Greek mythology. As you continue to relax, imagine yourself in Artemis's forest. The air is cool and fresh, filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. You can hear the distant sound of a bubbling stream, its gentle melody soothing your mind and body. With each breath, you feel more connected to the natural world around you, just as Artemis was. Another famous myth involving Artemis tells of her relationship with Orion, the great hunter. Orion was one of the few men Artemis respected, and they often hunted together. Some versions of the myth suggest that Artemis may have even fallen in love with Orion, breaking her vow of chastity. However, their relationship was not to last. In one version of the story, Apollo, protective of his sister's vow of chastity, tricked Artemis into killing Orion. He challenged her to hit a distant object in the sea with her arrow. Unbeknownst to Artemis, the object was Orion's head as he swam. Her arrow found its mark, as it always did, and Orion was killed. Devastated by what she had done, Artemis placed Orion among the stars as a constellation, where he remains to this day. This tale reminds us of the complexity of love and family relationships, even among the gods. It also speaks to the unintended consequences our actions can have, even when our intentions are pure. As you lie here, drifting closer to sleep, think of Artemis looking up at the night sky, watching the constellation of Orion. The stars twinkle softly, a reminder of both love and loss. Let the peace of the night sky wash over you, carrying away any lingering thoughts or worries. Artemis was also known for her swift and sometimes harsh punishments of those who offended her or the natural world she protected. One such tale involves Niobe, a queen of Thebes, who boasted that she was superior to Leto because she had 14 children, while Leto had only 2. Enraged by this insult to their mother, Artemis and Apollo took swift action. Apollo killed all of Niobe's sons with his arrows, while Artemis slew all of her daughters. Niobe, overcome with grief, fled to Mount Sipylus, where she turned to stone, forever weeping for her lost children. This myth, while tragic, serves as a cautionary tale against the dangers of hubris and the importance of respecting the gods. It also highlights the fierce loyalty Artemis had for her family, particularly her mother. As we near the end of our tale, let the steady rhythm of your breath mirror the calm of Artemis's forests. Feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into relaxation, just as the roots of ancient trees sink deep into the earth. Artemis, in her role as goddess of the moon, was also associated with cycles and change. Just as the moon waxes and wanes, Artemis reminds us that life is full of transitions. Sometimes we are the hunter, sometimes the hunted. Sometimes we are fierce and independent. Other times we need protection and care. In your own life, you may find moments when you need to channel the strength and independence of Artemis. Other times, you may need to embrace her nurturing, protective side. Both aspects are valuable. Both are part of the intricate balance of nature that Artemis represents. As we conclude our story of Artemis, goddess of the hunt, let her qualities of strength, independence, and connection to nature guide you into peaceful slumber. May your dreams be filled with moonlit forests and the quiet strength of the wilderness. Remember, like Artemis, you too have the power to navigate life's challenges with grace and determination. Allow the gentle sound of rain to wash over you, cleansing your mind of any lingering thoughts. Let each drop be a reminder of the natural world that Artemis so fiercely protected. As you drift off to sleep, know that you are safe, protected, and at one with the world around you. Good night. sweet dreams. In the realm of the gods, where power and wisdom reigned supreme, there was one deity who moved with unparalleled swiftness and cunning. This is the tale of Hermes, the messenger of the gods, whose quick wit and clever nature made him a favorite among both immortals and mortals alike. Hermes was born in a secluded cave on Mount Cyllene in Arcadia. His mother was Maia, one of the Pleiades, and a daughter of the Titan Atlas. From the moment of his birth, it was clear that Hermes was no ordinary god. Within hours of entering the world, he had already begun to show signs of his mischievous nature and extraordinary abilities. As a newborn, Hermes crawled out of his cradle and set off on his first adventure. He came across a herd of cattle belonging to his half-brother Apollo. With a playful glint in his eye, the infant god decided to steal the herd. To cover his tracks, he cleverly made the cattle walk backward, and he himself walked backward as well, wearing bark shoes to further confuse anyone who might try to follow. When Apollo discovered the theft, he was furious. He searched far and wide for his missing cattle, finally tracing them back to the young Hermes. But when confronted, Hermes displayed another of his remarkable talents, the gift of persuasive speech. With charm and wit, he managed to smooth things over with Apollo, even offering him a newly invented musical instrument, the lyre, as a peace offering. This incident caught the attention of Zeus, who was both amused and impressed by his young son's cunning. Recognizing Hermes' potential, Zeus appointed him as the official messenger of the gods. This role suited Hermes perfectly, allowing him to travel freely between the realms of gods, mortals, and even the underworld. As the divine messenger, Hermes was gifted with winged sandals that allowed him to fly swiftly across the skis. He also carried a caduceus, a staff entwined with two serpents, which became his symbol of office. With these tools, Hermes could traverse great distances in the blink of an eye, delivering messages and guiding souls to the underworld. But Hermes was more than just a messenger. He became known as the god of travelers, merchants, and thieves. His quick thinking and silver tongue made him a patron of commerce and trade. Merchants would pray to Hermes for good fortune in their dealings, while travelers sought his protection on their journeys. One of Hermes' most famous acts was his role in the tale of Perseus and Medusa. When Perseus was tasked with slaying the Gorgon Medusa, it was Hermes who came to his aid. The clever god lent Perseus his winged sandals, allowing the hero to fly swiftly and safely to Medusa's lair. This act of generosity helped Perseus complete his seemingly impossible task and cemented Hermes' reputation as a helper of heroes. Hermes' influence extended even to the realm of sleep and dreams. As a god who could move between worlds, he was believed to be able to bring messages through dreams. Many Greeks would pray to Hermes before sleep, hoping for guidance or insight in their dreams. As you lie here, listening to the gentle patter of rain. Imagine Hermes gliding silently through the night sky. His winged sandals barely whisper as he moves, carrying messages between realms. Let the thought of his swift, peaceful flight lull you towards sleep, knowing that even in your dreams, Hermes might bring you wisdom or comfort. Hermes was also known for his role in helping Odysseus, the legendary hero of Homer's Odyssey. When Odysseus was held captive by the nymph Calypso, it was Hermes who was sent by Zeus to secure his release. With his diplomatic skills and persuasive words, Hermes convinced Calypso to let Odysseus continue his journey home. This ability to navigate difficult situations and find peaceful resolutions made Hermes a beloved figure among both gods and mortals. He was often called upon to mediate disputes, using his quick wit and charm to find solutions that satisfied all parties. As the patron god of athletes, Hermes was also associated with sports and games. The ancient Greeks believed that his speed and agility were gifts that could be imparted to those who sought his favor. Athletes would pray to Hermes before competitions, hoping to be blessed with his swiftness and grace. In artwork, Hermes was often depicted as a handsome young man with a traveler's cap, winged sandals, and his caduceus. Sometimes he was shown carrying a purse, symbolizing his connection to commerce and wealth. His youthful appearance reflected his quick, vibrant nature and his role as a god who was always in motion. As you continue to relax, picture Hermes as he moves through the world. Imagine the soft sound of his winged sandals, barely disturbing the air as he passes. Let the thought of his gentle, swift movement guide you towards a state of peaceful tranquility. One of the most intriguing aspects of Hermes was his role as a psychopomp, a guide of souls to the afterlife. In this capacity, Hermes would lead the spirits of the deceased to the river Styx, where they would begin their journey to the underworld. His ability to move between the world of the living and the dead made him a comforting figure, ensuring that no soul would be lost on its final journey. This connection to the afterlife gave Hermes a unique perspective on the cycle of life and death. He understood the transient nature of mortal existence and the importance of making the most of one's time in the world. This wisdom was often imparted in the messages he delivered, encouraging both gods and mortals to live fully and with purpose. Hermes' cleverness and inventiveness were not limited to his early exploits. Throughout the myths, he was credited with numerous inventions that benefited both gods and humans. He was said to have created the alphabet, bringing the gift of written language to humanity. He also invented the dice, adding an element of chance and strategy to games. As the god of language and communication, Hermes was believed to have the power to bring understanding between different peoples. Travelers and diplomats would invoke his name when entering foreign lands, hoping for his gift of clear communication and mutual comprehension. In some tales, Hermes played the role of a trickster, using his wit and cunning to outsmart even the most powerful gods. However, his tricks were rarely malicious. Instead, they often served to teach important lessons or to bring about necessary change. His ability to challenge the status quo made him a symbol of progress and innovation. As you drift closer to sleep, think of Hermes caduceus, the staff with two intertwined snakes. Imagine it as a symbol of balance and harmony, the two serpents representing opposing forces brought into peaceful coexistence. Let this image of balance settle in your mind, bringing a sense of calm and equilibrium to your thoughts. In one famous myth, Hermes played a crucial role in ending a devastating plague that had been sent by Apollo to punish the Greeks. Using his powers of negotiation and his close relationship with Apollo, Hermes was able to intercede on behalf of the suffering mortals. This story highlighted Hermes' compassion and his important role as a mediator between gods and humans. Hermes' influence extended even to the realm of magic and alchemy. His caduceus was believed to have transformative powers, and he was often invoked in magical rituals. Alchemists, in particular, saw Hermes as a patron of their art, believing that his ability to move between worlds was key to understanding the transmutation of elements. As the protector of travelers, Hermes was often honored at crossroads. Small shrines called Hermes, usually consisting of a pillar topped with a bust of the god, were erected at intersections and boundaries. Travelers would leave offerings at these shrines, seeking Hermes' protection for their journeys. Let the sound of the rain outside blend with the imagery of Hermes' peaceful travels. Imagine each raindrop as a tiny messenger, bringing the calm of the night to the earth below. Allow this soothing rhythm to guide you deeper into relaxation, just as Hermes guides travelers on their paths. In his role as the god of commerce, Hermes was believed to have the power to bring prosperity and good fortune. Merchants would invoke his name before important transactions, hoping for his blessing. This association with wealth and success made Hermes a popular deity among those seeking to improve their fortunes. However, Hermes' connection to wealth was not about greed or excess. Instead, it was rooted in the idea of fair exchange and the flow of resources. He encouraged clever thinking and innovation in business, but also stressed the importance of honesty and mutual benefit in all transactions. As you continue to relax, think of Hermes' gift of diplomacy and clear communication. In your own life, consider how these skills might bring more harmony and understanding to your relationships. Let the thought of peaceful resolution and mutual comprehension settle in your mind, bringing a sense of calm and possibility. Remember, like Hermes, you too have the ability to navigate life's challenges with wit and grace. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the lessons of this clever god: the value of quick thinking, the power of communication, and the importance of balance in all things. And so, as our tale of Hermes comes to close, let his swiftness carry you gently into the realm of dreams. May your sleep be peaceful, guided by the benevolent spirit of the messenger god, and may you wake refreshed, ready to face the new day with the cleverness and charm of Hermes himself. In the vast expanse of the ancient world, where gods and mortals intertwined, there arose a being of unparalleled beauty and allure. This is the tale of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, whose very existence would change the course of both divine and mortal realms. Long ago, before Aphrodite graced the world with her presence, the Titan Cronus committed a terrible act against his father, Uranus. With a sickle crafted by his mother Gaia, Cronus severed Uranus's genitals and cast them into the sea. As the divine essence mixed with the foam of the waves, something miraculous began to take shape. The sea, ever-changing and full of mystery, began to churn and bubble. The waves swelled and crashed against the shore with increasing intensity. The sky darkened, and a warm breeze swept across the waters, carrying with it the scent of salt and something sweeter, more intoxicating. From the depths of this tumultuous sea, a figure began to emerge. First, a crown of golden hair broke the surface, glistening with droplets that sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight. Then, a face of such exquisite beauty that it seemed to outshine the sun itself. As she rose further from the waves, her entire form was revealed, a woman of divine proportions, her skin as smooth and pale as polished marble. This was Aphrodite, born from the sea foam, a goddess fully formed and radiantly beautiful. As she stepped onto the shore, flowers bloomed beneath her feet, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with her presence. The first creatures to witness her arrival were a flock of doves, which circled above her head before coming to rest at her feet, cooing softly in adoration. Word of Aphrodite's miraculous birth spread quickly through the divine realms. The Olympian gods, curious and somewhat wary of this new deity, gathered to witness her ascension. Zeus, the king of the gods, was immediately struck by her beauty and grace. He knew at once that Aphrodite would be a powerful addition to the pantheon, but also a potential source of conflict. Aphrodite's beauty was not just superficial. It carried with it an power that could sway both gods and mortals alike. Her very presence could inspire love, desire, and even madness in those who beheld her. The other goddesses, particularly Hera and Athena, regarded her with a mixture of awe and jealousy, sensing the shift in power that her arrival would bring. As Aphrodite took her first steps on Mount Olympus, the entire divine court fell silent. Her beauty was so overwhelming that even the most eloquent of gods found themselves at a loss for words. It was said that her smile could melt the coldest of hearts, and her laughter could bring joy to even the most somber of souls. Zeus, recognizing the potential for chaos that Aphrodite's unmatched beauty could bring, decided to marry her off quickly. He chose Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, as her husband. Hephaestus, though skilled and powerful, was lame and considered unattractive by divine standards. Zeus hoped this union would temper Aphrodite's influence and maintain balance among the gods. However, Aphrodite's nature was not so easily contained. Though married to Hephaestus, she found herself drawn to Ares, the god of war. Their passionate affair would become legendary, a testament to the unpredictable and often turbulent nature of love itself. This dalliance would result in several children, including Eros, the god of love, and Harmonia, the goddess of harmony. Aphrodite's influence extended far beyond the realm of the gods. Mortals built temples in her honor, offering sacrifices and prayers for her favor in matters of the heart. She became known by many names: Venus to the Romans, Ishtar to the Babylonians, each culture recognizing and revering her power over love and beauty. One of the most famous tales involving Aphrodite is the Judgment of Paris. When Eris, the goddess of discord, was not invited to a divine wedding, she threw a golden apple inscribed with "For the fairest" into the celebration. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all claimed the apple, and Zeus decreed that Paris, a mortal prince of Troy, should decide who was most beautiful. Each goddess attempted to sway Paris with promises of great gifts. Hera offered him power over all of Asia. Athena promised him wisdom and skill in battle. But it was Aphrodite's offer that won his heart. She promised him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris's choice would ultimately lead to the Trojan War, a conflict that would shape the course of history and myth for generations to come. Aphrodite's power was not limited to inspiring love and desire. She also had the ability to curse those who offended her or spurned love. One such tale is that of Hippolytus, a young prince who dedicated himself to Artemis and rejected Aphrodite's domain. Angered by this slight, Aphrodite caused his stepmother, Phaedra, to fall madly in love with him, setting in motion a tragic chain of events that would end in Hippolytus's death. Despite the chaos and tragedy that often followed in her wake, Aphrodite was also a source of great joy and beauty in the world. Her presence could turn the simplest moments into something magical. It was said that when Aphrodite walked through a garden, the flowers would turn to face her, straining to catch a glimpse of her radiance. As you lie here, allowing the gentle sound of rain to soothe you, imagine the beauty of Aphrodite emerging from the sea. Picture the golden light of dawn reflecting off the waves, the soft foam caressing the shore. Feel the warm breeze that heralded her arrival, carrying with it the promise of love and the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Let the tranquility of this scene wash over you, much as the waves washed over Aphrodite as she rose from the depths. Allow your body to relax, sinking deeper into comfort with each breath. The gentle rhythm of the rain outside mirrors the eternal ebb and flow of the sea from which the goddess was born. Aphrodite's tale reminds us of the power of love and beauty in our lives. Like the goddess herself, these forces can be both a blessing and a challenge. They can inspire us to great heights of joy and creativity, but also lead us into the depths of passion and sometimes sorrow. Yet, without them, our world would be a far less vibrant and meaningful place. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the role of love and beauty in your own life. Like the mortals who sought Aphrodite's favor, we too seek connection, affection, and moments of transcendent beauty. These desires are as much a part of our nature as the divine essence that gave birth to Aphrodite herself. Remember that you, like all living beings, carry a spark of that divine beauty within you. It may not be as overwhelming as Aphrodite's legendary allure, but it is no less precious or powerful. Your capacity to love, to create beauty, to find joy in the world around you. These are gifts as profound as any bestowed by the gods. As your mind becomes quieter, imagine yourself standing on the shore where Aphrodite first emerged. Feel the soft sand beneath your feet, the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. The air is filled with the soothing sounds of the sea and the distant calls of seabirds. Here, in this peaceful moment, you are connected to the timeless beauty of the world. Let each breath draw you deeper into this serene landscape. The worries and cares of your day recede like the tide, leaving behind a sense of calm and contentment. The beauty of this moment, like Aphrodite's own radiance, fills you with a gentle warmth and peace. As we conclude our tale of Aphrodite's rise from the sea, carry with you the warmth and beauty of her story into your dreams. May your sleep be as peaceful as the calm seas, and may you awaken refreshed, ready to embrace the beauty and love that surrounds you in your own life. Remember, dear listener, that like the ever-changing sea from which Aphrodite emerged, life is full of endless possibilities and new beginnings. Each day is an opportunity to rise anew, to create beauty, to love, and to find joy in the world around you. As you drift off to sleep, let these thoughts guide you into peaceful, restful slumber. In the realm of Olympus, where gods and goddesses held sway over the mortal world, there lived a deity whose very name struck fear into the hearts of men and immortals alike. Ares, the god of war, was a figure of immense power and terrible beauty, his presence heralding the clash of arms and the thunder of battle. Born to Zeus and Hera, Ares was unlike his siblings in many ways. While Athena represented the strategic aspects of warfare, Ares embodied the raw, primal nature of combat. His muscular form was adorned with gleaming armor, and in his hands he wielded weapons of unparalleled craftsmanship, forged by the skillful hands of Hephaestus himself. From the moment of his birth, Ares was drawn to conflict. As a child, he would watch with fascination as mortals engaged in their petty squabbles, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect of violence. As he grew, so too did his appetite for war, and soon the young god was venturing down to earth, stirring up conflicts wherever he went. The other gods viewed Ares with a mixture of fear and disdain. Even his own father, Zeus, found him difficult to love. For while the king of the gods understood the necessity of war, he found Ares' bloodlust and lack of restraint troubling. Yet, despite the disapproval of his fellow Olympians, Ares continued to revel in his role as the bringer of strife and discord. In battle, Ares was a sight to behold. His war cry could shake the very foundations of the earth, and his presence on the battlefield was enough to inspire even the most cowardly of soldiers to acts of incredible bravery. He moved through the chaos of combat with the grace of a dancer, his spear and sword leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. But for all his might, Ares was not invincible. In one famous tale, he faced off against the giant Attis and Hephaestus, who managed to trap the war god in a bronze jar for 13 months. It was only through the intervention of Hermes that Ares was finally freed, a humbling experience that served as a reminder that even the mightiest of gods could fall. Despite his fearsome reputation, Ares was not without his softer side. He fell deeply in love with Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Their affair was passionate and tumultuous, mirroring the very nature of war itself. Though their relationship was fraught with complications, particularly due to Aphrodite's marriage to Hephaestus, it endured, producing several children, including Phobos, fear, and Deimos, terror. As you listen to this tale of the god of war, allow the tension in your body to release. Just as Ares found moments of peace in the arms of Aphrodite, so too can you find tranquility in this moment. Let the weight of your limbs sink deeper into your resting place, each breath bringing you closer to a state of complete relaxation. Ares' influence extended far beyond the battlefield. He was often associated with the wilder aspects of nature, particularly with animals known for their ferocity and strength. Vultures and dogs were sacred to him, as were the woodpecker and the barn owl. In some regions, he was even associated with agriculture, seen as a protector of the crops that sustained armies. The worship of Ares was not as widespread as that of other Olympian gods, but where it did occur, it was intense. In Sparta, a militaristic city-state of ancient Greece, Ares was held in high regard. The Spartans saw in him the embodiment of their martial values and the ideal warrior spirit. They would often make sacrifices to Ares before battle, seeking his favor and protection. One of the most famous myths involving Ares tells of his defeat at the hands of Athena during the Trojan War. While Ares sided with the Trojans, Athena favored the Greeks. In a direct confrontation, Athena struck Ares with a boulder, felling the mighty god of war. This tale served as a reminder that brute force alone was not enough to win wars, and that wisdom and strategy, as embodied by Athena, were equally important. As you continue to relax, imagine the strength of Ares flowing through you. Not the violent, destructive strength, but the inner strength that allows you to face life's challenges. Feel this power settling into your bones, grounding you and providing a sense of security. With each breath, you become more centered, more at peace. Despite his association with violence and destruction, Ares also played a role in maintaining peace. The threat of his wrath often served as a deterrent, preventing minor conflicts from escalating into full-scale wars. In this way, the god of war paradoxically became a guardian of peace, his very existence ensuring that mortals thought twice before taking up arms. In Roman mythology, Ares was known as Mars. While he retained his warlike aspects, the Romans also associated him with agriculture and guardianship. This evolution of his character shows how even the most seemingly one-dimensional deities could grow and change over time, adapting to the needs and beliefs of the cultures that worshiped them. One of the most intriguing aspects of Ares' character was his relationship with his sister, Athena. While they were often at odds, representing different aspects of warfare, there were times when they worked together. This cooperation between wisdom and brute force, strategy and passion, showcased the complex nature of war itself. As we delve deeper into the story of Ares, allow yourself to sink further into relaxation. Just as the god of war found balance between his violent nature and his capacity for love, find that balance within yourself. Let go of any lingering tension, allowing peace to wash over you like a gentle wave. Ares' children were often as fierce as he was. Besides Phobos and Deimos, he was also father to Harmonia, the goddess of harmony and concord. This juxtaposition of war and harmony within his own family reflects the dual nature of conflict itself, its capacity for both destruction and, ultimately, resolution. In art, Ares was often depicted as a young, virile man in the prime of his life. He was shown either nude or wearing armor, always ready for battle. His expressions ranged from stern concentration to wild abandon, capturing the various faces of war. These depictions served as both inspiration and warning to those who gazed upon them. One lesser-known myth tells of how Ares once transformed himself into a wild boar to kill Adonis, a mortal man who had captured Aphrodite's attention. This tale of jealousy and revenge shows a more vulnerable side to the god of war, reminding us that even the mightiest of beings could be swayed by emotion. As you listen, let the rhythm of the words wash over you like the steady beat of a war drum in the distance. Allow this rhythm to lull you into an even deeper state of relaxation. Your breathing becomes slow and steady, your mind clear and calm. despite his often negative portrayal, Ares was not without his virtues. He valued courage above all else, and was known to reward those who showed true bravery in the face of overwhelming odds. This aspect of his character reminds us that even in the darkest of situations, T-Titan Thales. In some versions of Greek mythology, Ares was said to have a sister named Eris, the goddess of discord. Together, they would sow chaos and conflict among mortals and gods alike. Yet even this destructive pair served a purpose in the grand tapestry of existence. For without conflict, there could be no resolution, no growth, no change. As our tale of Ares draws to a close, reflect on the nature of conflict in your own life. Like the god of war, it can be both destructive and transformative. But in this moment, let all conflicts fade away. Embrace the peace that comes with acceptance and understanding. Remember, even Ares found moments of tranquility. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself in a peaceful glade, far from the clamor of battle. The air is still, the world quiet. Here, in this space between wakefulness and dreams, you are safe, protected, at peace. Let go of all thoughts, all worries, and allow yourself to slip gently into the welcoming embrace of sleep. In the depths of Mount Etna, where the earth's fiery heart beats strongest, dwells a god unlike any other. Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, master of fire and forge, whose story is as complex and layered as the metals he shapes. As we delve into his tale, allow the rhythmic sounds of his hammer to lull you into a peaceful state. Each strike a heartbeat of creation. Hephaestus was born to Zeus and Hera, king and queen of the gods. Yet his entrance into the world was far from divine. As the story goes, when Hera saw her newborn son, she was struck by his imperfect form. In a moment of shock and disappointment, she cast him from Mount Olympus, sending him plummeting towards the mortal world below. For 9 days and nights, Hephaestus fell through the sky, a tiny figure against the vast expanse of clouds and stars. Finally, he splashed into the deep blue waters of the Aegean Sea. There, beneath the waves, he was found by Thetis, a sea nymph, and Eurynome, daughter of Oceanus. These gentle beings took pity on the abandoned godchild and brought him to their underwater grotto. In this hidden sanctuary, Hephaestus grew. The constant ebb and flow of the tides became his lullaby. The shimmer of fish scales his first glimpse of beauty. As you listen, imagine the peaceful underwater world. Let the gentle currents of sleep begin to wash over you, carrying away the cares of your day. Young Hephaestus discovered his gift for craftsmanship early. He would gather shimmering shells and colorful corals, fashioning them into intricate jewelry for his adoptive mothers. His creations caught the light filtering through the water, casting mesmerizing patterns on the grotto walls. As he worked, his misshapen legs and awkward gait seemed to matter less and less. With each passing year, Hephaestus's skills grew. He learned to manipulate the raw materials of the sea into objects of wonder. Pearls became the stars in delicate tiaras. Abalone shells transformed into shields that gleamed with an otherworldly iridescence. The sea itself seemed to recognize his talent, offering up its treasures for his artistic vision. As you drift deeper into relaxation, picture the young god at work, his strong hands moving with surprising grace, eyes focused intently on each detail. The rhythmic sound of his tools blends with the lapping of the waves, creating a soothing melody to carry you towards peaceful slumber. One day, as Hephaestus reached adulthood, he crafted a throne of incomparable beauty, made from mother of pearl and inlaid with precious gems from the ocean floor. It seemed to capture the very essence of the sea. Unbeknownst to him, this masterpiece would change the course of his life forever. For you see, Hera, his mother who had cast him away, received this throne as a gift. Not knowing its creator, she was so taken by its beauty that she declared it must have a place of honor on Mount Olympus. As she sat upon it, hidden clasps sprang shut, trapping her in its embrace. The throne that seemed so perfect became an exquisite prison. No god or goddess could free Hera from the throne's grasp. In desperation, they sought out its creator, eventually discovering the truth of Hephaestus's identity and his remarkable talents. Zeus himself descended to the underwater grotto, imploring his long-lost son to return to Olympus and release Hera. Hephaestus, his heart a tumult of emotions, agreed to ascend to Olympus. As he emerged from the sea, the sun kissed his skin for the first time. The warmth of its rays awakened something new within him, a passion for fire that would define his godly domain. Upon Mount Olympus, Hephaestus freed his mother from the throne. In that moment of reconciliation, the pain of the past began to heal. Zeus, recognizing his son's unparalleled skill, gifted him a great forge within the fiery heart of Mount Etna. It was here that Hephaestus truly came into his power, combining his mastery of craft with the primal force of fire. In his volcanic workshop, Hephaestus created wonders beyond imagination. He forged Zeus's thunderbolts, weapons that could shake the very foundations of the earth. For Athena, he crafted a shield so brilliant it could blind enemies with its radiance. Each god and goddess came to him with requests, and each left in awe of his creations. As you continue to relax, envision the god at his forge. The air shimmers with heat, yet Hephaestus moves through it as comfortably as you might move through a cool breeze. Sparks fly as his hammer strikes glowing metal, each impact sending a ripple of creation through the divine realm. Let the imagined warmth of the forge seep into your muscles, melting away any lingering tension. Despite his newfound acceptance among the gods, Hephaestus often felt like an outsider. His physical imperfections set him apart in a realm of perfect beauty. Yet it was these very differences that fueled his unmatched creativity. In his hands, flaws became features, imperfections transformed into unique beauty. Hephaestus found solace in his work, pouring his emotions into each piece he created. When he felt joy, he crafted delicate golden automatons that danced and sang. In moments of sorrow, he forged armor strong enough to withstand the mightiest blows. His creations became an extension of himself, expressing what words could not. Among his greatest works were the golden handmaidens. These miraculous automatons could think and move on their own, assisting the lame god in his workshop. They were a testament to his genius, blurring the line between craft and life itself. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine these golden figures moving silently through the workshop, their movements as fluid as the sea that once cradled their creator. Hephaestus's story reminds us that true strength often lies in what others might perceive as weakness. His perceived imperfections drove him to excel, to create beauty that could take the breath of even the most divine beings. As you rest, reflect on your own unique qualities. Like the god of the forge, you too have the power to transform challenges into sources of strength and creativity. The tale of Hephaestus is also one of forgiveness and growth. Despite the pain of his early rejection, he found it in his heart to return to Olympus, to reconcile with the parents who had cast him aside. This capacity for forgiveness became as much a part of his strength as his skill at the forge. In time, Hephaestus found love with Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. Their union was complex, often tumultuous, yet it spoke to a profound truth, that beauty comes in many forms, and that the fire of passion can forge unlikely bonds. Let this reminder of love's power warm your heart as you sink deeper into restful calm. Hephaestus's forge became a place of wonders, where the impossible became possible. He crafted arrows for Eros that could make even the most hardened heart fall in love. For Helios, the sun god, he created a golden chariot that could traverse the sky without ever tiring. Each piece that left his workshop carried a bit of divine magic, a spark of the extraordinary. As the god of fire and forge, Hephaestus also became a patron of artisans and craftsmen in the mortal world. Those who worked with their hands would offer him prayers, seeking his blessing for steady hands and creative inspiration. In return, he would sometimes gift mortals with divine insight, leading to great leaps in craft and technology. Imagine now the warmth of Hephaestus's blessing flowing through you. Like molten metal taking shape, let it fill every part of your being, soothing and relaxing as it goes. Feel any remaining tension in your body soften and release, just as rigid metal becomes pliable in the heat of the forge. One of Hephaestus's most famous creations was the shield of Achilles, described in Homer's Iliad. This wasn't merely a piece of armor, but a work of art that told the story of all human life. On its surface, Hephaestus depicted cities at peace and at war, fields being plowed and harvested, weddings and court trials. It was a microcosm of the mortal world, rendered in precious metals and intricate detail. As you hover on the edge of sleep, picture this magnificent shield. See the tiny figures frozen in moments of joy, sorrow, labor, and rest. Like the shield, your mind holds countless stories and images. As you drift off, allow them to settle into a peaceful order, each memory and thought finding its proper place in the grand design of your consciousness. Hephaestus's story teaches us that his workshop was a place where raw materials were transformed into objects of power and beauty. In the same way, our minds can be forges, where experiences and emotions are shaped into wisdom and understanding. As our tale of Hephaestus draws to a close, let the steady rhythm of his hammer blend with the beating of your own heart. Feel the warmth of his forge merging with the comfort of your bed. Like the god finding peace in his work, allow yourself to sink into the welcoming embrace of sleep. Remember, just as Hephaestus turned base metals into divine creations, you have the power to shape your dreams and aspirations. In the quiet forge of your mind, incredible things are possible. Rest now and let your imagination work its own magic as you drift into peaceful slumber. In the realm of the gods, where the divine and mortal worlds intertwine, there lived a goddess whose love knew no bounds. This is the tale of Demeter, goddess of the harvest, and her beloved daughter, Persephone. Their story is one of love, loss, and the changing of the seasons. Demeter was known throughout the land for her kindness and generosity. She blessed the earth with bountiful harvests, ensuring that mortals and immortals alike had plenty to eat. Her greatest joy, however, was her daughter Persephone, a young goddess whose beauty and innocence captivated all who saw her. Persephone spent her days frolicking in meadows, gathering flowers, and basking in the warmth of her mother's love. The earth seemed to bloom wherever she stepped, as if nature itself rejoiced in her presence. Demeter watched over her daughter with pride and adoration, her heart full of contentment. But fate, as it often does, had other plans. Hades, the god of the underworld, had long observed Persephone from his dark realm below. He was captivated by her beauty and longed for her companionship in his lonely domain. One fateful day, as Persephone bent to pluck a narcissus flower, the earth suddenly split open beneath her feet. From the chasm emerged Hades in his black chariot, drawn by 4 midnight black steeds. Before Persephone could cry out, he swept her into his arms and plunged back into the depths of the earth. The ground closed behind them, leaving no trace of the abduction save for a single discarded flower. When Demeter discovered her daughter was missing, her anguish knew no bounds. She searched tirelessly, wandering the earth for 9 days and 9 nights, neither eating nor sleeping. Her grief was so profound that the earth began to wither and die, mirroring the goddess's despair. As you listen to this tale of loss and longing, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Let the weight of your body melt into your bed, feeling supported and at peace. The story of Demeter's search continues as you drift further into tranquility. On the 10th day, Helios, the all-seeing sun god, took pity on Demeter and revealed the truth. Hades had taken Persephone to be his bride in the underworld. Demeter's sorrow turned to anger, and she demanded that Zeus, king of the gods and Persephone's father, intervene and bring her daughter back. Zeus, recognizing the gravity of the situation, sent Hermes, the messenger god, to the underworld to negotiate Persephone's return. However, there was a complication. Persephone had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds during her time in the underworld, and according to ancient laws, this meant she was bound to return there. A compromise was reached. Persephone would spend 6 months of the year with her mother in the world above, and 6 months with Hades in the underworld. And so, the cycle of the seasons was born. When Persephone returns to her mother each spring, Demeter's joy causes the earth to bloom and flourish. But when Persephone descends to the underworld in autumn, Demeter's sadness brings about the barren months of winter. As you contemplate this eternal cycle of joy and sorrow, of reunion and separation, allow your breath to fall into a gentle rhythm. Inhale slowly, feeling your chest rise, and exhale deeply, releasing any tension you may be holding. The changing of the seasons becomes a soothing lullaby, guiding you towards peaceful slumber. This myth teaches us about the delicate balance of nature and the power of a mother's love. It reminds us that even in our darkest moments, hope remains. Just as spring always follows winter, joy will always return after sorrow. Let this comforting thought envelop you as you continue to relax. Imagine yourself in a lush, green meadow, much like the one where Persephone once played. Feel the soft grass beneath you, the warm sun on your skin. The gentle breeze carries the sweet scent of flowers, each one a gift from Demeter in her happiness. Allow this peaceful scene to fill your mind, easing away any lingering worries or tensions. As Persephone adapts to her dual life, she grows into her role as queen of the underworld. In the realm below, she brings light and warmth to the souls of the departed, offering comfort in the darkness. Above ground, she revels in the joy of reunion with her mother, her presence bringing new life to the world. Demeter, too, finds a way to balance her emotions. Though she still mourns when Persephone departs each year, she knows that their reunion is inevitable. This knowledge allows her to endure the separation, just as the earth endures the barren months of winter, knowing that spring will always return. The story of Demeter and Persephone reminds us of the resilience of the human spirit. It teaches us that even in times of great change or loss, we can find strength and adapt. Just as the earth cycles through the seasons, so too do our lives move through periods of abundance and scarcity, joy and sorrow. As you lie here, drifting closer to sleep, consider the cycles in your own life, the challenges you've faced and overcome, the joys you've experienced, the growth you've achieved. Like Persephone, you have the strength to adapt to new situations. Like Demeter, you have the resilience to endure difficult times, knowing that better days will come. Let the rhythm of your breath mirror the rhythm of the seasons. Inhale, feeling the promise of spring filling your lungs. Exhale, releasing the remnants of winter's chill. With each breath, you sink deeper into relaxation, your body becoming as still and peaceful as a snow-covered field in winter. In some versions of the myth, it's said that Demeter taught the art of agriculture to humans during her search for Persephone. This act of kindness, born from her own pain, transformed human society. It reminds us that even in our darkest moments, we have the capacity to create positive change in the world around us. As your mind continues to quiet, imagine the moment of Persephone's return each spring. Picture Demeter's face lighting up with joy, the earth bursting into bloom around her. Feel the warmth of their embrace, the love between mother and daughter strong enough to renew the world. Let this image of love and renewal be the last thought in your mind as you drift off to sleep. The story of Demeter and Persephone is a testament to the enduring power of love and the inevitable cycle of life. It teaches us that change, though sometimes painful, is a natural and necessary part of existence. As you fall asleep, carry with you the comfort of knowing that no matter what challenges you face, renewal and growth are always possible. May your dreams be as sweet as the fruits of Demeter's harvest, and may you wake refreshed and renewed, ready to embrace whatever season of life awaits you. Sleep now, knowing that, like Persephone, you too will rise again with the dawn, bringing your own unique light to the world. In the lush valleys and sun-drenched hills of ancient Greece, there lived a god unlike any other. Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and ecstasy, was born not of the heavens, but of the earth itself. His story is one of transformation, both of himself and of the world around him. Dionysus was the son of Zeus and a mortal woman named Semele. Their union was brief but passionate, and it incurred the wrath of Zeus's wife, Hera. In her jealousy, Hera tricked Semele into asking Zeus to reveal himself in his true divine form. The sight of Zeus's thunderous glory was too much for mortal eyes to bear, and Semele was consumed by flames. But Zeus, in his infinite power, rescued the unborn child from Semele's ashes. He sewed the infant Dionysus into his own thigh, where the child grew to term. This unusual birth marked Dionysus as different from the start, a being of both divine and mortal heritage. As you listen to this tale, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, much like the rays that nurtured the young Dionysus. Let your body become heavy and comfortable, as if you too are nestled in a cocoon of safety and growth. When Dionysus emerged from Zeus's thigh, he was immediately whisked away to be raised by nymphs in the lush forests of Mount Nysa. Here, surrounded by nature's bounty, the young god learned the secrets of the earth. He discovered the wild vines that grew in abundance, their fruit bursting with sweet nectar. It was during these formative years that Dionysus made a discovery that would change the course of human history. He found that by crushing the grapes and allowing their juice to ferment, he could create a drink that brought joy and relaxation to all who consumed it. This was the birth of wine, Dionysus's gift to humanity. As you breathe deeply, imagine the rich aroma of ripe grapes on the vine. With each inhale, draw in the essence of tranquility. With each exhale, release any tension you may be holding. Allow yourself to become as fluid and relaxed as the wine flowing from Dionysus's cup. Dionysus's gift was not without its challenges. The power of wine to alter moods and perceptions was both a blessing and a curse. In moderation, it brought people together, loosened inhibitions, and sparked creativity. But in excess, it could lead to madness and destruction. This duality was reflected in Dionysus himself. He was a god of contradictions, gentle yet wild, nurturing yet destructive, a bringer of both ecstasy and chaos. His followers, known as the Maenads, were said to roam the forests in frenzied revelry, their celebrations a mix of joyous abandon and primal ferocity. As we delve deeper into the story of Dionysus, let your mind wander freely. Like the vines that twist and turn as they grow, allow your thoughts to meander without judgment or direction. Each moment brings you closer to a state of peaceful slumber. Dionysus's journey was not always easy. As he traveled the world, spreading the gift of wine and the art of winemaking, he faced opposition from those who feared the power of his influence. Kings and rulers saw the freedom inspired by wine as a threat to their control. One such ruler was King Pentheus of Thebes. He forbade the worship of Dionysus and denied the god's divinity. In response, Dionysus drove the women of Thebes into a frenzy, including Pentheus's own mother, Agave. In their madness, they tore Pentheus apart, believing him to be a wild animal. This tragic tale serves as a reminder of the importance of balance and moderation, themes that run deep in Greek mythology. As you rest, consider the balance in your own life. With each breath, find the center between effort and relaxation, between thought and stillness. Despite such conflicts, Dionysus's influence continued to grow. He journeyed far and wide, even descending into the underworld to rescue his mortal mother, Semele, and bring her to Mount Olympus. This act of love and devotion earned him a place among the Olympian gods. Dionysus's arrival on Olympus brought a new energy to the divine realm. He was a god who understood the mortal world intimately, who could bridge the gap between the earthly and the divine. His presence reminded the other gods of the importance of joy, celebration, and the simple pleasures of life. As you listen, let yourself be enveloped by a sense of warmth and acceptance. Like Dionysus welcomed into the pantheon, allow yourself to feel completely at ease, accepted exactly as you are. Each moment brings you closer to the realm of dreams. The cult of Dionysus spread throughout the ancient world, his festivals becoming times of great celebration and catharsis. The Dionysia in Athens gave birth to Greek theater, where tragedies and comedies were performed in honor of the god. Through these plays, people explored the depths of human emotion and experience. Dionysus was often depicted as a young man crowned with vine leaves, carrying a thyrsus, a staff topped with a pine cone and wrapped with ivy. He was accompanied by satyrs and maenads, embodying the wild and free spirit of nature. His sacred animals included the bull, the serpent, and the panther, each representing different aspects of his complex nature. As we near the end of our tale, imagine yourself walking through a sun-dappled vineyard. The air is warm and fragrant with the scent of ripening grapes. With each step, you feel more and more at peace. The gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze becomes a lullaby, soothing you deeper into relaxation. The legacy of Dionysus lives on not just in the wine we drink, but in the spirit of celebration and togetherness that wine often accompanies. His gift reminds us to find joy in life, to connect with others, and to occasionally let go of our everyday concerns and embrace the present moment. In Greek mythology, Dionysus represents the idea that his story teaches us that true growth often comes from facing our fears and integrating all parts of ourselves. As you drift closer to sleep, carry with you the lessons of Dionysus. Remember that life is a balance of opposites, that joy can be found even in difficult times, and that tea like the grapevine that dies back each winter only to return in spring. We too can find renewal and rebirth in the cycles of life. Let the story of Dionysus settle into your dreams. May your sleep be as sweet as the first sip of wine, as peaceful as a vineyard at dusk. Allow yourself to surrender to the embrace of Morpheus, the god of dreams, knowing that like Dionysus, you too will emerge renewed and transformed with the coming of dawn. And so, dear listener, as the tale of Dionysus fades into the gentle patter of rain, allow yourself to sink deeper into the comfort of your bed. The god of wine has shared his gift of relaxation with you. Embrace it and let it carry you softly into the world of dreams. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes stand as tall as Heracles, the son of Zeus. His legendary 12 labors have captivated imaginations for millennia, and tonight we delve into the first of these Herculean tasks, the slaying of the Nemean lion. Our tale begins in the realm of Nemea, a land shrouded in fear and whispers. The people of this region lived in constant terror, for a monstrous lion stalked their lands, its golden fur impenetrable to mortal weapons, its claws sharper than the finest swords. This was no ordinary beast. The Nemean lion was said to be the offspring of Typhon, the monstrous giant, and Echidna, the mother of all monsters. Its very presence was an affront to the natural order, a challenge to both gods and men. As you listen to this tale, allow the soothing rhythm of the rain to wash over you. Let each drop be a reminder of the timeless nature of these myths, stories that have endured like raindrops falling through the ages. Heracles, known for his incredible strength and courage, was tasked by King Eurystheus to slay this fearsome creature as the first of his 12 labors. This task was meant to be impossible, a sure way to rid the world of Heracles, whom Hera, Zeus's wife, despised. As Heracles journeyed to Nemea, the landscape seemed to mirror the challenge ahead. The once lush fields had withered under the lion's reign of terror. Farmers whispered of entire flocks devoured in a single night, of brave warriors who ventured forth never to return. Imagine, as you rest, the weight of expectation on Heracles' shoulders. Feel the cool night air on your skin, much as he might have felt it as he approached the lion's lair. Let the tension in your body release, just as Heracles had to remain calm in the face of danger. Upon reaching Nemea, Heracles began his hunt. He searched the countryside, following the trail of destruction left by the lion. The beast's roar echoed through the valleys, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. But Heracles pressed on, undaunted. As night fell, Heracles found himself near a great cave, the supposed den of the Nemean lion. The entrance yawned before him, a pitch-black maw that seemed to swallow all light. The hero paused, gathering his courage, knowing that within those dark depths lay his greatest challenge yet. Take a deep breath now, feeling your chest rise and fall. Let the steady rhythm of your breathing mirror the calm determination of Heracles as he prepared to face the lion. With resolute steps, Heracles entered the cave. The darkness enveloped him, but he moved forward, guided by the sound of heavy breathing and the scrape of claws on stone. Suddenly, 2 glowing eyes pierced the gloom, and with a thunderous roar, the Nemean lion sprang forth. The battle that ensued was like no other. Heracles' mighty club shattered against the lion's impenetrable hide. His arrows bounced harmlessly off its golden fur. For a moment, it seemed that the hero had met his match, that this first labor would indeed be his last. But Heracles was not one to give up easily. As you lie there, letting the tension slip away from your muscles, Think of how Heracles must have felt in that moment. The weight of expectation, the fear of failure, all melting away as he focused on the task at hand. In a flash of inspiration, Heracles realized that if he couldn't pierce the lion's hide, he would have to defeat it another way. With his bare hands, he grappled with the beast, his legendary strength put to the ultimate test. The cave echoed with the sounds of their struggle, a titanic battle between man and beast. Heracles' arms strained as he wrapped them around the lion's neck, squeezing with all his might. The lion thrashed and clawed, but Heracles held firm. As you sink deeper into relaxation, imagine the strength flowing through Heracles' body. Let that same strength flow through you, not to fight, but to let go of any lingering tension or worry. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, but finally, the lion's struggles began to weaken. With one final, mighty effort, Heracles tightened his grip, and the Nemean lion fell still. Victorious, but exhausted, Heracles emerged from the cave, carrying the lifeless body of the once invincible lion. The people of Nemea, who had lived in fear for so long, could scarcely believe their eyes. Their tormentor was no more, and a new hero had risen. But Heracles' task was not yet complete. He needed to present the lion to King Eurystheus as proof of his deed. Yet, when he tried to skin the beast, he found that no blade could penetrate its hide. Once again, Heracles had to rely on his wit as much as his strength. He realized that the only thing that could cut the lion's skin was its own claws. Using these, he finally managed to skin the creature, creating for himself a legendary armor that would serve him well in the labors to come. As you lie there, feeling the weight of your body sinking into your bed, think of how Heracles must have felt donning that invulnerable lion skin. Let that same sense of security and protection envelop you, knowing that you are safe and at peace. The tale of Heracles and the Nemean lion is more than just a story of physical prowess. It teaches us that true strength lies not just in our muscles, but in our ability to adapt, to think creatively when faced with seemingly insurmountable challenges. In your own life, you may face tasks that seem impossible at first glance. But remember, like Heracles, you have resources within you that you may not yet realize. Sometimes, the solution to our greatest problems comes not from brute force, but from approaching the issue from a new angle. As the rain continues to fall outside, creating a soothing backdrop to our tale, let your mind drift to the image of Heracles standing triumphant. The Nemean lion, once a terror, now transformed into a symbol of the hero's courage and ingenuity. This first labor set the tone for all that would follow. Heracles had proven himself not just strong, but clever and resourceful. He had faced a challenge deemed impossible and emerged victorious, forever changing the landscape of Greek mythology. As you continue to relax, let the lessons of this myth seep into your subconscious. Like the rain nourishing the earth, let these ancient words of wisdom nurture your spirit. Remember that within you lies the strength to overcome, the wit to adapt, and the courage to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. The story of Heracles and the Nemean lion reminds us that our greatest strengths often lie hidden, waiting to be discovered in moments of need. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the image of Heracles, not as an unattainable ideal, but as a reflection of the potential that resides within each of us. Let the steady rhythm of the rain blend with the calm of your breathing. Feel the weight of your eyelids, heavy like the Nemean lion's pelt. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that like Heracles, you too have the strength to face your own labors, whatever they may be. As our tale comes to close, imagine the starry night sky above Nemea, now free from the shadow of fear. Let that same sense of peace and accomplishment wash over you, guiding you gently towards the realm of dreams, where perhaps you too will embark on heroic adventures. Sleep now, dear listener, and may the courage of Heracles and the wisdom of the ancients guard your slumber. For in sleep we find renewal, and in renewal we find the strength to face each new day with the heart of a hero. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales are as captivating as that of Heracles and the Lernaean Hydra. This story, dear listener, is one of perseverance, strategy, and the triumph of wit over seemingly insurmountable odds. As you settle in, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let us journey together to ancient Greece. Our tale begins in the marshes of Lerna, a place shrouded in mist and mystery. The air hung heavy with the scent of stagnant water and decay, a fitting home for one of the most terrifying creatures in all of mythology. The Lernaean Hydra, a monstrous serpent with multiple heads, had long terrorized the surrounding lands, its very breath toxic enough to wilt crops and poison wells. Heracles, son of Zeus and mortal woman Alcmene, had been tasked with 12 seemingly impossible labors as penance for a terrible deed. The slaying of the Hydra was to be his second labor, a task that would test not only his legendary strength, but also his cunning and resolve. As Heracles approached the Hydra's lair, the marshlands seemed to hold their breath, as if nature itself feared what was to come. Picture, if you will, the hero Heracles, his muscular form silhouetted against the misty backdrop, his lion-skin cloak draped over broad shoulders, and his trusty club gripped tightly in his hand. With each step into the murky waters, Heracles' determination grew. The tails of the Hydra's ferocity had not deterred him. Rather, they had steeled his resolve. As you listen, allow the tension in your body to release. Let your muscles relax, one by one, just as the mists of Lerna part in our story. Breathe deeply and let the rhythm of the rain outside outside harmonize with the cadence of this ancient tale. Suddenly, the waters before Heracles began to churn. From the depths of the marsh rose the Hydra, its multiple heads weaving and bobbing like a grotesque dance. Each head was crowned with razor-sharp teeth and eyes that glowed with malevolent intelligence. The monster's scales glistened with an oily sheen, a testament to its venomous nature. Heracles, undaunted, raised his club and charged forward. With a mighty swing, he struck one of the Hydra's heads, severing it cleanly from its neck. But to his horror, where one head fell, two more grew in its place. The Hydra's regenerative powers were unlike anything Heracles had ever encountered. Again and again, Heracles struck, his powerful arms never tiring. Yet, with each blow, the Hydra only grew stronger, its heads multiplying at an alarming rate. The hero soon found himself surrounded by a writhing mass of serpentine necks, each one poised to strike. As the battle raged on, Heracles realized that brute strength alone would not be enough to overcome this foe. He needed a strategy, a way to outsmart the creature's remarkable ability to regenerate. In this moment of clarity, Heracles called upon his nephew and faithful companion Iolaus, who had accompanied him on this perilous journey. Let the wisdom of Heracles seep into your own mind, dear listener. As you lie there, know that even the greatest challenges can be overcome with a combination of strength and intellect. Allow any worries or problems that may be troubling you to dissolve, just as Heracles found a solution to his seemingly impossible task. With Iolaus by his side, Heracles devised a new plan of attack. As the hero severed each of the Hydra's heads, Iolaus would immediately cauterize the wound with a flaming torch. This prevented the regeneration of new heads, slowly but surely turning the tide of the battle in their favor. The marshlands echoed with the hissing of the Hydra and the sizzle of burning flesh. Heracles and Iolaus worked in perfect synchronization, their teamwork a testament to the power of cooperation. One by one, the Hydra's heads fell, until only one remained, the immortal head at the center of its writhing mass of necks. Heracles, knowing that this final head could not be destroyed by conventional means, resorted to a different tactic. With all his might, he tore the immortal head from the Hydra's body and buried it deep beneath a massive rock, ensuring that it could never again threaten the people of Lerna. As the last echoes of the battle faded away, a profound silence fell over the marshlands. The mists began to clear, as if nature itself was breathing a sigh of relief. Heracles and Iolaus stood victorious, their bodies weary, but their spirits soaring with the triumph of their ingenious strategy. Let this moment of victory wash over you, dear listener. Feel the sense of accomplishment and peace that comes with overcoming a great challenge. Allow it to seep into your bones, relaxing you further as you drift closer to sleep. The defeat of the Lernaean Hydra teaches us valuable lessons that we can apply to our own lives. First, it reminds us that not all problems can be solved through brute force alone. Sometimes we must step back and approach our challenges with creativity and strategic thinking. Secondly, the tale highlights the importance of teamwork and seeking help when faced with daunting tasks. Heracles, despite his great strength, could not have defeated the Hydra without the assistance of Iolaus. In our own lives, we should never be afraid to reach out to others when we need support. Lastly, this myth speaks to the power of perseverance. Heracles did not give up when his initial attempts failed. Instead, he adapted his approach and kept pushing forward until he achieved his goal. This resilience is a quality we can all strive to embody in our daily lives. As you continue to relax, imagine the sense of calm that settled over Lerna after the Hydra's defeat. Picture the marshlands, once a place of fear and danger, slowly transforming into a peaceful haven. The waters grow still, reflecting the sky above, and new life begins to flourish where the Hydra once reigned. In the aftermath of his victory, Heracles took a moment to rest by the now tranquil waters. He reflected on the challenge he had overcome and the lessons he had learned. The hero knew that this was but one of many trials he would face, yet he felt a renewed sense of confidence in his ability to overcome whatever obstacles lay ahead. As our tale draws to a close, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Let the sound of the rain outside blend with the imagined peacefulness of the Lernaean marshlands. Feel the weight of your body melting into your bed, just as Heracles felt the tension leave his muscles as he rested after his great battle. Remember, dear listener, that like Heracles, you too have the strength and wisdom within you to face life's challenges. Even when problems seem to multiply like the heads of the Hydra, you have the power to adapt, to seek help, and to persevere until you emerge victorious. As you drift closer to sleep, carry with you the courage of Heracles, the cleverness of his strategy, and the peace that comes with overcoming great odds. Let these qualities infuse your dreams and greet you when you wake, ready to face whatever adventures your own life may hold. May the gentle rain continue to soothe you, and may Morpheus, the god of dreams, grant you a restful and rejuvenating sleep. Good night and sweet dreams. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Heracles, the son of Zeus. His legendary 12 labors have captivated imaginations for millennia, each task a testament to his strength, courage, and cunning. Tonight, we delve into one of his most perilous adventures, the capture of the Erymanthian boar. Our story begins in the lush forests of Arcadia, where the tranquil beauty of nature masked a terrible threat. The Erymanthian boar, a beast of immense size and ferocity, had been terrorizing the countryside, destroying crops and endangering the lives of innocent villagers. Imagine, if you will, the dense canopy of ancient trees, their leaves rustling gently in the cool mountain breeze. The air is thick with the scent of pine and wild herbs, a peaceful aroma that belies the danger lurking within the shadows of the forest. As you listen, allow the soothing sounds of nature to wash over you. Feel the tension in your body begin to melt away, much like the mists that cling to the mountaintops in the early morning light. Heracles, having already completed several of his labors, approached this task with a mix of determination and caution. He knew that brute strength alone would not be enough to overcome this formidable foe. The hero spent days studying the boar's habits, tracking its movements through the rugged terrain of Mount Erymanthus. As you sink deeper into relaxation, picture Heracles moving silently through the forest, his senses alert to every sound and movement. The crunch of leaves beneath his feet, the whisper of wind through the branches. All of these became clues in his quest to locate the elusive creature. The Erymanthian boar was no ordinary animal. Its tusks were said to be as sharp as the finest swords, capable of rending flesh and bone with ease. Its hide was thick and tough, impervious to most weapons. But perhaps most terrifying of all was its temper, quick to anger and relentless in its fury. Let the steady rhythm of my voice guide you, much as Heracles was guided by his instincts and training. Allow your mind to wander through the forest alongside our hero, your breathing becoming as steady and calm as the ancient trees that surrounded him. After days of careful observation, Heracles devised a plan. He would not attempt to slay the boar outright, for that would be a task too dangerous even for his legendary strength. Instead, he would use the creature's own power against it. As dawn broke over the mountains, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Heracles put his plan into action. He began to make noise, deliberately alerting the boar to his presence. The beast, enraged by this intrusion into its territory, charged forth from its lair with a roar that shook the very earth. Heracles led the boar on a wild chase through the forest, ducking and weaving between trees, always staying just out of reach of those deadly tusks. As you listen, feel the excitement of the chase, but let it wash over you without tension. Your body remains relaxed, your breathing steady and deep. The hero's strategy was to tire the boar, to push it to the limits of its endurance. Hour after hour, they raced through the forest, up steep inclines and down treacherous ravines. The boar's fury seemed inexhaustible, but Heracles knew that even the mightiest creatures have their limits. As the chase continued, imagine the forest around you. The dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, the soft earth beneath your feet, the cool mountain air filling your lungs. Let these sensations carry you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. Finally, as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the land, the boar's stamina began to falter. Its charge became less fierce, its movements more labored. Heracles, seizing his moment, led the exhausted creature towards a deep snowdrift he had discovered during his earlier explorations. With a final burst of speed, Heracles raced towards the snowbank. The boar, blinded by rage and fatigue, followed without hesitation. As Heracles leapt nimbly aside at the last moment, the massive creature plunged headlong into the deep snow. The cold shock and the weight of its own body trapped the Erymanthian boar. It thrashed and struggled, but could not free itself from the icy prison. Heracles, moving swiftly, bound the creature with unbreakable chains forged by Hephaestus himself. As you picture this scene, feel the cool touch of snow. Hear the muffled sounds of the forest. Let the sensation of peace and accomplishment wash over you, just as it did for Heracles in that moment of triumph. With the boar secured, Heracles faced his next challenge, transporting the beast back to Mycenae, where King Eurystheus awaited proof of his success. The hero hefted the enormous creature onto his broad shoulders, its weight a testament to his incredible strength. As Heracles began his long journey back, carrying his formidable prize, reflect on the perseverance and ingenuity that led to his victory. Sometimes, the greatest challenges in life are overcome not through brute force, but through patience, strategy, and endurance. The return to Mycenae was a spectacle that none who witnessed it would ever forget. Heracles, the mighty hero, striding into the city with the terrifying Erymanthian boar slung across his shoulders. The people cheered, amazed by this feat of strength and courage. King Eurystheus, however, was less than pleased. The sight of the enormous boar, even bound and subdued, filled him with terror. In a comical turn of events, the king hid himself in a large bronze jar, refusing to emerge until Heracles had removed the creature from the city. As our story draws to a close, let the humor of this final scene bring a gentle smile to your face. Feel the last vestiges of tension melt away, replaced by a deep sense of contentment and relaxation. The tale of Heracles and the Erymanthian boar teaches us valuable lessons. It reminds us that true strength lies not just in physical power, but in wisdom, patience, and the ability to adapt to challenges. Sometimes, the most effective way to overcome an obstacle is not to confront it head-on, but to approach it with strategy and cunning. As you drift closer to sleep, carry with you the image of Heracles, not as an invincible demigod, but as a hero who used his mind as well as his muscle. Let this inspire you in your own life to face your challenges with creativity and perseverance. Remember, like the forest that sheltered both Heracles and the boar, you too are surrounded by strength and beauty. The resources you need to overcome your own trials are within you and around you, waiting to be discovered. As your mind grows quieter, imagine the peace that settled over Arcadia after the removal of the Erymanthian boar. The forests returned to their natural state of tranquility. The villagers no longer lived in fear, and the balance of nature was restored. Let this sense of peace and balance flow through you now. Feel the weight of the days, concerns lift from your shoulders, just as Heracles set down his burdensome prize. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort, your body becoming as still as the ancient trees of Mount Erymanthus. As sleep beckons, know that like Heracles, you too have the strength to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. But for now, rest easy, safe in the knowledge that you have the power to overcome, to adapt, and to triumph. May your dreams be as epic as the tales of old, and may you wake refreshed, ready to write your own legend. Good night, and sleep well. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Heracles, the son of Zeus. His legendary 12 labors have captivated imaginations for millennia, each task a testament to his strength, wit, and unwavering determination. Tonight, we delve into one of his most intriguing quests, the capture of the golden hind of Artemis. As you settle in, allowing the gentle patter of rain to soothe your senses, picture yourself in the lush forests of ancient Greece. The air is thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a cool mist clinging to the undergrowth. It is in this verdant realm that our story unfolds, where the boundary between the mortal world and the divine blurs like the edges of a dream. Heracles, having already completed 3 of his labors, found himself tasked with a challenge that would test not only his strength, but also his cunning and respect for the gods. King Eurystheus, ever eager to see the hero fail, commanded Heracles to capture the golden hind of Artemis, a creature as swift as the wind and as elusive as a shadow. This was no ordinary deer. Its antlers gleamed like polished gold, catching the light of the sun and moon alike. Its hooves were said to be made of bronze, leaving no trace as it bounded through the forest. But most importantly, it was sacred to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. To harm such a creature would be to incur the wrath of the gods themselves. As you listen, let the tension in your body slowly melt away. Imagine the cool forest floor beneath you, supporting you as you sink deeper into relaxation. The story of Heracles and the golden hind is one of patience and perseverance, qualities that can guide us gently into the realm of sleep. Heracles set out on his quest, his heart heavy with the weight of the task before him. He knew that brute force alone would not suffice. This labor would require a delicate touch, a balance between his legendary strength and a newfound subtlety. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the sounds of the world faded away, replaced by the whisper of leaves and the distant call of unseen birds. For days, Heracles tracked the golden hind, catching only fleeting glimpses of its shimmering form through the trees. Each time he drew near, the creature would bound away, leaving nothing but a faint golden glimmer in the air. The hero's frustration grew, but so did his determination. He began to understand that this task was as much about the journey as it was about the destination. As you listen, allow yourself to embrace that same patience. Let go of any urgency or restlessness, just as Heracles learned to do in his pursuit. Your journey towards sleep is not a race, but a gentle meandering path through the forest of your mind. Weeks turned to months, and still Heracles persevered. He learned the ways of the forest, becoming one with the rhythm of nature. He studied the habits of the golden hind, observing its favorite grazing spots and the paths it took through the underbrush. Slowly, imperceptibly, he was drawing closer to his quarry. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, Heracles finally saw his opportunity. The golden hind stood in a clearing, its coat shimmering like liquid sunlight. The hero held his breath, every muscle in his body tense with anticipation. He knew that this moment would define not just this labor, but his entire quest for redemption. With movements as fluid as water and as silent as shadow, Heracles approached the magnificent creature. The golden hind, sensing his presence, turned its head, its eyes meeting the hero's. In that moment, there was a profound understanding between man and beast. Heracles reached out, not to grab or subdue, but to gently stroke the hind's golden flank. To his amazement, the creature did not flee. Instead, it stood still, allowing Heracles to admire its beauty up close. The hero marveled at the intricate patterns on its coat, the way its antlers seemed to capture and reflect every ray of light. He understood then that this labor was not about conquest, but about respect and harmony with nature. As you continue to relax, imagine that same sense of harmony flowing through you. Each breath you take aligns you more closely with the natural world, just as Heracles found himself in tune with the forest and its inhabitants. Knowing that he could not risk harming this sacred creature, Heracles devised a plan. He would lead the golden hind back to King Eurystheus without capturing or binding it. With gentle coaxing and patient guidance, he began the long journey back, the hind following of its own free will. The return journey was no less challenging than the pursuit. Heracles had to navigate treacherous terrain, avoid dangerous predators, and maintain the trust of the golden hind. There were moments when the creature would startle at a sudden noise or movement, nearly bolting back into the depths of the forest. But each time, Heracles would soothe it with soft words and a gentle touch, reaffirming the bond they had formed. As they traveled, Heracles encountered hunters and travelers who marveled at the sight of the legendary hero walking alongside the mythical golden hind. Some offered him great rewards to give up the creature, while others threatened to take it by force. But Heracles stood firm, protecting the hind and honoring his commitment to complete his labor without harm. Let that same sense of steadfastness settle over you now. Like Heracles guarding the golden hind, allow yourself to be a protector of your own peace and tranquility. No outside forces can disturb the calm you have cultivated. As they neared the kingdom of Eurystheus, Heracles faced his greatest challenge yet. He knew that once he presented the golden hind to the king, there was a risk that Eurystheus would attempt to keep or harm the sacred creature. The hero's mind raced, trying to find a solution that would satisfy the terms of his labor without endangering the hind. In a stroke of brilliance, Heracles decided to appeal to a higher authority. He prayed to Artemis, explaining his predicament and asking for her guidance. The goddess, moved by Heracles' respect for her sacred animal and his honorable conduct throughout the quest, appeared before him in a shimmering mist. Artemis, her silver bow gleaming in the moonlight, spoke to Heracles. She commended him for his gentleness and wisdom, qualities as valuable as his renowned strength. The goddess offered a compromise. She would allow Heracles to present the golden hind to King Eurystheus, proving that he had completed his task. However, the moment the king attempted to touch or claim the creature, it would vanish, returning to Artemis's protected forests. Heracles, grateful for the goddess's intervention, agreed to her terms. With renewed purpose, he approached the gates of Eurystheus's palace, the golden hind walking proudly beside him. The king, upon seeing the mythical creature, was struck speechless. He descended from his throne, reaching out to touch the hind's golden coat. But true to Artemis's word, the moment Eurystheus's fingers were about to make contact, the golden hind shimmered and disappeared in a flash of divine light. Heracles had fulfilled his labor, demonstrating not only his physical prowess, but also his wisdom and respect for the natural world. As our story draws to a close, reflect on the lessons Heracles learned during this labor. Sometimes, the greatest strength lies not in domination, but in patience, understanding, and harmony with the world around us. These are qualities that can guide us not only in our waking lives, but also as we transition into the peaceful realm of sleep. Allow the gentle rain outside to mingle with the imagery of our tale. Picture the golden light of the hind's coat merging with the soft patter of raindrops, creating a soothing lullaby for your mind. As Heracles found peace in the completion of his task, so too can you find tranquility in this moment. Remember, like the golden hind, sleep cannot be forced or captured. It must be approached with gentleness and respect. As you lie here, let go of any need to control or chase after sleep. Instead, create a welcoming space for it to approach you, just as Heracles created an environment of trust for the sacred creature. With each breath, imagine yourself sinking deeper into the soft forest floor of relaxation. The weight of the day's concerns melts away, replaced by the serene wisdom of ancient myths. Allow the story of Heracles and the golden hind to be your guide, leading you down the path of peaceful slumber. As we conclude this tale, know that, like Heracles, you have the strength within you to face any challenge. But for now, let that strength rest. Embrace the quiet, the stillness, and the gentle rhythm of your own breath. The golden hind of sleep is near, ready to carry you into dreams as golden and beautiful as its shimmering coat. May your night be filled with the wonder of myth and the peace of nature's embrace. Sleep well, dear listener, and may Morpheus, the god of dreams, grant you visions as captivating and soothing as the legendary golden hind of Artemis. In the land of Arcadia, nestled within the dense forests and rolling hills, lay a vast and treacherous swamp. This was no ordinary marshland, for it was home to a flock of birds unlike any other in all of Greece. These were the Stymphalian birds, creatures of metal and malice, whose very presence struck fear into the hearts of all who dwelled nearby. As our story unfolds, picture yourself resting comfortably, your mind drifting through the mists of ancient legend. Let the gentle patter of rain outside soothe your senses as we delve into the tale of Heracles and his encounter with these fearsome avian monsters. The Stymphalian birds were no ordinary fowl. Their beaks were sharp as the finest swords, capable of piercing the toughest armor. Their feathers, made of bronze, could be launched like deadly arrows, raining destruction upon anything in their path. These birds had made their home in the swamps near Lake Stymphales, terrorizing the local population and devouring crops and livestock with insatiable hunger. As you listen, allow the tension in your body to melt away. Breathe deeply, feeling the weight of your limbs sinking into your bed, much like the roots of the ancient trees that surrounded Lake Stymphales. It was to this perilous place that Heracles, the mighty son of Zeus, was sent as part of his legendary 12 labors. This task, set upon him by King Eurystheus, would prove to be one of his most challenging yet. For how does one defeat an enemy that rules the skies and can rain death from above? Heracles approached the swamp cautiously, his keen eyes scanning the gloomy landscape. The air was thick with an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of reeds in the wind. As you imagine this scene, let that same stillness envelop you, quieting your thoughts and slowing your breath. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a great flock of the Stymphalian birds took flight. Their metallic wings glinted in the dim light, a beautiful yet terrifying sight. Heracles, mighty as he was, found himself momentarily overwhelmed. How could he combat an enemy that soared far beyond his reach? In this moment of doubt, Heracles remembered the wisdom of the goddess Athena, who had aided him in previous labors. She had gifted him with a pair of bronze crotala, noise-making clappers similar to castanets. As the birds circled overhead, their sharp beaks poised to strike, Heracles raised the crotala and began to shake them vigorously. The sound that erupted was like nothing the birds had ever heard before. It rang out across the swamp, echoing off the water and reverberating through the trees. The Stymphalian birds, so accustomed to being the source of fear, found themselves terrified by this strange and overwhelming noise. As you continue to relax, imagine that sound washing over you, not as a disturbance, but as a cleansing wave, carrying away any lingering tensions or worries. Let each rhythmic clap of the crotala sync with your heartbeat, steady and strong. Confused and frightened, the birds took to the air in a chaotic swarm. This was the moment Heracles had been waiting for. With his legendary bow, he began to let fly arrow after arrow. Each shot found its mark with unerring accuracy, bringing down the metal-feathered menaces one by one. The battle raged on, Heracles moving with the grace and power that had made him famous throughout Greece. His muscles rippled with each draw of the bow, his eyes sharp and focused on his targets. Yet even in this intense moment, there was a fluid beauty to his movements, a harmony of strength and skill. As the number of birds dwindled, those remaining began to flee, their once fearsome cries now reduced to squawks of terror. They flew far from Lake Stymphales, never to return. The people of Arcadia, who had lived in fear for so long, could finally breathe easily once more. Heracles stood among the fallen birds, his chest heaving from the exertion. He had faced a seemingly impossible task and emerged victorious through a combination of divine wisdom and his own indomitable spirit. As the last echoes of the crotala faded away, a peaceful silence settled over the swamp. In this moment of triumph, let yourself feel a sense of accomplishment. Whatever challenges you face in your own life, know that, like Heracles, you possess the strength and ingenuity to overcome them. As you drift closer to sleep, carry with you the confidence that comes from facing your fears. The tale of Heracles and the Stymphalian birds teaches us valuable lessons. It reminds us that sometimes the solution to our problems isn't always brute force, but rather thinking creatively and using the tools at our disposal. Athena's gift of the crotala was just as crucial to Heracles' victory as his bow and arrows. Moreover, this story illustrates the importance of facing our fears. The people of Arcadia had lived in terror of the birds for years, but it took the courage of one hero to change their fate. In your own life, consider the birds that may be holding you back. What noise could you make to scare them away? As our tale comes to a close, imagine the swamp of Stymphales returning to its natural state. The waters calm, the reeds swaying gently in the breeze. Wildlife, long scared away by the presence of the metal birds, begins to return. This transformation mirrors the peace that is settling over you now, as you lie here, drifting closer to sleep. Heracles, his labor complete, took a moment to rest by the shores of Lake Stymphalian. He watched as the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of gold and purple. The surface of the lake reflected this beautiful scene, creating a perfect mirror image of tranquility. Allow yourself to join Heracles in this moment of peace. Feel the cool grass beneath you. Hear the gentle lapping of the lake's waters against the shore. The air is clean and fresh, purified by the recent rain. With each breath, you draw in this sense of calm, letting it fill every part of your being. As night falls over Arcadia, the stars begin to twinkle in the sky. Heracles, looking up at the vast expanse above, feels a sense of connection to the gods who watch over him. In the same way, know that you are safe and protected as you journey towards sleep. The constellations shine brightly, telling their own stories in the heavens. Perhaps one day, Heracles himself will join them, his deeds immortalized in the stars. But for now, he rests, content in the knowledge of a job well done. And so, dear listener, as we conclude our tale of Heracles and the Stymphalian birds, allow yourself to fully relax. Let go of any remaining tension, any lingering thoughts of the day. Like the hero of our story, you have faced the challenges of your day and emerged victorious. As you drift off to sleep, carry with you the wisdom of Heracles. Remember that within you lies the strength to overcome any obstacle, the creativity to find solutions where none seem to exist, and the courage to face your fears head on. May your dreams be as legendary as the Thales of old, and may you wake refreshed, ready to write your own heroic story in the day to come. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Heracles, son of Zeus. His legendary 12 labors have inspired generations, and tonight we delve into one of his most challenging tasks, the cleaning of the Augean stables. As you listen, let the gentle patter of rain outside soothe your mind, and allow the epic tale of Heracles to carry you into a peaceful slumber. King Eurystheus, ever seeking to humble the mighty Heracles, assigned him a task that seemed beneath a hero of his stature. He was to clean the stables of King Augean, which housed thousands of cattle and had not been cleaned in 30 years. The king believed this menial and seemingly impossible task would finally break Heracles' spirit. As Heracles approached the vast expanse of the Augean stables, the stench assaulted his senses. The fields surrounding the stables were thick with decades of manure, stretching as far as the eye could see. Lesser men might have turned away, but Heracles stood firm, his mind already working on a solution. Imagine, dear listener, as you rest comfortably, the enormity of the task before our hero. The stable floors were caked with layers upon layers of waste, the air heavy with the acrid smell of ammonia. Yet, Heracles did not despair. Instead, he saw an opportunity to showcase not just his strength, but his wit as well. Heracles approached King Augean with a proposition. He claimed he could clean the entire stable in a single day, a feat that seemed utterly impossible. The king, amused by what he perceived as the hero's hubris, agreed to give Heracles 1/10 of his cattle if he succeeded. Little did Augean know that Heracles had a clever plan in mind. As you drift deeper into relaxation, picture Heracles surveying the land around the stables. He noticed 2 rivers nearby, the Alpheus and the Peneus. With the ingenuity that often accompanied his great strength, Heracles formulated a plan that would harness the power of nature itself. First, Heracles used his immense strength to dig large trenches leading from the rivers to the stables. Then, with great effort, he diverted the course of both rivers, channeling their waters through the stables. As you imagine this scene, let the sound of the rain outside blend with the rushing rivers in your mind, creating a soothing symphony of water. The powerful currents swept through the stables, carrying away years of filth and waste. The water flowed with such force that it scoured the floors and walls clean, washing away the accumulated grime of 3 decades. Heracles stood back, watching as nature did the work that would have taken an army of men years to complete. As the day wore on, the waters continued their cleansing path through the stables. Slowly, but surely, the foul odor began to dissipate, replaced by the fresh scent of clean water. The once filthy stables were transformed, gleaming in the late afternoon sun. By sunset, Heracles had accomplished the impossible. The Augean stables, which had stood as a monument to neglect for 30 years, were now clean and fresh. The surrounding fields, once unusable due to the layers of manure, were now fertile and ready for planting, enriched by the nutrients carried by the river waters. King Augean was astounded by the transformation. However, when Heracles came to claim his reward, the king's amazement turned to anger. Augean accused Heracles of trickery, claiming that the use of the rivers was cheating. He refused to honor their agreement, denying Heracles the promised cattle. As you continue to relax, dear listener, consider how often in life we face tasks that seem insurmountable. Like Heracles, we too can find creative solutions to our problems, using the resources around us in unexpected ways. Let this thought comfort you as you drift closer to sleep. Heracles, though angered by the king's dishonesty, did not retaliate immediately. He knew that justice would come in time. Indeed, years later, after completing all 12 of his labors, Heracles returned to Elis. He deposed King Augean and installed the king's son, Phyleus, who had spoken in Heracles' favor, as the new ruler. This labor of Heracles teaches us several valuable lessons. First, it reminds us that no task is truly impossible if we approach it with both strength and intelligence. Heracles could have spent days shoveling manure, but instead he found a smarter, more efficient solution. Secondly, it shows us the power of using natural forces to our advantage. Heracles didn't fight against nature. He worked with it, channeling its power to achieve his goal. In our own lives, we can look for ways to align our efforts with the natural flow of things, making our tasks easier and more effective. Lastly, this story teaches us about perseverance in the face of injustice. Although King Augean refused to honor their agreement, Heracles did not let this setback deter him from completing his labors. He trusted that justice would prevail in the end, as indeed it did. As you lie there, feeling the weight of the day melt away, think about how you might apply Heracles' wisdom to your own life. Are there challenges you're facing that seem impossible? Perhaps, like Heracles, you can find an innovative solution that turns a daunting task into a manageable one. Remember, too, that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in confronting our obstacles head-on, but in finding ways to work around them. Heracles didn't attack the filth directly. He let the power of the rivers do the work for him. In your own life, consider how you might be able to redirect your energy and resources to solve problems more efficiently. As the night deepens and sleep beckons, let the story of Heracles and the Augean stables inspire you. Like the hero, you have the power to overcome great challenges. You possess not only strength, but also wit and creativity. Trust in your abilities and know that even the most daunting tasks can be accomplished with the right approach. Let the sound of the rain outside mingle with the imagined rush of rivers in your mind. Feel the cleansing power of water washing away not just physical dirt, but also your worries and stress. Allow yourself to be carried along by the gentle current, drifting deeper into relaxation with each breath. As we conclude this tale, envision the Augean stables, now clean and fresh. The once insurmountable task has been completed, leaving behind a sense of accomplishment and renewal. Let this image be the last in your mind as you slip into peaceful slumber, knowing that you too can face any challenge that comes your way. Sleep now, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with the strength and wisdom of Heracles. Rest easy, knowing that, like this legendary hero, you have the power to transform the seemingly impossible into the achievable. Good night, and may your sleep be deep and restful. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Heracles, the son of Zeus. His legendary 12 labors have captivated imaginations for millennia, each task a testament to his strength, courage, and cunning. Tonight, we delve into one of his most challenging adventures, the capture of the Cretan bull. As you settle in, allowing the gentle patter of rain to soothe your mind, picture the island of Crete, a land of ancient mysteries and untamed wilderness. It was here that Heracles faced a beast of terrifying power and majesty. The Cretan bull was no ordinary creature. born from the sea at the command of Poseidon. It was a magnificent beast, with a coat as white as sea foam and eyes that blazed like the depths of the ocean. Its horns gleamed like polished ivory, curved and sharp, capable of goring the mightiest warrior with ease. King Minos of Crete had once promised to sacrifice this magnificent bull to Poseidon, but upon seeing its beauty, he had selfishly kept it for himself. Angered by this betrayal, Poseidon cursed the bull, driving it mad with rage. The once noble creature now rampaged across Crete, destroying crops, toppling buildings, and terrorizing the populace. It was into this chaos that Heracles stepped, tasked by King Eurystheus to capture the bull and bring it back to Mycenae. As our hero set foot on Cretan soil, the island itself seemed to tremble, as if aware of the momentous confrontation to come. Heracles began his search in the lush valleys of Crete, where the bull was said to roam. The land was eerily quiet, save for the distant lowing of cattle and the whisper of wind through olive groves. Our hero moved with caution, his senses alert for any sign of the monstrous bull. As you listen, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the tension in your body begin to melt away, much like the mists that clung to the Cretan hillsides as Heracles continued his quest. For days, Heracles tracked the bull, following a trail of destruction across the island. Uprooted trees, trampled fields, and the fearful whispers of villagers guided his path. With each passing hour, the hero drew closer to his quarry. Finally, as the sun began to set on the 7th day, Heracles caught sight of the Cretan bull. It stood atop a cliff, silhouetted against the crimson sky, its massive form a testament to the power of the gods. Even from a distance, Heracles could see the madness in its eyes, the way its muscles rippled beneath its gleaming hide. Take a deep breath now, feeling the calm settle over you like a warm blanket. As Heracles prepared to face the bull, he too found a moment of inner peace, centering himself for the challenge ahead. The bull, sensing Heracles' presence, let out a bellow that shook the very foundations of the earth. It pawed the ground, sending showers of rock and dust cascading down the cliff face. Then, with a speed that belied its massive size, it charged. Heracles stood his ground, his own strength a match for the bull's raw power. As the beast thundered towards him, the hero sidestepped at the last possible moment, grasping one of the bull's horns as it passed. The momentum of the charge lifted Heracles off his feet, but he held fast, using the bull's own strength against it. Man and beast grappled on the cliff's edge, a primal struggle between reason and madness, strength and fury. The bull bucked and thrashed, trying to dislodge the hero, but Heracles' grip was unbreakable. Slowly, inexorably, he began to exert his legendary might. As you listen, let the tension in your muscles release, just as the bull's resistance began to fade under Heracles' firm but gentle handling. Our hero did not seek to harm the creature, only to subdue it. With a final Herculean effort, Heracles forced the bull to the ground, pinning it with his body weight. He spoke softly to the creature, his words lost to history, but their soothing effect clear as the madness in the bull's eyes began to recede. Exhausted but triumphant, Heracles bound the now docile bull with ropes of incredible strength, crafted by the goddess Athena herself. The capture of the Cretan bull was complete, another labor fulfilled. But Heracles' journey was far from over. He still had to transport the bull back to Mycenae, a task that would require all of his ingenuity and endurance. As night fell over Crete, Heracles began the long process of coaxing the bull towards the shore, where a ship awaited to carry them across the wine-dark sea. The journey was arduous, filled with challenges both physical and mental. The bull, though calmed, was still a creature of immense power, prone to sudden bursts of energy that threatened to break its bonds. Heracles remained vigilant, his patience and determination unwavering. As they traveled, Heracles' kindness towards the bull began to have an effect. The creature, so long driven by divine madness, found solace in the hero's steady presence. By the time they reached the shores of Mycenae, a bond had formed between man and beast, a mutual respect born of shared struggle. Let that sense of calm and respect wash over you now, easing away any lingering tension. Feel yourself drifting deeper into relaxation with each breath, just as the Cretan bull found peace in Heracles' care. Upon presenting the bull to King Eurystheus, Heracles was met with a mixture of awe and fear. The king, ever jealous of the hero's accomplishments, quickly ordered the bull to be released. Perhaps he hoped the creature would return to its rampaging ways, providing an opportunity to further challenge Heracles. But the bull, now free of both its bonds and its madness, simply wandered away. Some say it roamed the countryside of Argolis. Others claim it found its way back to Crete. A few tales even suggest it ascended to the heavens, becoming the constellation Taurus. As for Heracles, he moved on to his next labor, his legend growing with each impossible task completed. But the memory of the Cretan bull stayed with him, a reminder that even the mightiest creatures can be calmed with patience and compassion. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the lessons of Heracles and the Cretan bull. Sometimes the greatest strength lies not in overpowering our challenges, but in approaching them with understanding and perseverance. In your own life, you too may face tasks that seem insurmountable, moments where madness and chaos threaten to overwhelm you. In those times, remember Heracles. Remember his unwavering resolve, his compassion for a creature driven by forces beyond its control. And remember that within you lies the strength to face your own labors, to calm your own storms. As you drift towards sleep, let the sound of rain mingle with the distant echoes of Heracles' journey. Feel the peace that comes from knowing that, like our hero, you have the power to overcome any obstacle, to find calm in the midst of chaos. Allow yourself to sink deeper into restfulness, safe in the knowledge that you, too, are capable of legendary feats. Sleep now, and may your dreams be filled with the courage of heroes and the wisdom of the ages. Good night and sweet dreams. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Heracles, the son of Zeus. His legendary 12 labors have captivated imaginations for millennia, each task more daunting than the last. Tonight, we delve into one of his most perilous adventures, the capture of the mares of Diones. Our story begins in the land of Thrace, a rugged region known for its fierce warriors and untamed wilderness. It was here that King Diones, a son of Ares, the god of war, ruled with an iron fist. But Diones was no ordinary king. He possessed 4 mares of unparalleled beauty and strength, horses that seemed to embody the very essence of their master's cruel nature. These were no ordinary horses, dear listener. The mares of Diones were magnificent beasts, their coats gleaming like polished bronze in the sunlight, their eyes blazing with an otherworldly fire. But beneath their breathtaking exterior lay a terrifying secret. These mares were man-eaters, fed on human flesh by their twisted master. Diones took a perverse pleasure in feeding unsuspecting travelers to his prized steeds. The screams of the victims echoed through the night, a chilling lullaby that only served to fuel the king's madness. The mares grew ever stronger, their appetite for human flesh insatiable, their ferocity unmatched in all the land. Word of these monstrous horses reached the ears of Eurystheus, the king who had set Heracles his 12 labors. With a cruel smile, Eurystheus commanded Heracles to capture the man-eating mares and bring them back to Mycenae. It was a task that seemed impossible, even for the mighty son of Zeus. Heracles, ever brave and determined, set out for Thrace without hesitation. As he journeyed, he gathered a group of companions, knowing that this labor would require more than just his legendary strength. Among them was his beloved friend Abderus, a youth of uncommon courage and loyalty. As they approached the stables of Diones, the air grew thick with the stench of death. The ground was littered with bones, grim testaments to the mares' gruesome feasts. Heracles felt a chill run down his spine, but he steeled himself for the task ahead. Under the cover of night, Heracles crept towards the stables. The mares were restless, sensing the approach of fresh meat. Their eyes glowed in the darkness like embers, their nostrils flaring as they caught the scent of the hero. With a thunderous neigh, they charged towards Heracles, their teeth bared and ready to tear flesh from bone. But Heracles was prepared. With With lightning-fast reflexes, he dodged their initial assault. His mighty club swung through the air, connecting with the lead mare's jaw with a sickening crunch. The beast stumbled, momentarily stunned, giving Heracles the opening he needed. With superhuman strength, he grappled with the mares, one by one. His muscles strained as he wrestled them into submission, using all his skill and power to avoid their snapping jaws and flailing hooves. The battle raged on, Heracles' determination matched only by the mare's ferocity. As you listen to this tale of heroic struggle, feel the tension in your own body begin to ebb away. Let each breath you take be a release, allowing the stress of your day to melt into the comfort of your bed. Just as Heracles faced his challenges with unwavering resolve, so too can you face your own with calm assurance. After what seemed like an eternity, Heracles stood victorious. The 4 mares lay subdued at his feet, their wild spirits temporarily tamed by the hero's indomitable will. But the labor was far from over. Heracles knew that controlling these beasts on the long journey back to Mycenae would be a challenge in itself. It was then that King Diomedes, alerted by the commotion, arrived with his guards. The king's face contorted with rage at the sight of his prized mares defeated. He charged at Heracles, sword drawn, ready to defend his monstrous pets at any cost. Heracles, weary from his battle with the mares, faced this new threat with grim determination. The 2 warriors clashed, their weapons ringing out in the night air. Diomedes fought with the fury of a man possessed, but he was no match for the divinely strong Heracles. With a final mighty blow, Heracles struck Diomedes down. The king of Thrace fell, his reign of terror finally at an end. As Diomedes lay dying, Heracles was struck by a terrible idea, one born of the grim irony of fate. In a decision that would haunt him, Heracles fed the body of Diomedes to his own man-eating mares. It was a gruesome act, but one that seemed fitting for the cruel king, who had fed so many innocent lives to these beasts. As the mares feasted on their former master, a strange calm seemed to come over them, as if Diomedes' death had broken some spell. With the mares now docile, Heracles prepared for the journey back to Mycenae. He entrusted the care of the horses to his young friend Abderus, warning him of their dangerous nature. But Abderus, eager to prove himself, grew careless in his handling of the mares. As you continue to relax, letting the weight of the day slip away, remember that even heroes can make mistakes. Allow yourself to release any regrets or worries, just as you release the tension in your body. Each breath brings you closer to peaceful slumber. Tragedy struck when the mares, their bloodlust reawakened, turned on Abderus. Before Heracles could intervene, the young man was torn apart by the very beasts he had been tasked to control. Heracles' heart was heavy with grief and guilt at the loss of his dear friend. In his sorrow, Heracles founded the city of Abdera in memory of his fallen companion. It would stand as a testament to the price of hubris and the unpredictable nature of fate. With a heavy heart, he continued his journey, the now subdued mares in tow. Upon reaching Mycenae, Heracles presented the mares of Diones to King Eurystheus. The king, ever cruel and cowardly, was terrified by the sight of the man-eating horses. In his fear, he ordered Heracles to take the mares away, considering the labor complete. Heracles, weary of the bloodshed and loss that had accompanied this labor, made a fateful decision. He released the mares on Mount Olympus, leaving them to the care of Zeus. Some say the mares were eventually devoured by the wild beasts of the sacred mountain, while others believe Zeus transformed them into peaceful creatures, their man-eating days forever behind them. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the journey of Heracles. His strength was legendary, but it was his perseverance in the face of impossible odds that truly set him apart. In your own life, you too may face challenges that seem insurmountable. But remember, like Heracles, you possess inner strength and resilience that can carry you through the darkest of times. Let the steady rhythm of your breath mirror the determined steps of Heracles on his journey. With each inhale, draw in the courage of the hero. With each exhale, release any doubts or fears that may be holding you back. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, your body becoming as still as the calm seas after a storm. As sleep begins to envelop you, know that you carry within you the same potential for greatness that drove Heracles to complete his legendary labors. Your challenges may be different, but your spirit is no less capable. Rest now and dream of the hero within you, ready to face whatever tomorrow may bring. And so, dear listener, we leave Heracles to continue his labors, his legend growing with each task completed. May your own dreams be filled with acts of courage and triumph, and may you wake refreshed, ready to write the next chapter in your own heroic journey. Sleep well, and may the gods watch over your slumber. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Heracles, the son of Zeus. His legendary 12 labors have captivated imaginations for millennia, each task a testament to his strength, courage, and cunning. Tonight, we delve into one of his most intriguing adventures, the quest for the belt of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. As you settle in, allowing the gentle patter of rain to soothe your mind, picture Heracles standing before King Eurystheus, his taskmaster. The king's eyes glint with a mixture of fear and admiration as he issues the hero's 9th labor. "Bring me the belt of Hippolyta," Eurystheus commands, his voice barely above a whisper. It is said to be a gift from Ares himself, a symbol of the Amazons' martial prowess. Heracles nods, his face a mask of determination. The journey ahead would be long and fraught with danger, But such challenges were the very essence of his existence. As he sets out, feel yourself embarking on this mythical journey, your body relaxing deeper into your resting place. The hero's ship cuts through the waves, the rhythmic sound of the oars matching the steady beat of your heart. The salty sea breeze caresses your face, carrying with it the promise of adventure and the unknown. With each breath, allow yourself to sink deeper into tranquility, just as Heracles' vessel sinks into the horizon. Days turn to weeks, and finally, the shores of the Amazon kingdom loom before them. The land of these fierce warrior women is shrouded in mystery, much like the depths of sleep that beckon you. As Heracles and his crew disembark, feel the solid ground beneath your feet, grounding you in this moment of peaceful rest. The Amazons, curious about these strange visitors, gather at the shore. Their queen, Hippolyta, stands at the forefront, her legendary belt gleaming at her waist. It is a magnificent piece, crafted of the finest leather and adorned with precious gems that catch the light like stars in the night sky. Heracles approaches with respect, his hands open in a gesture of peace. "Great Queen Hippolyta," he begins, his voice carrying across the beach like a gentle wave, "I come seeking your aid. King Eurystheus has sent me to ask for your belt, a task I must complete to earn my freedom." Hippolyta, intrigued by the hero's honesty and bearing, considers his words. The Amazon queen is known for her wisdom as much as her strength, and she sees in Heracles a kindred spirit. As she ponders, let your own thoughts drift lazily, like clouds across a summer sky. "Tell me of your labors, Heracles," Hippolyta requests, her voice melodious and soothing. And so, under the warm sun, Heracles recounts his incredible feats. He speaks of the Nemean lion, its hide impervious to weapons, and how he defeated it with his bare hands. He tells of the Lernaean Hydra, whose heads multiplied with each strike, and how he overcame it with fire and cunning. As Heracles' tales unfold, feel your own burdens lifting, your muscles relaxing one by one. Each of his triumphs is a reminder that no challenge is insurmountable, that even the greatest obstacles can be overcome with perseverance and ingenuity. Hippolyta listens, her admiration growing with each story. She hears of the Erymanthian boar, captured alive despite its ferocity, and the cleaning of the Augean stables, a task of humility for the mighty hero. With each labor recounted, the Amazon queen's respect for Heracles deepens, much as your own relaxation intensifies with each passing moment. As the sun begins to set, painting the sky in hues of gold and purple, Hippolyta makes her decision. She reaches for her belt, the very symbol of her authority and strength. "Heracles," she says, her voice gentle yet firm, "your deeds are truly heroic, and your cause is just." The moment is charged with significance. It is rare for an Amazon to willingly part with such a treasure, rarer still to bestow it upon a man. As Hippolyta unfastens the belt, feel a sense of release washing over you, as if your own burdens are being lifted away. But just as this peaceful exchange is taking place, discord rears its ugly head. Hera, Zeus's wife, and Heracles' eternal nemesis, will not allow this labor to be completed so easily. Disguising herself as an Amazon warrior, she spreads a vicious rumor through the ranks. "Sisters," the disguised goddess cries, her voice cutting through the tranquil evening like a knife. "We are betrayed. Heracles and his men plan to abduct our queen." The peaceful gathering erupts into chaos. The Amazons, fiercely protective of their queen and their way of life, reach for their weapons. The air, once filled with the gentle murmur of friendly conversation, now rings with the sound of swords being drawn and battle cries being raised. Heracles, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, finds himself torn. He has no desire to fight these women, whom he has come to respect. Yet he cannot simply abandon his quest, nor can he allow harm to come to his men. As the hero grapples with this dilemma, allow your own mind to remain calm and untroubled, safe in the knowledge that all conflicts, no matter how dire, eventually find their resolution. With a heavy heart, Heracles prepares for battle. His mighty muscles tense, his keen mind racing to find a solution that will minimize bloodshed. As the hero steels himself for the coming conflict, let your own body remain soft and pliant, surrendering to the comfort of your resting place. The battle that ensues is both terrible and awe-inspiring. The Amazons, legendary for their skill in combat, prove to be formidable opponents even for Heracles and his seasoned crew. Swords clash against shields, arrows whistle through the air, and the once peaceful shore becomes a chaotic battlefield. Yet even in the midst of this frenzy, Heracles never loses sight of his true goal. He fights his way through the Amazon ranks, not with the intent to conquer, but to reach Hippolyta. He believes that if he can only speak with her, he can explain the misunderstanding and bring an end to this needless violence. As Heracles struggles against the tide of battle, let your own struggles and worries fade away. With each breath, imagine yourself sinking deeper into a state of perfect peace, untouched by conflict or strife. Finally, after what seems like an eternity of combat, Heracles reaches Hippolyta. The Amazon queen, her eyes blazing with the fire of battle, raises her sword to strike. But Heracles does not raise his weapon in return. Instead, he opens his arms wide, leaving himself vulnerable. "Great Queen," he calls out, his voice carrying over the din of battle. "This conflict is based on a lie. I have not, and would never, betray your trust. I ask only for the chance to prove my honor." Hippolyta, wise even in the heat of battle, stays her hand. She sees the truth in Heracles' eyes, recognizes the nobility in his stance. With a single gesture, she commands her warriors to stand down. As the sounds of battle fade away, replaced once more by the gentle lapping of waves on the shore. Feel your own tensions dissipating. Let each exhale carry away any remaining stress or anxiety, leaving you in a state of perfect, blissful calm. In the aftermath of the battle, Hippolyta and Heracles speak once more. The Amazon queen, impressed by the hero's restraint and honesty in the face of chaos, reaffirms her decision to give him her belt. She recognizes in Heracles not just physical strength, but also moral courage and wisdom qualities that the belt, as a symbol of leadership, truly represents. As Hippolyta places the belt in Heracles' hands, feel a sense of completion, of a cycle coming to its natural and peaceful end. The hero has accomplished his task not through force or trickery, but through mutual respect and understanding. Heracles, the belt of Hippolyta secure in his possession, prepares to depart the Amazon shores. But he leaves with more than just the object of his quest. He carries with him the respect of a formidable people, the friendship of a great queen, and lessons in diplomacy and honor that will serve him well in trials to come. As our hero's ship once again sets sail, carrying him back to King Eurystheus and the completion of his 9th labor, allow yourself to drift gently on the currents of sleep. Like Heracles returning from his quest, you too are embarking on a journey into the realm of dreams, where adventures await and rest rejuvenates the soul. Remember, as you teeter on the edge of slumber, that every challenge in life, like each of Heracles' labors, carries within it the seeds of growth and wisdom. Even in our sleep, we are heroes of our own tales, facing the unknown with courage and emerging stronger for the experience. Now, as the gentle rain continues to fall outside, creating a soothing backdrop to your rest, allow yourself to fully let go. Sink into the embrace of sleep, carried on the waves of myth and legend, safe in the knowledge that, like Heracles, you too have the strength within you to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes stand as tall as Heracles, son of Zeus. His legendary 12 labors have captivated imaginations for millennia, each task more daunting than the last. Tonight, we delve into one of his most challenging quests, the capture of the cattle of Geryon. As you settle in, allowing the gentle patter of rain to soothe your mind, picture Heracles standing at the edge of the known world. The hero's broad shoulders carry the weight of his previous labors, yet his eyes gleam with determination for the task ahead. Geryon was no ordinary adversary. This fearsome giant possessed 3 bodies from the waist up, each with its own head and pair of arms. His home lay on the island of Erythea, far to the west, beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. Heracles' journey began with a test of endurance. He traveled across the scorching Libyan desert, the sun beating down mercilessly upon his brow. As you listen, feel the tension in your own body slowly melting away, much like the hero's resolve strengthened with each step. When the heat became too much to bear, Heracles did something unexpected. He raised his bow to the heavens and shot an arrow at Helios, the sun god himself. This brazen act wasn't one of aggression, but a show of respect and determination. Impressed by Heracles' audacity, Helios lent the hero his golden cup, a magical vessel that doubled as a boat. Close your eyes and imagine this gleaming chalice, large enough to carry a man, floating upon the waves. Let the gentle rocking motion of this imaginary boat lull you deeper into relaxation. Heracles used this divine gift to cross the vast ocean, finally reaching the distant shores of Erythea. As he stepped onto the island, he was immediately confronted by Orthrus, Geryon's two-headed watchdog. This fearsome beast was the brother of Cerberus, guardian of the Underworld. But Heracles, seasoned by his previous labors, dispatched Orthrus swiftly with a mighty blow from his olive wood club. The sound of the club striking echoed across the island, alerting Geryon to the intruder's presence. As you listen, let the tension of the story wash over you without disturbing your peace. Like waves lapping at a shore, let each word flow over your consciousness, carrying you gently towards the realm of sleep. Eurytion, Geryon's herdsman, rushed to confront Heracles, but he too fell before the hero's unmatched strength. Now, only Geryon himself stood between Heracles and his prize, the magnificent red cattle that grazed peacefully, unaware of the conflict surrounding them. The clash between Heracles and Geryon was titanic. Imagine, if you will, the hero facing not one, but three opponents in a single body. Each of Geryon's heads snarled with rage, 6 arms wielding weapons with deadly precision. Heracles, however, had a secret weapon. His arrows had been dipped in the poisonous blood of the Hydra, a monster he had slain in a previous labor. With unerring aim, he let fly his arrows, each finding its mark in one of Geryon's 3 hearts. As Geryon fell, his massive form crashing to the earth, feel the release of tension in your own body. Let any lingering stress or worry dissipate, just as the threat to Heracles' quest dissolved with the giant's defeat. With the guardian of the cattle vanquished, Heracles' task was far from over. He still had to transport the herd back to Greece, a journey fraught with its own perils. As you continue to relax, picture the hero guiding the red cattle across land and sea, his patience and determination never wavering. The return journey was no less challenging than the outward one. Heracles faced trials at every turn. In Sicily, the god Hephaestus sent fire-breathing bulls to scatter the herd. In southern Italy, a giant named Cacus stole some of the cattle while Heracles slept. Yet for each obstacle, Heracles found a solution. He captured the fire-breathing bulls, adding them to his herd. He tracked down Cacus and retrieved the stolen cattle. Through wit, strength, and sheer force of will, the hero pressed on. As you listen to the tale of Heracles' perseverance, allow it to inspire a sense of calm determination within you. Like the hero guiding his herd across treacherous terrain, you too can navigate the challenges of your daily life with steady resolve. Finally, after a journey that had taken him to the edges of the known world and back, Heracles returned to Greece with the cattle of Geryon. This remarkable feat, the 10th of his 12 labors, further cemented his status as the greatest of Greek heroes. But beyond the glory and the triumph, there's a deeper message in Heracles' quest. It speaks to the extraordinary lengths we sometimes must go to achieve our goals, and the unexpected challenges we may face along the way. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the cattle of Geryon as a metaphor for your own aspirations. Like Heracles, you may face obstacles that seem insurmountable. You may need to travel far beyond your comfort zone, facing fears and doubts as formidable as any three-headed giant. Yet also like Heracles, you possess strengths you may not yet realize. The hero's journey teaches us that with persistence, ingenuity, and courage, we can overcome even the most daunting of tasks. Let the sound of the rain mingle with the imaginary lowing of Geryon's cattle, creating a soothing lullaby. As Heracles finally rested after his long journey, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, your body heavy and comfortable. Remember, just as Heracles didn't complete his journey in a single day, you too don't need to solve all your challenges at once. Each step forward, no matter how small, is progress. Each obstacle overcome, no matter how minor, is a victory. As your consciousness begins to drift, like Heracles' raft upon the vast ocean, know that you carry within you the same potential for greatness. Your challenges may not involve three-headed giants or fire-breathing bulls, but they are no less significant. And like Heracles, you don't have to face these challenges alone. Just as the hero received help from gods and mortals alike, remember that it's okay to seek assistance when you need it. Strength isn't just about physical power, but also about knowing when to accept help. As we conclude the tale of Heracles and the cattle of Geryon, let the hero's determination and eventual triumph fill you with a sense of peace and possibility. Whatever trials tomorrow may bring, for now, you can rest easy, drifting off to sleep with the knowledge that you, too, are capable of legendary feats. Let the rhythm of the rain be your guide now, carrying you gently into the realm of dreams. Perhaps you'll dream of distant shores and golden sunsets, of challenges faced and overcome. Or perhaps you'll simply float in peaceful darkness, your mind and body rejuvenating for the adventures that await in your waking life. Whatever dreams may come, know that like Heracles returning from his impossible quest. You will awaken refreshed, renewed, and ready to face whatever your own labors may be. Sleep now, and let the wisdom of the ancients work its magic in the depths of your subconscious. In the twilight of his legendary labors, Heracles faced a task that would test not only his strength, but his wit and perseverance. The 11th labor set before him by King Eurystheus was to retrieve the golden apples of the Hesperides, a challenge that would take our hero to the very edges of the known world. The golden apples were no ordinary fruit. They grew in a secret garden, tended by the Hesperides, nymphs of the evening and golden light of sunset. These apples were said to grant immortality, a gift that Zeus himself had given to Hera on their wedding day. As you settle deeper into your restful state, imagine Heracles setting out on this grand journey. The path before him was long and fraught with uncertainty, much like the journey to peaceful slumber that you now embark upon. Heracles began his quest with little knowledge of where to find the garden. He traveled across vast deserts, through dense forests, and over towering mountains. Each step he took was a step into the unknown, much like how each breath you take now carries you further into tranquility. In Libya, Heracles encountered the giant Antaeus, son of Gaia, the Earth Mother. Antaeus challenged all who passed through his lands to wrestling matches, drawing strength from his contact with the ground. As you lie there, feel your own connection to the earth beneath you, drawing comfort and support from its solid presence. Heracles, realizing the source of Antaeus' power, lifted the giant off the ground in a mighty bear hug. Cut off from the earth, Antaeus weakened, and Heracles was able to defeat him. This victory reminds us that sometimes, to overcome our challenges, we must change our perspective and approach. Continuing his journey, Heracles came upon Prometheus, the Titan bound to a mountain for giving fire to humanity. Prometheus, in gratitude for Heracles freeing him from his eternal torment, provided crucial information about the apple's location. Let the gratitude Prometheus felt wash over you now. Think of the times others have helped you on your journey, guiding you towards your goals. Allow that warmth of appreciation to spread through your body, relaxing you further. Prometheus directed Heracles to seek out Nereus, the shape-shifting sea god known as the Old Man of the Sea. Nereus alone knew the exact location of the garden of the Hesperides. Heracles found the elusive god sleeping on the shore and seized him. Nereus, true to his nature, shifted through many forms to escape Heracles' grasp. He became a lion, a serpent, a raging fire, and even water itself. But Heracles held firm, his determination unshakable. As you listen, let that same steadfast calm settle over you, unmoved by any fleeting disturbances. Finally, Nereus relented and revealed the location of the garden. It lay at the western edge of the world, where Atlas held up the very sky on his shoulders. With this knowledge, Heracles set forth once more, his goal now clear before him. As Heracles journeyed, he came across Busiris, a cruel king of Egypt who sacrificed foreigners to end a famine. Busiris attempted to make Heracles his next victim, but our hero broke free of his bonds and defeated the tyrannical king, showing that injustice, no matter how powerful its perpetrator, can be overcome. At last, Heracles reached the western edge of the world. There he found Atlas, the Titan condemned to hold the weight of the heavens for all eternity. Atlas stood, a solitary figure bearing an unimaginable burden. As you lie there, let any weight you carry melt away, allowing yourself to be as weightless as the clouds in the sky Atlas holds aloft. Heracles, in a moment of clever thinking, offered to hold the sky while Atlas retrieved the apples from the nearby garden. Atlas, eager for even a moment's respite, agreed. The Titan carefully transferred the weight of the heavens onto Heracles' shoulders. Feel that moment of transfer. Imagine the immense pressure gradually building on Heracles' shoulders, his muscles straining, his will tested. Yet he stood firm, embodying the strength that made him a legend. As you breathe deeply, feel your own inner strength, the quiet power that resides within you. Atlas easily entered the garden, bypassed the 100-headed dragon Ladon that guarded the tree, and plucked the golden apples. He returned to find Heracles still holding up the sky, a task that would have crushed a lesser being. But Atlas, tasting freedom for the first time in eons, was reluctant to take back his burden. He offered to deliver the apples to Eurystheus himself, leaving Heracles to bear the weight of the world indefinitely. Our hero, realizing the Titan's intention, had to think quickly. Heracles, demonstrating that wisdom often trumps brute strength, agreed to Atlas' offer. However, he asked the Titan to take the sky back for just a moment while he adjusted his cloak to cushion his shoulders. Atlas, not suspecting any trick, took back the heavens. In that instant, Heracles seized the apples and bid farewell to Atlas, who found himself once again bearing his eternal burden. This clever resolution reminds us that often in life, and in our quest for rest, it is not force, but ingenuity that carries us through. As Heracles journeyed back to Mycenae with the golden apples, he encountered many more adventures. But with each step, he knew he was closer to completing his legendary labors. Similarly, with each passing moment, you draw closer to the deep, restful sleep that awaits you. Upon presenting the apples to Eurystheus, Heracles found that the king had no use for them. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, took the apples and returned them to the garden of the Hesperides, for they belonged to the gods. This return of the apples teaches us about the cyclical nature of life and sleep. Just as the golden fruit found its way back to its origin, so too does our consciousness return to wakefulness after the rejuvenating journey of sleep. As you continue to relax, think of Heracles' journey as a metaphor for your own path to restful slumber. Like our hero, you have traversed great distances, overcome obstacles, and shown perseverance. Now, you stand at the threshold of your reward, deep, peaceful sleep. The golden apples, with their promise of immortality, remind us of the restorative power of rest. Each night, as we sink into sleep, we rejuvenate ourselves, emerging renewed with each dawn. Your own golden apples of sleep await you, promising renewal and vitality. Let the cleverness Heracles displayed inspire your own mind to quiet its busy thoughts. Just as he tricked Atlas with a simple request, allow yourself to gently set aside the worries and concerns of the day. They will be there tomorrow, but for now, give yourself permission to release them. Imagine the weight of the sky that Heracles bore, and then feel the wonderful lightness as that weight is lifted from you. With each breath, feel yourself becoming lighter, your body sinking deeper into restful repose. The garden of the Hesperides, with its golden light of sunset, beckons you towards the night. As Heracles completed his journey, so too do you approach the completion of your day. The Hesperides themselves, nymphs of evening, welcome you to their peaceful realm of dreams. As your consciousness begins to drift, like Heracles sailing back across unknown seas, know that you carry with you the golden fruit of rest. Each breath brings you closer to that restorative sleep, each moment a step further into tranquility. Remember, like Heracles, you have the strength within you to overcome any challenge, the wisdom to find clever solutions, and the perseverance to see your journey through to its end. Now, as you stand at the edge of sleep, know that you are ready to receive its gifts. Let the rhythm of your breath become like the lapping of waves on a distant shore. Allow the quiet of the night to envelop you, a protective cloak much like the one Heracles wore. The world fades away, leaving only the peace of well-earned rest. And so, as Heracles completed his 11th labor, you too complete your journey through this tale. The golden apples of sleep are within your grasp, promising renewal, strength, and peace. Close your eyes, let go of the waking world, and allow yourself to drift into the garden of dreams, where golden light and sweet rest await you. In the depths of the underworld, where shadows dance and whispers echo, there lies a challenge that even the mightiest hero would hesitate to face. This is the tale of Heracles and his encounter with Cerberus, the three-headed hound that guards the gates of Hades. Heracles, son of Zeus, had already completed 11 of his legendary labors. Each task had tested his strength, his wit, and his courage. But this final labor would push him to the very limits of his abilities and beyond. The task seemed simple enough. Bring Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld, to the surface without using weapons. But simplicity often masks the greatest challenges, and Heracles knew that this would be his most daunting quest yet. As you listen to this tale, allow the tension in your body to melt away. Breathe deeply, imagining each exhale carrying away your worries, just as Heracles prepared to face his fears. The journey to the underworld was treacherous. Heracles descended through caverns that seemed to swallow light itself. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with the whispers of lost souls. Yet Heracles pressed on, his determination unwavering. At last, he reached the banks of the river Styx, where Charon, the ferryman of the dead, awaited. The skeletal boatman eyed Heracles warily, for it was rare indeed for a living soul to seek passage to the realm of the dead. Heracles stepped into Charon's boat, the wood creaking beneath his weight. As they glided across the inky waters, let yourself drift deeper into relaxation. Imagine the gentle rocking of the boat, lulling you into a state of peaceful calm. On the far shore, Heracles encountered the spirits of the dead, their forms shifting and insubstantial. Among them, he recognized faces from his past, heroes he had known, enemies he had vanquished. But Heracles did not falter. His goal lay ahead, beyond the fields of Asphodel and the pits of Tartarus. As Heracles journeyed deeper into the underworld, the darkness seemed to press in around him. But remember, dear listener, that even in the darkest of places, a hero's courage can light the way. Let that thought comfort you as you sink deeper into restfulness. At last, Heracles reached the palace of Hades, lord of the underworld. The obsidian walls rose high above him, seeming to touch the very ceiling of the cavern. Here, Heracles would face not just Cerberus, but the rulers of the realm of the dead. Hades sat upon his throne of darkness, his queen Persephone beside him. Their eyes, filled with the wisdom of ages and the sorrow of countless souls, fell upon Heracles. The hero stood tall, showing respect but not fear. Heracles spoke, his voice echoing in the cavernous hall. He explained his quest, asking for permission to take Cerberus to the surface. Hades listened, his expression unreadable. Then, to Heracles' surprise, the god of the underworld nodded his assent. "You may take Cerberus," Hades said, his voice like the rumble of distant thunder, "if you can subdue him without weapons. But know this, son of Zeus, should you fail, your soul will join those who dwell here for eternity." As you listen, feel the weight of Heracles' challenge. But just as he faced his task with courage, allow yourself to face the night with peace. Let go of any lingering tensions, surrendering to the comfort of your rest. Heracles nodded his acceptance and made his way to the gates of the underworld. There, in the shadows, he saw Cerberus for the first time. The massive hound stood taller than a man, its 3 heads alert and watchful. Each head bore a mane of writhing snakes, and its tail, was a living serpent. For a moment, even Heracles felt a flicker of doubt. But he steeled himself, remembering all he had overcome. He approached Cerberus slowly, his hands empty, showing he bore no weapons. The central head of Cerberus growled, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the underworld. The left head snapped its jaws, while the right head watched Heracles with cunning eyes. But Heracles did not retreat. Instead, he spoke softly to the beast. His words were lost to history, but some say he appealed to the hound's loyalty, praising its unwavering guard of the underworld. Others believe he used a charm taught to him by Orpheus, the great musician who had once journeyed to the underworld himself. Whatever his method, Heracles slowly drew closer to Cerberus. The growls subsided, replaced by curious whines. The hero reached out a hand, gently stroking the central head's muzzle. To the amazement of all who witnessed it, Cerberus leaned into the touch. As you picture this scene, let yourself be soothed just as Cerberus was. Feel any remaining tension melting away, your body becoming heavy and relaxed. With patience and gentleness, Heracles managed to slip a leash around Cerberus' necks. The great hound allowed itself to be led, following Heracles back through the underworld. They passed the fields of asphodel, crossed the river Styx, and at last emerged into the world above. The sunlight seemed harsh after the gloom of the underworld, and Cerberus whimpered, unused to the brightness. Heracles paused, allowing the hound to adjust. In that moment, a bond formed between hero and beast, born of mutual respect and understanding. Heracles presented Cerberus to King Eurystheus, who had set him the 12 labors. The king, terrified by the sight of the three-headed hound, hid in a pithos, a large storage jar. He begged Heracles to return Cerberus to the underworld. And so, Heracles journeyed once more to the realm of Hades. This time, Cerberus went willingly, perhaps knowing that its true home lay in the shadows. At the gates of the underworld, Heracles unclasped the leash and watched as Cerberus padded back to its post. As Cerberus disappeared into the gloom, Heracles felt a mix of triumph and melancholy. He had completed his final labor, proving his worth beyond any doubt. But he had also gained a newfound respect for the balance between life and death, and the guardians who maintain that balance. This tale of Heracles and Cerberus reminds us that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in force, but in kindness and understanding. Even the fiercest of beasts can be soothed by a gentle touch, just as the most daunting of challenges can be overcome with patience and wisdom. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the courage of Heracles. Know that within you lies the strength to face any challenge, the wisdom to approach difficulties with calm, and the kindness to turn enemies into allies. Let the rhythm of your breath become as steady as the lapping of the river Styx. Allow the weight of your body to sink into your bed as though you were drifting in Charon's boat. And as your mind quiets, know that like Heracles returning from the underworld, you too will emerge from your sleep renewed and triumphant. Sleep now, brave listener. May your dreams be filled with heroic deeds and gentle victories, and may you wake refreshed, ready to face your own labors with the strength and wisdom of Heracles himself. In the realm of ancient Greek mythology, few tales are as captivating as that of Perseus and Medusa. As you settle in, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your thoughts, and let us journey back to a time of heroes and monsters. Perseus was born to a mortal woman named Danae, who had been imprisoned by her father, King Acrisius of Argos. The king had received a prophecy that his grandson would one day kill him, so he locked his daughter away in a bronze chamber. But Zeus, ever the crafty one, transformed himself into a shower of golden rain and fell through the roof to Danae, resulting in the birth of Perseus. When Acrisius discovered the child, he cast both mother and son into the sea in a wooden chest. But fate had other plans for Perseus. The chest washed ashore on the island of Seriphos, where a kindly fisherman named Dictys found them and raised Perseus as his own. As Perseus grew into a strong and handsome young man, his life seemed peaceful. But the gods had greater challenges in store for him. The king of Seriphos, Polydex, desired Danae for himself and saw Perseus as an obstacle. To rid himself of the young hero, Polydex devised a cunning plan. The king announced his engagement and called for a banquet where each guest was to bring a gift. Perseus, being poor, had nothing to offer. Seizing this opportunity, Polydex feigned disappointment and challenged Perseus to bring him the head of Medusa, one of the fearsome Gorgons. Now, as you listen to this tale, feel the weight of Perseus's challenge settle upon you. Let it remind you that even in our darkest moments, when tasks seem insurmountable, allow this thought to ease any burdens you may be carrying as you drift closer to sleep. Medusa was once a beautiful maiden with flowing golden hair. But after Poseidon seduced her in Athena's temple, the enraged goddess transformed Medusa into a monster. Her hair became a writhing mass of venomous snakes, and her gaze could turn any living creature to stone. She and her two immortal sisters, collectively known as the Gorgons, lived on an island at the edge of the world. Perseus knew that this quest was meant to be his doom. How could a mortal hope to defeat such a creature? But the young hero was favored by the gods. As he set out on his journey, divine aid came to him in the form of Athena and Hermes. Athena gifted Perseus with a polished shield. Its surface so reflective it was almost like a mirror. Hermes lent him winged sandals that allowed him to fly with the speed of thought. The messenger god also gave him a special sack to safely contain Medusa's head once it was severed. But perhaps the most crucial gift came from the nymphs of the north. They provided Perseus with the Kibices, a magical wallet to safely store Medusa's head, and the cap of Hades, which granted invisibility to its wearer. Lastly, Zeus himself bestowed upon his son an adamantine sword, sharp enough to cut through Medusa's scales. As you envision Perseus preparing for his quest, let the tension in your body begin to fade. Like the hero gathering his magical items, imagine yourself collecting peaceful thoughts, each one a talisman against the stresses of the day. Feel yourself becoming lighter, more relaxed with each passing moment. Armed with these divine gifts, Perseus set out for the Gorgons' island. Using the winged sandals, he flew across vast oceans and treacherous lands. When he finally reached the island, he found it to be a desolate place. The ground was littered with stone statues, former living beings who had the misfortune of meeting Medusa's gaze. Perseus approached cautiously, using his polished shield as a mirror to see around corners without directly looking at the Gorgons. He found the three sisters asleep, their snaky hair writhing even in slumber. Carefully, he positioned himself above Medusa, his eyes fixed on her reflection in the shield. With a swift stroke of his adamantine sword, Perseus severed Medusa's head. The sound awoke her sisters, but Perseus quickly donned the cap of Hades, becoming invisible. He carefully placed the severed head in the Kibices, ensuring he didn't accidentally gaze upon it himself. As Perseus made his escape, imagine the weight lifting from his shoulders, much as the tensions of your day are now lifting from yours. Let each breath draw you deeper into a state of calm, mirroring Perseus's relief as he completed his seemingly impossible task. But Perseus's adventures were far from over. On his journey back to Seriphos, he encountered many challenges and opportunities to be a hero. One such opportunity came when he spotted a beautiful woman chained to a rock by the sea. This was Andromeda, princess of Ethiopia. Her mother, Queen Cassiopeia, had boasted that Andromeda was more beautiful than the Nereids, sea nymphs of great beauty. Offended, Poseidon sent a sea monster to ravage the coast. An oracle declared that only by sacrificing Andromeda to the monster could the kingdom be saved. Perseus, moved by Andromeda's plight and struck by her beauty, vowed to rescue her. When the sea monster appeared, Perseus used Medusa's head to turn it to stone, saving Andromeda and winning her hand in marriage. As you picture this scene of heroism and love, allow it to fill you with a sense of warmth and security. Like Andromeda saved from her fate, let yourself be rescued from the worries of the waking world, drifting gently towards the peaceful realm of sleep. Finally, Perseus returned to Seriphos with Medusa's head. He found that in his absence, Polydectes had become cruel and oppressive, still pursuing Danae. In a final act of heroism, Perseus used Medusa's head to turn the tyrant and his supporters to stone, freeing the island from his reign. With his quest complete and his mother safe, Perseus offered Medusa's head to Athena, who placed it on her shield, the Aegis. Perseus and Andromeda lived happily, ruling over Mycenae and Turins. They had many children, founding a great dynasty. As our tale of Perseus draws to a close, reflect on the hero's journey. From humble beginnings, he faced seemingly insurmountable challenges, yet with divine aid and his own courage, he triumphed. In your own life, remember that even when obstacles appear overwhelming, you too have unseen strengths and allies to help you overcome. Now, as you lie here, let the sound of rain envelop you like a protective cloak. Allow the weight of your body to sink deeper into your bed, each muscle relaxing, each breath bringing you closer to the realm of dreams. Like Perseus returning from his quest, you too can rest easy, safe in the knowledge that you have the strength to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. Sleep now, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with the wonder and magic of ancient myths, carrying you to realms as vast and mysterious as the world Perseus once roamed. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales are as captivating as that of Theseus and the Minotaur. This story of bravery, cunning, and the triumph of good over evil has echoed through the ages, whispering to us of the power of human determination. As you settle in, allow the gentle patter of rain to carry you back to ancient Crete, where our story begins. Long ago, on the island of Crete, King Minos ruled with an iron fist. His power was unmatched, for he possessed a creature of terrifying strength, the Minotaur. Half man and half bull, this monstrous being was kept in a vast labyrinth beneath the king's palace, designed by the brilliant inventor Daedalus. Every 9 years, King Minos demanded a tribute from the city of Athens. 7 young men and 7 young women to be sacrificed to the insatiable appetite of the Minotaur. This cruel practice had gone on for years, spreading fear and despair throughout Athens. It was in this time of darkness that a young prince named Theseus stepped forward. Son of King Aegeus of Athens, Theseus was determined to end the reign of terror. With a heart full of courage and a mind sharp as a sword, he volunteered to be one of the 14 youths sent to Crete. As you listen to this tale, feel the weight of Theseus's decision. Imagine the mix of fear and determination that must have coursed through his veins as he set sail for Crete. Let the rhythm of the rain outside mirror the beating of your own heart, steady and calm. Upon arriving in Crete, Theseus's bravery and noble bearing caught the eye of Princess Ariadne, daughter of King Minos. Moved by his courage and struck by his beauty, Ariadne decided to help Theseus in his impossible task. In hushed tones, she spoke to him of a plan. "Take this ball of thread," she whispered, pressing it into his hand. Tie it to the entrance of the labyrinth and unroll it as you go. It will guide you back once you have slain the Minotaur. Theseus accepted the gift with gratitude, his heart warming to the princess's kindness. As you imagine this moment of connection between Theseus and Ariadne, let yourself sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the tension in your body begin to unwind, much like the ball of thread in Theseus's hand. The next day, Theseus and the other Athenian youths were led to the entrance of the labyrinth. The great bronze doors creaked open, revealing a yawning darkness that seemed to swallow all light. But Theseus stood tall, his resolve unshaken. With Ariadne's thread tied securely to the entrance, Theseus stepped into the maze. The darkness enveloped him, broken only by the flickering light of his torch. The walls of the labyrinth loomed high on either side, twisting and turning in bewildering patterns. As Theseus made his way deeper into the maze, listen to the sound of the rain outside. Let it become the sound of his footsteps echoing through the labyrinth, steady and determined. With each step, allow yourself to relax further, sinking deeper into comfort. For hours, Theseus wandered through the winding passages. The thread trailing behind him was his only link to the world above. At times, he heard distant sounds, a low growl, the scraping of claws on stone that made his heart race. But still, he pressed on. Finally, in the heart of the labyrinth, Theseus came face to face with the Minotaur. The creature was even more terrifying than the stories had claimed. Its massive bull's head sat atop a powerful human body, and its eyes gleamed with savage hunger. The Minotaur charged at Theseus, its horns lowered to gore him. But Theseus was quick and agile. He dodged the beast's rush, feeling the wind of its passage ruffle his hair. Again and again, the Minotaur attacked, and each time Theseus evaded its deadly horns. As you picture this battle, remember that like Theseus, you too have the strength to face your challenges. Let the sound of the rain remind you of your own inner calm, a well of peace that you can draw upon in times of need. The fight seemed to last an eternity. Theseus's arms grew heavy, his breath came in ragged gasps, but he refused to give up. He remembered the people of Athens, the lives that depended on his success. With renewed determination, he fought on. At last, Theseus saw his opportunity. As the Minotaur charged past him, he grabbed one of its horns, using the creature's own momentum to pull himself onto its back. Before the Minotaur could shake him off, Theseus plunged his sword deep into the beast's neck. With a final, earth-shaking roar, the Minotaur fell. The labyrinth grew quiet, save for Theseus's heavy breathing. He had done it. He had slain the Minotaur and ended the reign of terror. Exhausted but triumphant, Theseus began to retrace his steps. The thread of Ariadne, faithful as a friend, led him back through the twisting passages. As he emerged from the labyrinth, blinking in the bright sunlight, he was greeted by the joyous cries of his fellow Athenians. Ariadne, true to her word, was waiting for him. Together, they freed the other Athenian youths and made their way to the shore where their ship waited. As they set sail for Athens, Theseus's heart was light with the knowledge that he had saved his people. But the story of Theseus and the Minotaur doesn't end there. For in his haste and excitement, Theseus forgot an important promise he had made to his father. He had agreed to change the sails of his ship from black to white if he was returning victorious. King Aegeus, watching from the cliffs of Athens, saw the ship approaching with black sails. Believing his beloved son to be dead, he threw himself into the sea in despair. From that day forward, those waters were known as the Augean Sea, named for the king who perished there. As Theseus took the throne of Athens, he carried with him the weight of his father's death, a reminder that even in our greatest triumphs, we must remain mindful of our promises and the people who love us. The tale of Theseus and the Minotaur teaches us many things. It speaks of courage in the face of overwhelming odds, of the power of ingenuity and quick thinking. But it also reminds us of the importance of keeping our word and being mindful of the consequences of our actions. As you lie here, listening to the rain and drifting towards sleep, think of the labyrinth not as a place of fear, but as a journey of self-discovery. Like Theseus, we all face our own Minotaur's challenges that seem insurmountable. But we too have a thread to guide us, our inner strength, our loved ones, our determination. Let the sound of the rain become Ariadne's thread, leading you gently through the labyrinth of your thoughts, guiding you towards peaceful sleep. With each breath, imagine yourself moving deeper into relaxation, leaving behind the twists and turns of your day. Remember, just as Theseus emerged victorious from the darkness of the labyrinth, so too will you emerge refreshed and renewed from the depths of restful sleep. Close your eyes, let go of your thoughts, and allow yourself to drift, safe in the knowledge that morning will come, bringing with it new adventures and new opportunities to be the hero of your own story. And so, as we leave Theseus to his reign in Athens, may you find yourself on the shores of peaceful dreams, ready to sail into a night of deep and restful sleep. Good night and sweet dreams. In the annals of Greek mythology, few quests are as renowned as the voyage of Jason and the Argonauts in search of the Golden Fleece. This tale of adventure, courage, and cunning has captivated imaginations for millennia. Our story begins in the kingdom of Iolcos, where Jason, a young prince, had been denied his rightful throne by his uncle Peleus. Peleus, fearing a prophecy that foretold his downfall at the hands of a man wearing one sandal, had usurped the throne from Jason's father. As fate would have it, Jason arrived in Iolcos wearing only one sandal, having lost the other while helping an old woman cross a river. This woman was, in fact, the goddess Hera in disguise, who would become Jason's patron throughout his journey. Peleus, recognizing Jason as the man from the prophecy, devised a clever plan. He promised to relinquish the throne if Jason could retrieve the golden fleece from the distant land of Colchis. The golden fleece was the fleece of a magical ram, said to possess healing powers and bring prosperity to its owner. Jason, eager to prove himself and claim his birthright, accepted the challenge. He assembled a crew of the greatest heroes in Greece, including Hercules, Orpheus, and the twin brothers Castor and Pollux. Their ship, the Argo, was built with the help of the goddess Athena, who placed a magical piece of wood from the sacred oak of Dodona in its prow. As you listen to this tale of adventure, allow the gentle rhythm of the rain to lull you into a state of peaceful relaxation. Imagine yourself aboard the Argo, feeling the gentle sway of the waves beneath you, the cool sea breeze caressing your face. The Argonauts set sail, facing numerous challenges along their journey. They encountered the Harpies, vicious birdwomen, who tormented the blind seer Phineus. With the help of the winged sons of Boreas, Zeus and Calais, the Argonauts drove away the Harpies, earning Phineus's gratitude and valuable advice for their journey ahead. Next, they faced the clashing rocks, or Symplegades, enormous cliffs that smashed together, destroying any ship that attempted to pass between them. Following Phineus's advice, they released a dove to fly through first. The rocks clashed shut on the bird's tail feathers, then drew back for another attempt. In that moment, the Argo surged forward, propelled by the strength of the heroes and the protection of Hera, barely scraping through as the rocks slammed shut behind them. As you envision this harrowing scene, remember that like the Argo navigating the clashing rocks, you too can find a way through the challenges that may seem insurmountable. Take a deep breath, feeling the tension leave your body with each exhale. After many more adventures, the Argonauts finally reached Colchis. There, they discovered that King Aeates, who possessed the golden fleece, had no intention of parting with it willingly. He set Jason an impossible task: to yoke 2 fire-breathing bulls with bronze hooves, plow a field with them, and sow it with dragon's teeth. Fortunately for Jason, he had caught the eye of the king's daughter, Medea, a powerful sorceress. Falling deeply in love with the hero, Medea provided Jason with a magical ointment that would protect him from the bull's fiery breath and their burning hot metal bodies. With Medea's aid, Jason completed the task, yoking the bulls and plowing the field. When he sowed the dragon's teeth, fully armed warriors sprang from the earth. But Jason, forewarned by Medea, threw a stone among them. Confused, the warriors turned on each other in a fierce battle until all were slain. As you listen, let the tension of the day melt away, just as the warriors of the dragon's teeth fell. Allow your muscles to relax, sinking deeper into comfort with each breath. Despite Jason's success, King Aeates still refused to hand over the golden fleece. Once again, Medea came to Jason's aid. She led him to the sacred grove where the fleece was kept, guarded by a sleepless dragon. Using her magical herbs and incantations, Medea lulled the dragon to sleep, allowing Jason to seize the golden fleece. With their prize in hand, Jason, Medea, and the Argonauts fled Colchis, pursued by King Aeates and his army. Through Medea's cunning and the bravery of the Argonauts, they managed to escape, beginning their long journey back to Alcos. The return voyage was fraught with its own perils. They faced storms, monsters, and the wrath of the gods. Yet through it all, Jason and his crew persevered, their eyes fixed on the glimmering promise of home. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine the Argo sailing across calm seas under a starry sky. Feel the gentle rocking of the waves, the soft whisper of the wind in the sails, carrying you towards peaceful dreams. Finally, after years of adventure, Jason and the Argonauts returned to Alcos with the golden fleece. However, they found that Peleus had no intention of honoring his promise. In a final act of vengeance orchestrated by Medea, Peleus met his doom, and Jason claimed his rightful throne. The tale of Jason and the Golden Fleece reminds us that great achievements often require not just individual heroism, but the combined efforts of many. It speaks to the power of perseverance, the importance of allies, and the unexpected ways in which help may come to us in our times of need. As you rest now, think of the golden fleece not as a physical object, but as a symbol of your own aspirations and dreams. Like Jason, you too have the strength and courage to pursue your goals, to face the challenges that lie ahead, and to emerge victorious. Let the rhythm of the rain outside blend with the steady beat of your heart, carrying you gently into the realm of sleep. As you drift off, know that like the Argonauts returning home after their long journey, you too have found safe harbor in the comfort of your rest. May your dreams be filled with the wonder of heroic quests and the warmth of golden treasures, guiding you towards a peaceful and rejuvenating sleep. Good night, and may the gods watch over your slumber. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales are as epic and enduring as that of Odysseus and the Trojan War. This story of cunning, bravery, and perseverance has captivated imaginations for millennia. As you settle in, allow the gentle patter of rain to transport you to the shores of ancient Greece, where our tale begins. Odysseus was the king of Ithaca, a small island in the Ionian Sea. He was known for his quick wit and clever strategies, earning him the epithet Odysseus the Cunning. When Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world, was taken to Troy by Paris, Odysseus was among the Greek kings called to honor their oath and join the expedition to retrieve her. However, Odysseus was reluctant to leave his wife Penelope and their infant son Telemachus. In an attempt to avoid the war, he feigned madness, plowing his fields with salt instead of seeds. But his ruse was discovered when Palymes placed the infant Telemachus in the path of the plow. Odysseus swerved to avoid his son, revealing his sanity, and was thus compelled to join the Greek forces. As you listen, imagine the sound of waves lapping against the shore, mingling with the soft rain outside your window. Let the rhythm of the sea carry you deeper into relaxation, just as it carried the Greek ships towards Troy. The siege of Troy lasted 10 long years. During this time, Odysseus proved invaluable to the Greek cause. His strategic mind conceived many plans, but none more famous than the Trojan horse. After a decade of fruitless battle, Odysseus proposed building a massive wooden horse, hiding Greek soldiers inside, and presenting it to the Trojans as a peace offering. Picture the enormous wooden horse, its smooth flanks glistening in the moonlight. Feel the anticipation building in your chest, just as it did for the Greek soldiers hidden within. The Trojans, believing the Greeks had departed, wheeled the horse into their city. That night, as Troy slept, the hidden Greeks emerged and opened the city gates, leading to the fall of Troy. As the story unfolds, allow your body to relax further. Let the tension in your muscles melt away, just as the walls of Troy crumbled under the Greek assault. Each breath you take is a step deeper into tranquility. With Troy fallen, Odysseus and his men set sail for home. Little did they know that their journey would be as epic as the war itself. The gods, some favoring Odysseus and others opposing him, would play a significant role in the trials to come. Their first stop was the land of the Cicons, where Odysseus's men raided the city. Despite his warnings to leave quickly, his crew lingered to celebrate their victory. This delay allowed the Cicons to rally reinforcements, leading to a battle that cost Odysseus many men. Next, they encountered the Lotus Eaters, whose flowers induced a blissful forgetfulness in those who consumed them. Some of Odysseus's men ate the lotus and lost all desire to return home. Odysseus had to drag them back to the ships, binding them to the rowing benches to prevent their return to the addictive flowers. As you listen, feel yourself drifting like Odysseus's ship on calm seas. The worries of your day recede like distant shores, leaving you in a peaceful state of relaxation. The most famous of Odysseus's adventures was his encounter with the Cyclops Polyphemus. The one-eyed giant trapped Odysseus and his men in his cave, devouring several of them. Odysseus devised a plan to escape, getting the Cyclops drunk on strong wine, and then blinding him with a sharpened olive stake. To escape the cave, Odysseus and his remaining men clung to the undersides of Polyphemus's sheep. As the blinded Cyclops felt the tops of the animals leaving his cave, the Greeks slipped past undetected. However, Odysseus's pride got the better of him. As they sailed away, he shouted his true name to the Cyclops, incurring the wrath of Poseidon, Polyphemus's father. Let the cleverness of Odysseus inspire you. In your own life, remember that even the most daunting challenges can be overcome with wit and perseverance. As you breathe deeply, imagine yourself embodying Odysseus's resourcefulness and courage. Odysseus's journey continued with many more trials. He and his crew narrowly escaped the cannibalistic Laestrygonians, losing all but one of their ships. They then encountered the enchantress Circe, who turned many of Odysseus's men into pigs. With the help of the god Hermes, Odysseus resisted Circe's magic and convinced her to return his men to human form. After a year on Circe's island, Odysseus and his crew set sail once more. They faced the deadly song of the sirens, navigated the treacherous strait between Scylla and Charybdis, and suffered the consequences of slaughtering the sacred cattle of Helios. These trials whittled down Odysseus's crew until he alone remained. As the rain continues to fall outside, let it wash away any lingering tension in your body. Each drop is a reminder of the cleansing power of rest and renewal. Odysseus eventually found himself on the island of the nymph Calypso, who kept him as her companion for 7 years. Despite the comfort and immortality offered by Calypso, Odysseus longed for his home and family. Finally, with the intervention of the gods, he was allowed to leave, building a raft and setting sail for Ithaca once more. After nearly drowning in a storm sent by Poseidon, Odysseus washed ashore on the island of the Phaeacians. There, he recounted his adventures and was finally given safe passage home. However, his trials were not yet over. Upon reaching Ithaca, Odysseus found his home overrun with suitors vying for Penelope's hand, believing Odysseus to be dead. Disguised as a beggar with the help of the goddess Athena, Odysseus observed the situation in his household. He revealed himself only to his son Telemachus and a few loyal servants, crafting a plan to reclaim his home and wife. The climax of Odysseus's return came with the contest of the bow. Penelope, pressured to choose a suitor, declared she would marry the man who could string Odysseus's old bow and shoot an arrow through 12 axe heads. None of the suitors could even string the bow, but Odysseus, still in disguise, accomplished the feat with ease. Imagine the tension of the bow string, and as it's released, feel any remaining stress in your body release with it. Let yourself sink deeper into comfort and tranquility. Revealing himself, Odysseus, along with Telemachus and his loyal servants, fought and defeated the suitors. Finally reunited with Penelope, Odysseus had to face one last challenge: the families of the slain suitors seeking revenge. With the intervention of Athena, peace was restored to Ithaca, and Odysseus could at last enjoy the home and family he had fought so long to return to. As our tale of Odysseus comes to a close, reflect on the power of perseverance and the strength of the human spirit. Through all his trials, Odysseus never lost sight of his goal, to return home. In your own life, may you find the same determination to overcome obstacles and achieve your dreams. Let the sound of the rain blend with the imagined waves of Odysseus's journey, lulling you towards peaceful slumber. As you drift off, know that like Odysseus, you too have the strength to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. Sleep now, and may your dreams be filled with the wonder and wisdom of ancient myths. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes are as renowned for their cunning and resourcefulness as Odysseus, the king of Ithaca. Our tale tonight takes us to a dark and treacherous island, where Odysseus and his crew face one of their most harrowing challenges yet. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let the rhythm of this ancient story lull you into a peaceful state of relaxation. After the fall of Troy, Odysseus and his men set sail for home, their hearts full of longing for the shores of Ithaca. But the gods had other plans for these weary warriors. Their journey would be long and fraught with danger, testing not only their strength, but their wits as well. As their ship cut through the misty waters, they came upon a mysterious island shrouded in fog. Odysseus, ever curious and bold, decided to explore this strange land. He chose 12 of his bravest men to accompany him, leaving the rest to guard the ship. As they made their way inland, the mist began to clear, revealing a landscape both beautiful and unsettling. The air was thick with the scent of sheep and goats, and in the distance, they could hear the bleating of vast herds. As you listen, imagine yourself walking alongside Odysseus and his men. Feel the soft earth beneath your feet, the cool mist on your skin. Let the gentle sounds of the rain outside blend with the story, creating a cocoon of tranquility around you. With each step, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, your body becoming heavier and more at ease. Soon, Odysseus and his companions came upon a massive cave. Its entrance was wide and inviting, promising shelter from the elements. Inside, they found large pens filled with sheep and goats, and racks upon racks of cheese aging in the cool darkness. The cave was clearly the home of a shepherd, but one of enormous size and strength. As night fell, they heard the approach of heavy footsteps. The ground seemed to tremble with each step, and soon a monstrous figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was a cyclops, a giant with a single eye in the center of his forehead. This was Polyphemus, son of Poseidon, and he was not pleased to find strangers in his home. Take a deep breath now, feeling the rise and fall of your chest. As you exhale, let go of any tension you might be holding. Remember, you are safe and warm, merely a peaceful observer to this ancient tale. Let the story wash over you like gentle waves on a shore. Polyphemus, in his anger, seized 2 of Odysseus's men and devoured them on the spot. The others watched in horror, unable to escape as the Cyclops rolled a massive boulder in front of the cave entrance, trapping them inside. Odysseus, known for his quick thinking, knew they must find a way to outsmart this monstrous foe. As Polyphemus settled down to sleep, Odysseus formulated a plan. He had brought with him a skin of strong, sweet wine, a gift from a priest of Apollo. When the Cyclops awoke, Odysseus offered him this wine. Polyphemus, never having tasted such a delicious drink before, quickly consumed 3 bowls full. As you continue to relax, let the cleverness of Odysseus inspire a sense of calm confidence within you. Like him, you too have the ability to face challenges with wisdom and ingenuity. Allow this thought to further ease any lingering worries, melting them away like mist in the morning sun. The wine soon took effect, and Polyphemus began to feel drowsy. In his intoxicated state, he asked Odysseus for his name. Odysseus, ever crafty, replied, "My name is Nobody." The Cyclops, amused, promised to eat Nobody last as a reward for the delicious wine, before falling into a deep, drunken slumber. Seizing their opportunity, Odysseus and his men sprang into action. They had prepared a large wooden stake, sharpening one end to a fine point. Now, they heated this stake in the fire until it glowed red hot. With great courage, they lifted the burning stake and drove it deep into Polyphemus's single eye. The Cyclops' agonized roar shook the very walls of the cave. He stumbled about, blind and in pain, calling out to his fellow Cyclopes for help. But when they asked who had hurt him, Polyphemus could only cry out, "Nobody has blinded me." Confused, the other Cyclopes assumed he had gone mad and left him to his fate. As you listen to this tale of cunning and bravery, allow yourself to drift deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. Feel the weight of your body sinking into your bed, supported and safe. The sound of the rain outside mingles with the story, creating a soothing backdrop for your journey into restful sleep. With Polyphemus blinded, Odysseus put the next part of his plan into action. He tied his men to the undersides of the Cyclops' sheep, knowing that Polyphemus would have to let his flock out to graze. When morning came, the Cyclops rolled away the boulder and felt each sheep as it passed, never suspecting that the men were clinging to their woolly bellies. Odysseus himself clung to the underside of the largest ram. As this ram passed, Polyphemus spoke to it, lamenting his fate and wishing the animal could tell him where Nobody was hiding. Little did he know that his tormentor was passing right beneath his hands. Once safely outside, Odysseus and his men quickly made their way back to their ship. As they pushed off from shore, Odysseus, unable to resist a final taunt, called out to Polyphemus, revealing his true name. The enraged Cyclops hurled massive boulders at the ship, nearly sinking it, and called upon his father Poseidon to curse Odysseus. This boast would prove costly for Odysseus, as Poseidon's wrath would plague him for years to come, extending his journey home to Ithaca. But for now, he and his remaining crew had escaped, their victory won through wit rather than strength alone. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the cleverness of Odysseus. In the face of overwhelming odds, he used his mind to overcome a seemingly invincible foe. Perhaps in your own life, you too can find creative solutions to the challenges you face. Let the gentle rain outside and the rhythm of this ancient story guide you towards peaceful slumber. As you drift off, imagine yourself sailing away with Odysseus, leaving behind the dangers of the Cyclops' island. The rocking of the ship on the waves lulls you deeper into relaxation, carrying you softly into the realm of dreams. Remember, like Odysseus, you possess inner strength and wisdom that can help you navigate life's challenges. As you sleep, may this knowledge bring you comfort and peace. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with the wonder and magic of ancient myths. As we continue our journey through the epic tales of Greek mythology, we come to one of the most famous adventures of Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca. This is the story of Odysseus and the Sirens, a tale of temptation, wisdom, and the power of foresight. Odysseus, having left the island of the sorceress Circe, was warned of the dangers that lay ahead on his long journey home. Among these perils were the Sirens, mysterious creatures whose enchanting songs lured sailors to their doom. Their voices were said to be so irresistible that no mortal man could hear them and resist steering his ship towards the rocky shores where the Sirens dwelled. As you listen to this tale, imagine yourself on Odysseus' ship, feeling the gentle rocking of the waves beneath you. Let the rhythm of the sea carry you deeper into relaxation, just as it carried Odysseus and his men towards their next great challenge. Circe had advised Odysseus on how to safely pass the Sirens. She told him to plug the ears of his crew with beeswax, so they would be deaf to the Sirens' song. But for Odysseus himself, she had a different instruction. If he wished to hear the Sirens' song and live, he must have his men tie him securely to the mast of the ship, and refuse any order he might give to be released. Odysseus, ever curious and eager for new experiences, decided to follow Circe's advice. As they approached the island of the Sirens, he ordered his men to tie him tightly to the mast. He instructed them to ignore any commands he might give while under the spell of the Sirens' song, no matter how much he might beg or threaten. Take a deep breath now and feel the tension in your body. Just as Odysseus prepared himself for the trial ahead, prepare yourself to let go of any stress or worry. With each exhalation, feel yourself becoming more and more relaxed. As the ship drew near to the Sirens' island, a strange mist began to form around them. The air grew thick with anticipation. Suddenly, carried on the breeze, came the most beautiful music Odysseus had ever heard. The sirens' voices were clear and sweet, promising knowledge, glory, and the fulfillment of his deepest desires. Odysseus, bound to the mast, felt an overwhelming urge to break free and steer the ship towards the source of that enchanting sound. He strained against his bonds, shouting orders to his men to turn the ship, to release him. But his loyal crew, their ears filled with wax, rowed on steadily, ignoring their captain's desperate cries. As you listen, imagine the conflict within Odysseus. Feel the pull of desire, the yearning to give in to temptation. But also feel the strength of his will, the wisdom that kept him bound to the mast. In your own life, you too have the strength to resist temptations that might lead you astray. The sirens sang of Odysseus's past glories, of the fame he had won at Troy. They promised him knowledge of all things that come to pass on the fruitful earth. Their voices wove a spell of longing and nostalgia, threatening to overwhelm his reason. But Odysseus, though he struggled and pleaded, remained bound to the mast. His men, faithful to their orders, rowed harder, their muscles straining with the effort to pass quickly through this dangerous stretch of sea. Let the steady rhythm of the oars lull you deeper into relaxation. With each stroke, feel yourself drifting further into a state of peaceful calm. Just as Odysseus's men remained steadfast in their duty, allow yourself to remain steadfast in your journey towards restful sleep. As the ship passed the island, the siren's song began to fade. Slowly, the spell over Odysseus weakened. The mist that had surrounded them dissipated, and the clear light of day returned. Odysseus, his mind clearing, felt a profound sense of relief and gratitude towards his loyal crew. Once they were safely past, Odysseus signaled to his men to remove the wax from their ears. They untied him from the mast, and he stood on shaky legs, still reeling from the experience. He had heard the siren's song and lived, a feat no other mortal had accomplished. This experience taught Odysseus a valuable lesson about the nature of temptation and the importance of preparation. By binding himself to the mast, he had protected himself from his own weaknesses. His foresight and the loyalty of his crew had saved him from a fate that had claimed countless other sailors. As you rest now, think about the mast that Odysseus bound himself to. In your own life, what anchors you? What principles or relationships keep you steady when temptation or difficulty arises? Let these thoughts comfort you, knowing that you too have the strength to overcome challenges. Odysseus's encounter with the sirens reminds us that sometimes the wisest course of action is to recognize our own limitations and take precautions against them. It teaches us the value of heeding good advice and trusting in those around us for support. The siren's song, beautiful though it was, offered only an illusion, a false promise that would have led to destruction. By resisting it, Odysseus was able to continue his journey home to his beloved wife Penelope and his son Telemachus. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine yourself as Odysseus, having passed safely through danger. Feel the sense of accomplishment, the peace that comes with overcoming a great challenge. Let this feeling of safety and triumph wash over you, carrying you gently towards restful slumber. In our own lives, we often face sirens of a different kind, temptations or distractions that threaten to lead us away from our true path. Like Odysseus, we must sometimes rely on our foresight, our willpower, and the support of those around us to stay true to our course. The story of Odysseus and the sirens is not just a tale of danger avoided. It's a reminder of the power of the human will, the importance of preparation, and the strength we can draw from those who support us. As you lie here, feel that strength within yourself, that capacity to overcome whatever challenges you may face. Let the gentle waves of sleep begin to wash over you now. Like Odysseus's ship sailing into calmer waters, allow your mind to drift into tranquility. The siren's song has faded, replaced by the soothing rhythm of your own breath and the peaceful silence of the night. As we leave Odysseus and his crew, picture them sailing on towards their next adventure. The sun is setting on the horizon, painting the sky in beautiful hues of orange and purple. The sea is calm, reflecting the colors of the sky like a mirror. This image of serenity and beauty is the last thing you see as you close your eyes, ready to embark on your own journey into the world of dreams. Remember, like Odysseus, you have the strength to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. But for now, let all thoughts of struggle and striving fade away. You are safe, you are calm, and you are drifting peacefully into a deep and restful sleep. And so, dear listener, as we conclude this tale of Odysseus and the sirens, may you find yourself carried gently into the realm of Morpheus, the god of dreams. May your sleep be as peaceful as the calm seas after a storm, and may you awake refreshed and ready for whatever adventures your own odyssey of life may bring. In the vast tapestry of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca. His journey home from the Trojan War was filled with perilous adventures, none more enchanting and dangerous than his encounter with Circe, the bewitching sorceress. As you settle deeper into comfort, allow the gentle patter of rain to carry you to the shores of Aea, Circe's mystical island. After many trials at sea, Odysseus and his crew found themselves approaching a lush, green island shrouded in mist. The weary sailors, their spirits lifted by the sight of land, eagerly made their way to shore. Odysseus, ever cautious, divided his men into two groups. He would lead one to explore the island's interior, while the other, led by his trusted friend Eurylochus, would guard the ship. As Odysseus's group ventured into the forest, they came upon a clearing where a magnificent palace stood, its walls gleaming like polished marble in the dappled sunlight. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and exotic flowers, and the sound of a woman's voice singing sweetly drifted on the breeze. It was a scene of such beauty and tranquility that the men felt their worries and fears melting away. Meanwhile, Eurylochus and his men, growing restless at the ship, decided to investigate the island themselves. They too found the palace, and as they approached, they were greeted by a woman of extraordinary beauty. Her hair shimmered like spun gold, and her eyes held the depth and mystery of the sea. This was Circe, goddess of magic, daughter of the sun god Helios. Circe welcomed the sailors with warm hospitality, inviting them to feast at her table. The men, their guard lowered by her charm and the promise of food and wine, eagerly accepted. But Circe's generosity masked a dark purpose. As the sailors ate and drank their fill, she touched each with her wand, uttering words of ancient power. To their horror, the men felt their bodies changing, twisting, and shrinking, until they found themselves transformed into pigs. Only Eurylochus, who had remained outside suspicious of such easy welcome, escaped the enchantment. He fled back to the ship, his heart pounding with fear and grief for his transformed companions. When he reached Odysseus and told him of the fate that had befallen their friends, the hero knew he must act quickly to save his men. As you listen to this tale, feel the tension in your body begin to release. Like Odysseus preparing to face a great challenge, take a deep breath, filling your lungs with calm, restful air. As you exhale, let go of any worries or stress, allowing them to fade away like mist in the morning sun. Odysseus set out alone towards Circe's palace, his mind racing with plans and strategies. On his way, he was met by Hermes, the messenger god, who had been sent by Zeus to aid the hero. Hermes gave Odysseus a magical herb called moly, which would protect him from Circe's enchantments. The god warned Odysseus that Circe would try to bewitch him, but with the moly and his own cunning, he could overcome her magic and free his men. Armed with this divine aid, Odysseus approached the palace. Circe greeted him with the same beguiling smile she had shown his crew, offering him wine and a feast. But when she touched him with her wand, intending to transform him as she had the others, her magic failed. Surprised and impressed by Odysseus's resistance, Circe realized she was dealing with no ordinary mortal. Odysseus, seizing the moment, drew his sword and demanded that Circe release his men from her spell. The sorceress, both frightened and intrigued by this bold hero, agreed to his terms. She led Odysseus to the sty, where his transformed crew oinked and wallowed, and with a wave of her wand and a sprinkle of herbs, returned them to their human forms. As you imagine this scene of transformation, let your own body sink deeper into relaxation. Feel a wave of soothing energy wash over you, starting from your toes and slowly moving upward. Each part of your body it touches becomes completely at ease, free from tension and worry. With his men restored, Odysseus found himself in a unique position. Circe, impressed by his bravery and wit, invited him and his crew to stay on her island as honored guests. Despite his initial mistrust, Odysseus saw an opportunity for his weary men to rest and recover from their long journey. He accepted Circe's offer, and so began a year of peace and plenty for the war-worn Greeks. During their stay, Circe shared her vast knowledge with Odysseus. She taught him about the creatures and perils he would face on the remainder of his journey home. She warned him of the deadly song of the sirens, the twin terrors of Scylla and Charybdis, and the sacred cattle of Helios, which must never be harmed. This knowledge would prove invaluable in the trials to come. As the months passed, Odysseus and Circe grew close. The sorceress, who had long lived in isolation, found herself drawn to the hero's intelligence and courage. For his part, Odysseus was fascinated by Circe's wisdom and power. Yet always in his heart burned the desire to return home to his wife Penelope and his son Telemachus. Let the gentle rhythm of this story carry you deeper into relaxation. Like the waves lapping at the shores of Aea, let each breath bring you closer to a state of perfect calm and peace. Your mind may drift, floating freely between wakefulness and sleep, and that's perfectly all right. When at last the time came for Odysseus and his crew to depart, Circe did not try to stop them. She understood that the hero's destiny lay beyond her shores. With a heavy heart, she provided them with supplies for their journey and offered one last piece of advice. Odysseus must journey to the Underworld and seek the counsel of the blind prophet Tiresias to learn how he might finally reach his home. As Odysseus's ship sailed away from Aea, Circe stood on the shore, watching until it disappeared over the horizon. She knew she had played her part in the hero's epic journey, and that the tales of their time together would be told for generations to come. The story of Odysseus and Circe reminds us that even in the face of magic and temptation, the human spirit can prevail. It teaches us that wisdom can be found in unexpected places, and that sometimes our greatest challenges can lead to our most profound growth. As you drift closer to sleep, carry with you the image of Odysseus sailing onwards, his ship guided by the stars, and his heart set on home. Like him, you have the strength to overcome any obstacles that may lie in your path. But for now, let all thoughts of challenge and adventure fade away, replaced by a deep sense of peace and restfulness. Allow the sound of the rain to mingle with the imagined lapping of waves against Odysseus's ship. Let it lull you into a tranquil state, where the boundaries between myth and dream blur, and where rest comes as easily as breathing. Your journey, like Odysseus's, can wait until morning. For now, embrace the calm and let sleep gently claim you. In the vast tapestry of Greek mythology, few tales are as enchanting and bittersweet as that of Odysseus and Calypso. As you settle in, allow the gentle patter of rain to carry you to the shores of a distant, magical island where our story unfolds. Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, had been away from his homeland for nearly 2 decades. 10 years he spent fighting in the Trojan War, and another 10 struggling to return home. His journey was fraught with perils, each more daunting than the last. After losing all his ships and companions to various misfortunes, Odysseus found himself alone, clinging to a piece of wreckage in the vast, wine-dark sea. For 9 days and nights, he drifted at the mercy of the waves and currents. On the 10th day, as if guided by some divine hand, Odysseus washed ashore on the island of Augean. This was no ordinary island, but the home of Calypso, a nymph of such beauty and power that she was often mistaken for a goddess. Calypso, whose name means to conceal, lived alone on her lush, verdant island. When she found Odysseus unconscious on the beach, she was immediately taken by his rugged handsomeness and the aura of heroism that clung to him even in his battered state. With gentle hands and soothing words, Calypso nursed Odysseus back to health. She fed him ambrosia and nectar, the food and drink of the gods, to restore his strength. As the days turned to weeks, and weeks to months, Odysseus regained his vigor. Calypso, enamored with the mortal hero, offered Odysseus a choice that would tempt even the strongest of wills. She promised him immortality and eternal youth if he would stay with her on Augean, becoming her husband and companion for all time. Imagine, if you will, the weight of such an offer. To never age, never know sickness or death, to live forever in a paradise with a beautiful, devoted partner. Many would jump at such an opportunity without a second thought. But Odysseus, despite the comforts and pleasures of Augean, found his heart heavy with longing. His thoughts constantly drifted to his homeland of Ithaca, to his aging father Laertes, his son Telemachus, who had grown to manhood in his absence, and most of all, to his faithful wife Penelope. 7 long years passed on Calypso's island. Each day, Odysseus would walk to the shore and gaze out at the sea, his eyes straining for any sign of a ship, his heart aching for home. And each night, he would return to Calypso's cave, torn between desire and duty, between the promise of immortality and the pull of mortal love. Calypso, for her part, grew more enamored with Odysseus with each passing day. She marveled at his wit, his strength, and his unwavering determination. Yet she could not help but notice the sadness in his eyes, the way he would stare longingly at the horizon. As you listen, dear dreamer, let the sound of the rain mingle with the imagined waves lapping at Augean's shores. Feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, the soft grass beneath your feet, as if you too were walking along Calypso's island. The gods on Mount Olympus, however, had not forgotten Odysseus. Athena, his patron goddess, pleaded his case before Zeus, arguing that it was time for the hero to return home. Zeus, moved by Athena's words and mindful of the fate that awaited Odysseus in Ithaca, agreed. And so Zeus sent Hermes, the messenger god, to Augean with a divine decree. Calypso must release Odysseus and allow him to continue his journey home. Imagine the conflict in Calypso's heart as she received this command, torn between her love for Odysseus and her duty to obey the king of the gods. With a heavy heart, Calypso approached Odysseus on the beach where he sat, as he did each day, gazing out at the sea. She spoke to him of the god's decision, her voice tinged with both sadness and resignation. Odysseus, upon hearing that he was free to leave, felt a surge of joy mixed with gratitude and a touch of sorrow. He had grown fond of Calypso over the years, appreciating her kindness and companionship. But the call of home, of his family and kingdom, was too strong to resist. Calypso, true to her word and the god's command, helped Odysseus build a raft. She provided him with food, water, and cloth for a sail. As you drift closer to sleep, picture the raft taking shape under their hands, a symbol of both freedom and farewell. On the day of his departure, Calypso dressed Odysseus in fine clothes and saw him to the shore. There, she bid him farewell with a mixture of love and sorrow. She warned him of the perils that still lay ahead on his journey, offering what guidance she could for the trials to come. Odysseus, moved by her generosity and the bittersweet nature of their parting, thanked Calypso for her kindness and hospitality. He acknowledged the difficulty of his choice, the magnitude of what he was leaving behind, but reaffirmed his need to return home. As Odysseus set sail, Calypso stood on the shore, watching until his raft disappeared over the horizon. The island of Augean, once a paradise, now seemed emptier, the colors less vibrant, the songs of birds less sweet without Odysseus there. This tale of Odysseus and Calypso speaks to the complexities of love and duty, of the choices we make, and the paths we choose. It reminds us that sometimes the hardest decisions are those between two goods, rather than between good and evil. As you lie here, drifting towards sleep, consider the strength it took for Odysseus to choose his mortal life over immortality, to honor his commitments and the love he held for his family. And think too of Calypso, who loved deeply enough to let go, to put Odysseus's happiness above her own desires. The story of Odysseus and Calypso teaches us about the power of home, the pull of our roots, and the people who anchor us. It shows us that true love sometimes means letting go, and that the journey of life, with all its ups and downs, is what gives it meaning. Let the patter of rain outside your window blend with the imagined sounds of waves on Augean's shore. Feel your body relaxing, as if you too were floating on gentle seas, carried by currents towards home and rest. Odysseus's journey was far from over when he left Calypso's island. He would face more trials, more temptations, more dangers before he finally reached the shores of Ithaca. But that, dear listener, is a story for another night. For now, as sleep beckons, carry with you the image of Odysseus's raft sailing towards the horizon, Calypso's island fatting behind him. Let the gentle rhythm of the waves and the soft whisper of the wind carry you into peaceful slumber, where perhaps you too will dream of far-off islands and journeys home. Sleep now, and know that, like Odysseus, you have the strength within you to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring, to stay true to your path, and to always find your way home. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined their fates, there lived a man whose music could move mountains and tame the wildest of beasts. This was Orpheus, son of the muse Calliope and the Thracian king Oeagrus. His lyre, gifted by Apollo himself, produced melodies so enchanting that even the rocks and trees would uproot themselves to follow him. Orpheus's heart belonged to Eurydice, a woman of incomparable beauty and grace. Their love was the stuff of legends, a bond so pure and true that it seemed nothing could ever tear them apart. On their wedding day, the sun shone brighter, and the birds sang sweeter, as if all of nature rejoiced in their union. But fate, dear listener, can be a cruel mistress. As Eurydice walked through a meadow with her bridesmaids, she stepped on a venomous serpent. The creature, startled and defensive, sank its fangs into her ankle. The poison worked swiftly, and before Orpheus could reach her side, his beloved Eurydice had slipped away to the underworld. Orpheus's grief was all-consuming. His music, once a source of joy and wonder, now echoed with the haunting tones of loss and despair. The world around him seemed to dim, colors fading to gray, as if mourning alongside the heartbroken musician. But Orpheus was not one to accept defeat, even in the face of death itself. With his lyre in hand and hope in his heart, Orpheus made the perilous journey to the underworld. He stood before the gates of Hades, his fingers trembling as they touched the strings of his instrument. And then he began to play. The melody that poured forth was unlike anything the shades of the dead had ever heard. As you listen to this tale, imagine the sound of Orpheus's lyre, its notes as gentle as a summer breeze, yet as powerful as a raging storm. Let the music wash over you, carrying away your worries and cares, just as it moved the very guardians of the underworld. Charon, the ferryman of the dead, let his oar fall still in the river Styx, captivated by the song. The three-headed dog Cerberus, usually so fierce, lay down and whimpered like a puppy. Even the Furies, those merciless punishers of the wicked, felt tears spring to their eyes for the first time in eons. Orpheus's music echoed through the cavernous halls of Hades' palace, finally reaching the ears of the god of the underworld himself and his wife, Persephone. The rulers of the dead, moved by the depth of Orpheus's love and the beauty of his song, granted him an audience. Before the thrones of Hades and Persephone, Orpheus poured out his heart. His music spoke of the joy Eurydice had brought to his life, of the cruel twist of fate that had torn her away, and of the emptiness that now consumed him. The gods, usually so unmoved by mortal pleas, found themselves swayed by Orpheus's passionate performance. In a moment that would be remembered throughout eternity, Hades spoke. He agreed to allow Eurydice to return to the world of the living, but on one condition. Orpheus would lead her out of the underworld, but he must not look back at her until they had both reached the surface. If he turned to gaze upon her face before then, she would be lost to him forever. As you rest and listen, feel the weight of this moment. Imagine the mixture of joy and trepidation that must have filled Orpheus's heart. Let the tension of his journey become a gentle pressure that settles you deeper into relaxation. Orpheus began the long ascent back to the world of the living, his heart pounding with anticipation. He could hear the soft footsteps of Eurydice behind him, but he dared not turn to look. The path was treacherous, winding through dark caverns and over treacherous ravines. With each step, Orpheus fought the urge to glance back, to reassure himself that his beloved was truly there. As they neared the surface, doubt began to creep into Orpheus's mind. What if Hades had tricked him? What if Eurydice wasn't really there? The silence behind him seemed to grow, and fear gripped his heart. They were so close now, the faint glimmer of sunlight visible ahead. In a moment of weakness, just steps away from the world above, Orpheus turned. His eyes met Eurydice's for the briefest of instants, a look of love and longing passing between them. But in that same moment, Eurydice began to fade. Her form grew transparent, her outstretched hand passing through Orpheus's as he desperately tried to hold on to her. "Farewell," Eurydice whispered, her voice already distant. "Remember me." And with those words, she vanished, drawn back into the depths of the underworld, this time forever beyond Orpheus's reach. Orpheus's anguished cry echoed through the caverns, a sound of such profound sorrow that it would haunt those who heard it for the rest of their days. He tried to follow her, to return to the underworld, but the path was closed to him now. He had been given one chance, and in his moment of doubt, he had lost everything. As you drift closer to sleep, let Orpheus's tale remind you of the preciousness of trust and patience. In your own life, when faced with moments of doubt, remember to have faith in the journey, even when the path seems uncertain. Orpheus returned to the world above, but he was a changed man. His music, once filled with the joy of life and love, now carried the melancholy notes of loss and regret. He wandered the earth, his songs touching the hearts of all who heard them, sharing both the beauty of his love for Eurydice and the pain of her loss. Some say that Orpheus never smiled again, that he shunned the company of others. and found solace only in his music. Others tell of how he eventually found peace, knowing that one day, when his time on earth was done, he would be reunited with his beloved Eurydice in the afterlife. As our tale draws to a close, let the story of Orpheus and Eurydice settle in your mind. Like the gentle rain outside your window, let it wash away your daily concerns. Remember that even in our darkest moments, Titan Thales, allow your breathing to slow, matching the rhythm of Orpheus's lyre. With each breath, feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation, drifting towards the peaceful realm of sleep. The world of myths and legends will be here to greet you again tomorrow, with more tales of love, loss, and the enduring power of the human spirit. As you slip into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the sweet melodies of Orpheus, guiding you to peaceful rest and renewal. Good night, dear listener, and may the gods watch over your sleep. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined their fates, there lived a man of unparalleled genius named Daedalus. His story is one of ingenuity, ambition, and the perilous consequences of flying too close to the sun. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to soothe your mind, carrying you deeper into the world of myth and legend. Daedalus was an Athenian craftsman, renowned throughout the land for his extraordinary skill in architecture and invention. His hands could shape wood and stone into marvels that defied imagination. Such was his talent that King Minos of Crete summoned him to his island kingdom, tasking him with building a labyrinth to house the fearsome Minotaur. Picture, if you will, the intricate maze that Daedalus created. Its winding corridors and deceptive passages were so cunningly designed that even Daedalus himself could barely find his way out. The labyrinth stood as a testament to his brilliance, a structure so complex that it seemed to defy the very laws of nature. But greatness often comes at a price, dear listener. King Minos, fearing that Daedalus might reveal the secrets of the labyrinth, imprisoned the inventor and his young son, Icarus, in a high tower overlooking the sea. The waves crashed against the rocky shore below, their rhythm a constant reminder of their captivity. As you rest, imagine yourself in that tower, gazing out at the vast expanse of the Aegean Sea. Feel the cool breeze on your skin, hear the cry of seagulls in the distance. Like Daedalus, you too may have felt trapped by circumstances beyond your control. But remember, even in our darkest moments, the human spirit has a remarkable capacity for innovation and hope. Daedalus, ever the inventor, refused to accept his fate. Day after day, he watched the birds soaring freely outside his window, their wings cutting through the air with graceful ease. And in those wings, he found inspiration. If he could not escape by land or sea, perhaps the sky would offer salvation. With painstaking care, Daedalus began to collect feathers. Large and small, he gathered them secretly, binding them together with wax and thread. Slowly, meticulously, he crafted 2 pairs of wings, one for himself and one for his beloved son, Icarus. As you listen, let your mind drift to the image of father and son, working together in quiet determination. Feel the softness of the feathers. Smell the warm wax as it melts and binds. In this moment of creation, T-Titan Thales, when the wings were finally complete, Daedalus turned to his son with both excitement and trepidation. He explained their plan of escape, but also warned of the dangers. "Fly too low," he cautioned, "and the sea's mist will dampen your wings. Fly too high, and the sun's heat will melt the wax. Follow my path, and we shall find our freedom." Imagine yourself standing on the edge of that high tower, the wind whipping around you, the vast blue sea stretching endlessly before you. Feel the weight of the wings on your back, the mixture of fear and exhilaration coursing through your veins. This is the moment of truth, the leap of faith that could lead to either salvation or doom. With hearts pounding, Daedalus and Icarus launched themselves into the air. At first, they wobbled uncertainly, unused to the sensation of flight. But soon, they found their balance, soaring over the labyrinth, over the palace of King Minos, and out towards the open sea. The feeling of freedom was intoxicating. The wind rushed past them, carrying the scent of salt and adventure. Below, the waves sparkled like countless jewels in the sunlight. Daedalus led the way, his experienced eyes scanning the horizon for signs of land. But young Icarus, overcome by the thrill of flight, began to forget his father's warnings. The sky called to him, promising even greater heights, even greater wonders. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, he began to climb higher and higher into the heavens. As you rest, consider the allure of pushing boundaries, of testing limits. We all have moments where we feel invincible, where the voice of caution fades beneath the siren's song of ambition. In these moments, it is wise to remember the lesson of Icarus. Daedalus, noticing his son's ascent, called out in alarm, but his cries were lost in the rush of wind. Higher and higher Icarus flew, his youthful face alight with joy and wonder. He reached for the sun itself, as if he could pluck it from the sky like a golden apple. But the sun, indifferent to the dreams of mortals, beat down upon the boy's wings with merciless heat. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the wax began to soften. Feathers, once securely fastened, began to loosen and fall away. Icarus, drunk on the elation of flight, noticed too late the failure of his wings. With a cry of sudden terror, he plummeted from the sky, arms flailing uselessly against the rush of air. Daedalus, helpless to save his son, could only watch in horror as Icarus fell into the waiting sea. The waves closed over the boy, silencing his cries and extinguishing his brief, brilliant flight. Daedalus circled the spot where his son had fallen, his heart heavy with grief and guilt. The sea that had promised freedom had become a watery grave, and the ingenuity that had given them wings had also led to tragedy. As you lie here, feeling the weight of your body sinking deeper into restful comfort, reflect on the duality of human achievement. Our greatest strengths, our curiosity, our ambition, our desire to transcend limitations, can also be our greatest vulnerabilities. The key lies in finding balance, in heeding the wisdom of experience while still daring to dream. Daedalus eventually landed on the island of Sicily, where he built a temple to Apollo and hung up his wings, never to fly again. He lived out his days as a revered inventor, but always carried the memory of Icarus and the price of flying too close to the sun. The tale of Daedalus and Icarus has echoed through the centuries, a poignant reminder of the delicate balance between ambition and prudence. It speaks to the universal human desire to break free from constraints, to touch the face of the impossible. Yet, it also cautions us about the dangers of hubris, of believing ourselves invincible in the face of natural laws. As you drift closer to sleep, let the gentle rain outside harmonize with the ebb and flow of your breath. Like Daedalus, you have the power to create, to innovate, to seek new horizons. And like Icarus, you have the spirit to dream, to reach for the stars. The wisdom lies in knowing when to soar and when to glide, when to push forward and when to hold steady. Remember, dear listener, that even in failure, Icarus may have fallen, but for a brief, shining moment, he touched the sky. His story lives on, inspiring generations to dare greatly, but also to temper that daring with wisdom. As sleep begins to embrace you, imagine yourself floating gently, not on wings of wax and feather, but on a calm sea of dreams. Here, you are safe to explore, to rise and fall with the tides of your imagination. Here, you can touch the sun without fear of being burned, and plumb the depths without danger of drowning. Let the story of Daedalus and Icarus fade into the background of your mind, a soft echo in the realm of myth and memory. Allow yourself to be carried on currents of calm, drifting towards the shores of deep, restful sleep. The night embraces you, a gentle cradle rocking you in its timeless arms. And as you finally surrender to slumber, know that you carry within you the ingenuity of Daedalus and the spirit of Icarus. In your dreams, you may soar beyond all limitations, exploring realms of infinite possibility. Rest now, and let your mind take flight in the safe harbors of sleep, where every journey ends in gentle landings and new dawns. In the lush forests of ancient Greece, there lived a nymph named Echo, known for her melodious voice and gift of gab. Echo's tale intertwines with that of Narcissus, a youth of unparalleled beauty, in a story of unrequited love and divine punishment. Echo was a mountain nymph, one of the Oreads, who lived on Mount Cithaeron. She was favored by the goddess Hera for her enchanting voice and her ability to entertain with endless stories and chatter. However, Echo's gift would soon become her downfall. Zeus, the king of the gods, was known for his numerous affairs with nymphs and mortal women. To conceal these dalliances from his wife Hera, he would often seek the company of the Oreads, knowing they would distract Hera with their chatter. Echo, unwittingly, became Zeus's accomplice in these deceptions. One day, Hera became suspicious of her husband's frequent absences. She descended upon Mount Cithaeron, determined to catch Zeus in the act. As she approached, she heard the sound of nymphs laughing and talking. Echo, seeing Hera approach, did what she did best. She engaged the goddess in conversation. Echo's silver tongue and endless stories kept Hera occupied for hours, allowing Zeus and the other nymphs to escape undetected. However, Hera was no fool. She soon realized that Echo had been distracting her, allowing Zeus to slip away unnoticed. Enraged by this betrayal, Hera's eyes flashed with divine anger. She pointed at Echo and declared, "You, who have used your voice to deceive me, shall never speak of your own will again. Henceforth, you will only be able to repeat the last words spoken to you." With these words, Hera's curse took effect. Echo, once known for her endless chatter, was now reduced to merely repeating the words of others. The nymph retreated deep into the forest, ashamed and heartbroken, her once celebrated voice now a source of frustration and sorrow. As you listen to Echo's tale, feel the weight of silence settling around you. Let the quiet of the night envelop you, bringing a sense of peace and tranquility. Allow your own thoughts to quiet, much like Echo's voice, preparing your mind for restful sleep. It was in this state of sorrow that Echo first laid eyes on Narcissus. Narcissus was a young man of extraordinary beauty, born to the river god Hephaestus and the nymph Liriope. From the moment of his birth, Narcissus had been admired by all who saw him. Liriope, concerned about her son's future, consulted the seer Tiresias. The blind prophet foretold that Narcissus would live to a ripe old age if he never knows himself. This cryptic prophecy would prove to be tragically accurate. As Narcissus grew into a young man, his beauty only increased. He became an object of desire for both men and women, nymphs and mortals alike. However, Narcissus was as cold as he was beautiful. He spurned all advances, finding no one worthy of his affection. One day, while hunting in the forest, Narcissus became separated from his companions. It was then that Echo, still under Hera's curse, saw him. Instantly, she fell deeply in love with the beautiful youth. She longed to speak to him, to declare her love, but her curse prevented her from initiating any conversation. Narcissus, sensing he was not alone, called out, "Is anyone there?" Echo, bound by her curse, could only repeat, "There." Intrigued by the voice, Narcissus called again, "Come here." Echo joyfully repeated, "Here." Imagine yourself in this tranquil forest, the soft rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze, the distant murmur of a stream. Let these peaceful sounds wash over you, carrying away any lingering tension or worry. Encouraged by the responses, Narcissus continued to call out, with Echo repeating his last words each time. Finally, thinking someone was playing games with him, Narcissus shouted, "Let us come together here." Echo, her heart soaring with hope and love, repeated, "Let us come together here," and emerged from her hiding place. But when Narcissus saw Echo, he was repulsed. He cruelly rejected her, saying, "I would rather die than let you touch me." Heartbroken, Echo could only repeat, "Touch me." She fled deep into the forest, her love unrequited, her heart shattered. From that day forward, Echo wasted away in her grief. Her body withered until all that remained was her voice, still echoing through caves and mountains, repeating the last words spoken near her. As you lie there, feeling the comfort of your bed, let any feelings of rejection or sorrow fade away. Like Echo's voice, let them become distant echoes, growing fainter with each breath you take. Narcissus, however, was not to escape punishment for his cruelty. Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, heard of how he had treated Echo and the many others who had loved him. She decided it was time for Narcissus to understand the pain of unrequited love. One hot day, after a hunt, Nemesis lured Narcissus to a clear, still pool of water. Thirsty from his exertions, Narcissus bent down to drink. As he did so, he caught sight of his reflection in the water. Unaware that he was looking at himself, Narcissus was instantly captivated by the beautiful image before him. For the first time in his life, Narcissus fell in love. He reached out to touch the face in the water, but as his hand disturbed the surface, the image wavered and disappeared. Distressed, Narcissus waited for the water to still, and when his reflection reappeared, he tried again to embrace it. Again and again, Narcissus reached for the beautiful youth in the water, and each time the image would disappear at his touch. He called out to the reflection, pleading for it to come to him, but of course it could not. As you rest, imagine a still, clear pool of water. See how it reflects the world around it, yet remains untouchable. Let this image of calm, reflective water soothe your mind, washing away any restless thoughts. Narcissus remained by the pool, unable to leave the beauty he saw there. He stopped eating and drinking, his body growing weaker by the day, but still he could not tear himself away from his reflection. He lamented his fate, finally understanding the pain he had caused others with his rejection. In his final moments, realizing the image was himself, Narcissus cried out, "Alas, youth beloved in vain, farewell." And Echo, still nearby, her love for Narcissus unchanged despite his cruelty, repeated softly, "Farewell." Narcissus' body wasted away, and in the place where he died, a beautiful flower grew, the narcissus, or daffodil. Its head forever bowed, as if gazing at its reflection. The tale of Echo and Narcissus teaches us about the perils of excessive pride and the pain of unrequited love. It reminds us to be kind to those who offer us their affection, and to be wary of becoming too enamored with our own image. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on the transformations in this story. Echo, once full of words, became a mere reflection of others' speech. Narcissus, so full of life and beauty, became a delicate flower. Let these images of change and cycle soothe you, reminding you that all things pass, all emotions ebb and flow. In your own life, be mindful of the words you speak, for like Echo, they may have unforeseen consequences. And like Narcissus, remember to look beyond the surface, to see the true beauty that lies within others and yourself. Now, as you lie here, let the gentle echo of this story fade into the background of your mind. Feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into your bed, as comfortable and still as Narcissus by his pool. With each breath, imagine the soft petals of a narcissus flower unfurling, welcoming the peace of sleep. Let your thoughts become like Echo's voice, growing fainter and more distant with each passing moment. Allow yourself to drift off, carried away on the soft currents of sleep, as tranquil as the clear, still waters of Narcissus Pool. In the ancient kingdom of Phrygia, there once lived a king named Midas. His tale is one of desire, consequence, and the true meaning of wealth. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let the story of King Midas carry you into a peaceful slumber. Midas was a king who had everything a mortal could desire. His palace was filled with exquisite treasures, his coffers overflowed with gold, and his gardens bloomed with the rarest flowers. Yet, for all his riches, Midas was not content. He longed for more, always more. One day, as Midas wandered through his rose garden, he stumbled upon an unexpected guest. It was Silenus, the companion of the god Dionysus, who had fallen asleep in a drunken stupor among the fragrant blooms. Recognizing the satyr, Midas treated him with great hospitality, offering him food, drink, and a comfortable place to rest. When Dionysus learned of Midas's kindness to his friend, he appeared before the king in a shimmering haze of golden light. The god's presence filled the air with the scent of sweet wine and ripe grapes. "King Midas," Dionysus said, his voice as smooth as honey, "you have shown great kindness to my dear friend. As a reward, I shall grant you one wish. Ask for anything your heart desires, and it shall be yours." Midas's eyes gleamed with excitement. Without hesitation, he made his request. "O great Dionysus," he said, his voice trembling with anticipation, "I wish that everything I touch would turn to gold." Dionysus raised an eyebrow, a flicker of concern passing over his divine features. "Are you certain this is what you desire?" he asked. Midas nodded eagerly, already imagining the endless wealth at his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, Dionysus granted Midas's wish. "Your touch will turn all to gold," he said, his voice carrying a note of warning. "Use this gift wisely, King Midas." With that, the god vanished, leaving behind only the lingering scent of wine and a faint golden shimmer in the air. Midas could hardly contain his excitement. He reached out and touched a nearby rose. Instantly, the delicate petals transformed into solid gold, glinting in the sunlight. The king laughed with delight, marveling at the perfect golden flower. He ran through his garden, touching trees, stones, and statues, watching in awe as everything turned to gleaming gold. As you listen to this tale, imagine the cool touch of your pillow, the soft embrace of your blankets. Let the gentle rhythm of the rain outside lull you deeper into relaxation. Like Midas, we often chase after things we believe will bring us happiness, forgetting the simple joys we already possess. Midas's initial joy soon gave way to hunger and thirst. He called for a feast to be prepared, eager to celebrate his newfound power. But as he lifted a grape to his lips, it turned to gold in his fingers. The succulent fruit became nothing more than a hard, inedible lump of metal. Midas frowned, reaching for a goblet of wine. The moment the cup touched his lips, the rich red liquid transformed into molten gold. Panic began to set in as Midas realized the full extent of his blessing. Everything he touched, no matter how delicious or necessary for life, became cold, hard gold. He could not eat, could not drink. The very things he needed to survive were now beyond his reach. In his desperation, Midas fled to his daughter's chambers, seeking comfort. But as he embraced her, horror struck his heart. His beloved child, the light of his life, turned into a golden statue in his arms. Her laughter silenced, her warmth gone, replaced by the cold gleam of precious metal. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the true treasures in your life. The warmth of a loved one's embrace, the simple pleasure of a cool drink on a hot day, the beauty of a flower swaying in the breeze. These are the gifts that no amount of gold can replace. Overwhelmed with grief and regret, Midas fell to his knees. He wept, his golden tears falling uselessly to the ground. In that moment, he realized the terrible mistake he had made. All the gold in the world meant nothing without the simple joys of life, the taste of food, the touch of a loved one, the beauty of nature. Desperate to undo his wish, Midas called out to Dionysus. He begged the god to take back the golden touch, to restore what he had lost. Dionysus, moved by the king's genuine remorse, appeared once more before him. "You have learned a valuable lesson, King Midas," Dionysus said, his voice gentle yet firm. "True wealth lies not in gold or precious metals, but in the experiences and relationships we cherish. Are you willing to give up your golden touch? Without hesitation, Midas nodded. "Yes," he cried, "I would give all the gold in the world to have my daughter back, to taste food again, to feel the softness of a rose petal. Please, great Dionysus, remove this curse." Dionysus smiled, a warm, knowing smile. "Very well," he said. "Go to the source of the river Pactolus. Wash your hands in its waters, and your golden touch will be washed away. The river will carry away your gift, purifying you and all that you have touched. As you listen, feel the weight of the day washing away from you, just as the river would wash away Midas's golden touch. Let each breath carry you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation." Midas did as he was instructed. He journeyed to the river Pactolus and plunged his hands into its cool waters. As he watched, the golden shimmer left his skin, carried away by the current. He returned to his palace, touching his daughter first. With joyful tears, he watched as the gold melted away, revealing her smiling face once more. From that day forward, Midas was a changed man. He found joy in the simple pleasures of life, the taste of ripe fruit, the scent of blooming flowers, the laughter of his child. He used his wealth to help others, finding that true happiness came not from possessing gold, but from sharing what he had with those in need. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the wisdom Midas gained. In our own lives, we often chase after material wealth, forgetting the priceless treasures we already possess: love, friendship, the beauty of the world around us. These are the true golden touches in our lives. Let the story of King Midas remind you to appreciate the simple joys, the moments of connection, the beauty that surrounds us every day. As you drift off to sleep, carry with you the knowledge that the most precious things in life cannot be bought with gold, but are freely given to those who open their hearts to receive them. May your dreams be filled with the true riches of life, and may you awaken refreshed, ready to appreciate the golden moments that each new day brings. Sleep well, dear listener, and remember the lesson of King Midas. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales are as cautionary and profound as the story of Pandora's box. This ancient legend speaks of curiosity, consequences, and the delicate balance between hope and despair. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you into a state of peaceful contemplation. Long ago, in the age when gods walked among mortals, there lived a man named Prometheus. He was a Titan, known for his cunning and foresight. Prometheus had a deep love for humanity and sought to elevate their status in the eyes of the gods. One day, Prometheus decided to steal fire from Mount Olympus and give it to humans. This act of defiance enraged Zeus, the king of the gods. Zeus, in his anger, sought to punish not only Prometheus, but all of humanity for accepting this stolen gift. Zeus devised a plan that was as cunning as it was cruel. He ordered Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship and fire, to create a being of exquisite beauty. This being would be the first mortal woman, and her name would be Pandora. Hephaestus crafted Pandora with great skill, shaping her from clay and breathing life into her form. The other gods bestowed upon her many gifts. Aphrodite gave her beauty, Hermes granted her persuasive speech, and Athena taught her many skills. But Zeus had one final gift in mind, one that would set his plan in motion. He presented Pandora with a beautiful box, intricately carved and sealed with a golden lock. Zeus told Pandora that the box contained special gifts from the gods, but he gave her strict instructions never to open it. Pandora, now imbued with all these divine gifts, was sent to earth as a bride for Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus. Epimetheus had been warned by his brother never to accept gifts from the gods, but upon seeing Pandora's beauty, he forgot all caution and welcomed her into his home. As you listen to this tale, feel the weight of curiosity and temptation. Let your mind drift to times when you faced similar struggles, but know that, in this moment, you are free from such burdens. The soft sound of rain cleanses away all worries, leaving only peaceful contemplation. For a time, Pandora lived happily with Epimetheus, but the mysterious box weighed heavily on her mind. Day after day, she would look at it, wondering what treasures it might contain. The gods had given her curiosity, and it now burned within her like an unquenchable flame. One fateful day, when Epimetheus was away, Pandora could resist no longer. With trembling hands, she approached the box. The golden lock gleamed in the sunlight, almost as if inviting her touch. Pandora hesitated for a moment, remembering Zeus's warning. But her curiosity overwhelmed her caution. Slowly, she turned the key in the lock. The lid creaked open, and for a brief moment, all was still. Then, suddenly, a great whoosh filled the air as dark shapes burst forth from the box. Pandora stumbled back, watching in horror as all manner of evils flew into the world. Disease, death, sorrow, and countless other miseries poured out of the box, spreading across the earth like a dark cloud. Humanity, which had known only peace and happiness until that moment, was suddenly beset by suffering and hardship. Pandora, realizing the terrible consequences of her actions, quickly slammed the lid shut. But it was too late. The evils had already escaped, and they could not be recaptured. Overwhelmed with guilt and despair, Pandora wept, her tears falling like the rain you hear now, gentle and cleansing. As you listen, let the sound of the rain wash away any feelings of guilt or regret you may carry. Like Pandora, we all make mistakes, but in this moment, you are free from judgment. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that even in the darkest times, Titan Thales. For as Pandora sat there, consumed by sorrow, she heard a small voice coming from the box. Curious once more, but this time more cautious, she opened the lid just a crack. From within, a small, bright spirit emerged. It was hope, the final gift that Zeus had placed in the box. Hope fluttered into the world, its soft glow a stark contrast to the darkness that had preceded it. It whispered words of comfort to Pandora, and then set off to follow the path of the escaped evils, bringing solace and strength to humanity in the face of their newfound struggles. This, then, is why hope remains in the world, even in the darkest of times. It is the counterbalance to all the miseries that Pandora unwittingly released. Without suffering, we would not know the true value of hope. Without darkness, we could not appreciate the light. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the duality of Pandora's legacy. Her curiosity brought hardship into the world, but it also released hope, the force that allows us to endure and overcome. In your own life, remember that even in moments of difficulty, hope is always present, waiting to be discovered. The tale of Pandora's box teaches us many lessons. It warns against the dangers of unchecked curiosity and the importance of heeding wise counsel. But it also reminds us of the resilience of the human spirit and the power of hope to light our way through dark times. In Greek mythology, Pandora is often seen as the equivalent of Eve in Christian tradition. Both women's actions brought hardship to humanity, but both stories also offer the promise of redemption and the endurance of hope. As you lie here, allowing the gentle rhythm of the rain to soothe you, think of hope as a small, warm light within you. It is always there, even when obscured by the shadows of doubt or fear. Like the hope that emerged from Pandora's box, it has the power to comfort and strengthen you in times of need. The story of Pandora also teaches us about the complexity of divine gifts. The very qualities that made Pandora special, her beauty, her skills, her curiosity, were also instrumental in bringing about the release of evils into the world. It reminds us that our greatest strengths can also be our greatest vulnerabilities, if not tempered with wisdom and restraint. As you continue to relax, imagine yourself in Pandora's place. Feel the weight of the box in your hands, the smoothness of its carved surface. Hear the whisper of secrets it holds within. But unlike Pandora, you have the wisdom to know that some mysteries are best left unexplored. You can set the box aside, content in the knowledge that hope is already with you, requiring no unlocking. In many ways, we all carry our own version of Pandora's box. It might be filled with fears, regrets, or unspoken desires. But remember, it also contains hope. And unlike the evils that escaped, hope is a force that grows stronger the more we share it with others. As your mind drifts peacefully, consider how you might open your own box of hope. Perhaps by offering a kind word to someone in need, or by taking a small step towards a long-held dream. Every act of hope, no matter how small, helps to balance the scales against the hardships of life. The rain continues to fall softly, its gentle patter a reminder of life's constant renewal. Like the rain, hope falls upon all equally, nourishing our spirits and washing away our troubles. Let this soothing sound carry you closer to the shores of sleep, where dreams as bright as hope await you. In the end, the story of Pandora's box is not just a tale of caution, but one of profound optimism. It tells us that no matter how much darkness enters the world, hope will always remain. It is the last gift, the enduring light that can never be extinguished. As you hover on the edge of slumber, take comfort in this ancient wisdom. Know that, like Pandora, you too carry within you the power of hope. It is a flame that can never be taken from you, a light that will guide you through even the darkest of nights. Let the last whispers of this tale fade into the gentle sound of rain, carrying you into a peaceful sleep filled with dreams of hope and renewal. Rest easy, knowing that no matter what challenges tomorrow may bring, hope will always be there to light your way. In the dawn of creation, when the world was young and humanity had yet to rise, there lived a Titan named Prometheus. Unlike his kin who viewed mortals with indifference or disdain, Prometheus saw potential in these fragile creatures. He believed that with the right gifts, humans could achieve greatness beyond measure. Prometheus was known for his quick wit and foresight, traits that would both aid and doom him in his quest to elevate humanity. As he watched the mortals struggle in their primitive state, shivering in the cold and cowering in the dark, a plan began to form in his clever mind. The Titan knew that fire was the key to human progress. With its warmth and light, mortals could cook their food, craft tools, and push back the terrifying darkness that engulfed their nights. But fire was a divine gift, jealously guarded by the gods on Mount Olympus. Undeterred by the potential consequences, Prometheus set his plan in motion. Under the cover of night, he crept silently up the slopes of Olympus, his heart pounding with each step. The palace of the gods loomed before him, a structure of impossible beauty and grandeur. With stealth born of desperation, Prometheus made his way to the great hearth of Hestia, where the sacred flame of the gods burned eternally. He gazed upon the fire, its dancing light reflecting in his determined eyes. In that moment, he knew there was no turning back. Prometheus reached out and took a small piece of the glowing ember, quickly concealing it within a hollow fennel stalk. The heat seared his hands, but he did not flinch. The pain was a small price to pay for the gift he would bestow upon humanity. As he descended from Olympus, Prometheus's mind raced with the possibilities his theft would unlock for mortals. He imagined them gathered around fires, sharing stories and knowledge, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of progress. When he reached the world of humans, Prometheus called them to gather around. Wide-eyed and curious, they approached the Titan who had always shown them kindness. With a flourish, he revealed the stolen fire, and the mortals gasped in wonder at its beauty and power. Prometheus taught them how to tend the flame, how to use it for warmth and light, for cooking and crafting. He showed them the art of metalworking, unlocking new realms of possibility. The humans were overjoyed, their gratitude overwhelming, as they realized how this gift would change their lives forever. But as the mortals celebrated their newfound power, dark storm clouds gathered on the horizon. Zeus, the king of the gods, had discovered Prometheus's theft, and his wrath was terrible to behold. The heavens shook with his anger as he vowed to punish both Prometheus and the humans he had sought to help. Zeus's first act was to send his son Hephaestus to create Pandora, the first woman, as a gift to humanity. With her, Pandora brought a box filled with all the evils and hardships of the world. When curiosity overcame her and she opened the box, these plagues were released upon mankind, tempering their newfound progress with suffering. But Prometheus's punishment was far more severe. Zeus ordered him chained to a rock on a remote mountain, where an eagle would come each day to eat his liver. Being immortal, Prometheus's liver would regrow each night, only to be devoured again the next day. It was a torment designed to last for eternity. As you lie here, drifting towards sleep, imagine Prometheus bound to his rocky prison. Despite his agony, Tyche knows that his sacrifice has given humanity the tools to forge their own destiny. The pain he endures is the price of progress, a burden he bears willingly for the sake of the mortals he sought to elevate. In the millennia that followed, humanity would indeed rise to great heights, building civilizations and achieving wonders that even the gods might envy. And in every flame, from the humblest candle to the mightiest forge, echoes the memory of Prometheus's gift and sacrifice. The tale of Prometheus teaches us about the power of compassion and the price of progress. It reminds us that great achievements often come at great cost, and that the pursuit of knowledge and advancement can be a double-edged sword. As you continue to relax, let the warmth of Prometheus's gift envelop you. Feel it soothing your tired muscles, easing the burdens of your day. Like the first humans gathered around that primordial flame, allow yourself to be comforted by its gentle radiance. Consider the fires that burn in your own life, the passions that drive you, the knowledge you seek, the warmth of relationships you cherish. These are all echoes of that first stolen flame, gifts that illuminate your path through the world. Prometheus's story also speaks to the resilience of the human spirit. Despite the hardships unleashed by Pandora's box, hope remained. It reminds us that even in our darkest moments, Titan Thales, as your mind drifts deeper towards sleep, imagine that you can see Prometheus in his eternal torment. But rather than focus on his suffering, see the serene smile on his face. He knows that his pain has purchased a brighter future for those he sought to protect. In your own life, you may face challenges that seem insurmountable, pains that feel eternal. But like Prometheus, you have an inner fire that cannot be extinguished. It is the flame of resilience, of hope, of the unyielding human spirit that has carried our species from huddling in caves to reaching for the stars. Let the rhythm of your breath mimic the steady flickering of a candle flame. In and out, steady and calm. With each exhale, feel the tensions of your day melting away, like shadows fleeing before the light of a roaring fire. As you hover on the edge of sleep, consider the gifts you have to offer the world. They may not be as grand as stolen fire from the gods, but every act of kindness, every piece of knowledge shared, every moment of compassion is a spark that helps illuminate the lives of those around you. Prometheus's gift was not just fire, but the potential for humanity to shape its own destiny. As you drift off to sleep, carry with you the knowledge that you too have that power. Each new day is an unwritten story, a fresh opportunity to leave your mark on the world. Let the tale of Prometheus inspire you in your dreams. May you find the courage to reach for the seemingly impossible, the strength to endure whatever challenges you may face, and the wisdom to use your gifts for the benefit of others. As sleep begins to claim you, imagine the soft glow of a distant fire on the horizon of your mind. It is the eternal flame of human potential, first stolen by Prometheus, and now burning bright within you. Let it guide you into peaceful slumber, knowing that when you wake, its warmth and light will be there to greet you, ready to illuminate whatever path you choose to follow. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined, there lived a young woman named Arachne. Her talent for weaving was unparalleled, her tapestries so exquisite that they seemed to come alive with every thread. Arachne's skill was a gift, but it was also her greatest flaw, for it filled her heart with pride. As Arachne's fame spread throughout the land, whispers of her talent reached even the ears of the gods on Mount Olympus. It was said that her work rivaled that of Athena herself, the goddess of wisdom and crafts. Arachne, emboldened by her growing reputation, began to boast that her skills surpassed even those of the divine Athena. Word of Arachne's boasts reached Athena, who decided to visit the mortal realm and see for herself. Disguised as an old woman, Athena approached Arachne as she worked at her loom. The goddess warned the young weaver about the dangers of hubris, cautioning her against comparing herself to the immortals. But Arachne, blinded by her own pride, scoffed at the old woman's words. She declared that she would gladly compete against Athena herself to prove her superior skill. At that moment, Athena cast off her disguise, revealing her true form in all its divine glory. The challenge was set, and the contest began. As you listen to this tale, feel the gentle rhythm of your breath, like the steady motion of a loom. Let each inhale and exhale weave a tapestry of calm within you, just as Arachne and Athena began to weave their own masterpieces. Athena's tapestry depicted the gods in all their majesty, showing scenes of divine justice and the consequences of mortal pride. Her work was a masterpiece of skill and wisdom, each thread imbued with the power of the immortals. The colors seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light, and the figures appeared almost ready to step out of the fabric. Arachne, for her part, chose to weave scenes of the gods' follies and misdeeds. Her tapestry showed Zeus in his many disguises, seducing mortal women. It depicted Poseidon's rages and Hera's jealousies. The work was breathtaking in its beauty and shocking in its audacity. Every detail was perfect, every figure captured with lifelike precision. As the contest drew to a close, even Athena had to admit that Arachne's work was flawless. The mortal's skill truly did rival that of the gods. But the subject matter of Arachne's tapestry, the disrespect it showed to the immortals, filled Athena with a cold rage. In her anger, Athena tore Arachne's tapestry to shreds. The goddess struck Arachne on the forehead with her weaving tool, cursing the mortal for her hubris. Arachne, overcome with shame and despair, fled from the scene and hanged herself from a nearby tree. As you rest, imagine the weight of pride and anger lifting from you, like threads unraveling from a loom. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, free from the burdens of ego and competition. Athena, seeing Arachne's lifeless body, felt a pang of regret. In a moment of mercy, she decided to give Arachne a new form of life. The goddess sprinkled Arachne with the juices of magical herbs, transforming her into the first spider. From that day forward, Arachne and her descendants would continue to weave, creating delicate webs of intricate beauty. This tale of Arachne and Athena teaches us about the dangers of excessive pride and the importance of respecting the talents of others. It reminds us that even the greatest gifts can become curses if we allow them to blind us to our own limitations. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the webs we weave in our own lives. Are they made of compassion and humility, or of pride and competition? Let go of any need to prove yourself better than others. Instead, embrace the unique talents you possess, appreciating them without allowing them to overshadow your humanity. The story of Arachne also speaks to the power of transformation. Even in her punishment, Arachne was given a new purpose, a new way to express her artistry. In our own lives, we too can find beauty and meaning in change, even when it comes from unexpected or challenging circumstances. Imagine now that you are as light as a spider's silk, floating gently on the night air. With each breath, you drift further from the cares of the day, closer to the peaceful realm of sleep. the intricate patterns of your thoughts begin to fade, replaced by the soothing blankness of rest. In the quiet of the night, picture a spider spinning its web. Watch as it moves with grace and precision, each movement purposeful and calm. Let this image guide you into a state of tranquil relaxation, your mind as clear and peaceful as the space between the strands of a spider's web. As we conclude the tale of Arachne and Athena, remember that true wisdom lies not in comparing ourselves to others, but in recognizing the divine spark within all creation. Whether god or mortal, spider or human, we each have our own unique gifts to offer the world. Let the gentle sound of rain outside soothe you, like the soft whisper of threads being woven. Allow your body to sink deeper into comfort, each muscle relaxing, each breath bringing you closer to the edge of sleep. The world of myths and legends fades away, leaving only the peaceful embrace of night. And so, dear listener, as you drift off to sleep, may you weave dreams of beauty and wonder, free from the tangles of pride or fear. May your night be as peaceful as a spider's web glistening with morning dew. And may you wake renewed, ready to create your own masterpieces in the tapestry of life. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined, there lived a princess named Psyche, whose beauty was so extraordinary that it rivaled even that of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty herself. Psyche's radiance was such that people began to worship her as a living goddess, neglecting the temples of Aphrodite. Enraged by this mortal's audacity to outshine her, Aphrodite summoned her son, Eros, the god of love. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she commanded him to use his golden arrows to make Psyche fall in love with the most hideous creature on earth. Little did Aphrodite know that her plan would soon unravel in the most unexpected way. Eros, ever obedient to his mother, set out to fulfill her wishes. He flew invisibly to Psyche's chamber, ready to unleash his arrow. But as he gazed upon her sleeping form, he was struck by her unparalleled beauty. In his moment of awe, Eros accidentally pricked himself with his own arrow, instantly falling deeply in love with Psyche. Torn between his mother's command and his newfound love, Eros devised a plan. He whispered to the winds, instructing them to carry Psyche to a magnificent palace hidden from mortal eyes. There, she would live in luxury, tended to by invisible servants, with Eros as her unseen husband. Psyche, awakening in this mysterious palace, found herself surrounded by opulence beyond her wildest dreams. Soft music filled the air, and her every desire was met before she could even voice it. Yet, she was alone, save for a voice in the night that spoke to her with tender love. This voice, belonging to Eros, warned Psyche never to attempt to see his face, for their happiness depended on this one condition. Night after night, in the cover of darkness, Eros would visit Psyche, their love growing deeper with each passing moment. As you listen to this tale of love and trust, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the softness of your bed beneath you, much like the luxurious surroundings Psyche found herself in. Let the gentle rhythm of your breath mirror the steady beat of Psyche's heart as she fell more deeply in love with her mysterious husband. But as days turned to weeks, and weeks to months, Psyche began to yearn for companionship beyond the invisible servants and the nightly visits of her unseen lover. Her heart ached for her family, wondering if they mourned her disappearance. Sensing her sadness, Eros reluctantly allowed her sisters to visit. Upon seeing the splendor in which Psyche lived, her sisters were consumed by jealousy. They poisoned Psyche's mind with doubts, convincing her that her unseen husband must be a hideous monster, waiting for the right moment to devour her. They urged her to look upon his face while he slept to uncover the truth. Torn between her love and her curiosity, Psyche battled with indecision. As you lie there, feeling the weight of your own thoughts melting away, imagine Psyche's internal struggle. Let any tension in your body release, just as Psyche would soon have to let go of her fears. One fateful night, driven by doubt and the desire to know the truth, Psyche took a lamp and a dagger to her bedchamber. As Eros slept peacefully beside her, she raised the lamp, its light falling upon the face of her husband for the first time. To her astonishment, she beheld not a monster, but the most beautiful being she had ever seen. Eros, the god of love himself, lay before her. His beauty was so overwhelming that Psyche's hand trembled, causing a drop of hot oil from the lamp to fall upon Eros's shoulder. Startled awake by the burning sensation, Eros opened his eyes to see Psyche standing over him, lamp in hand. The look of betrayal that crossed his face was heartbreaking. Without a word, he spread his wings and flew away, leaving Psyche alone in the now empty palace. As Eros's form disappeared into the night sky, the magnificent palace vanished around Psyche, leaving her standing alone in a barren field. The realization of what she had lost washed over her like a wave, and she fell to her knees, weeping bitterly. In this moment of despair, Psyche made a vow. She would search the ends of the earth to find Eros and make amends for her betrayal. And so began Psyche's journey, a quest that would take her through trials and tribulations, facing the wrath of Aphrodite herself. As you continue to relax, letting the story wash over you like a gentle breeze, imagine Psyche's determination. Feel your own resolve strengthening, knowing that like Psyche, you too can overcome any obstacle that life may present. Psyche's journey led her to the temple of Aphrodite, where she humbly offered herself as a servant to the goddess of love. Aphrodite, still bitter about Psyche's beauty, and now enraged by her relationship with Eros, set before the mortal girl a series of impossible tasks. The first task was to sort a huge mound of mixed seeds into separate piles before dawn. As Psyche stared at the mountain of seeds, her heart sank. But in her moment of despair, a colony of ants, moved by her plight, came to her aid. They worked tirelessly through the night, sorting each seed with precision. For her second task, Aphrodite demanded that Psyche collect golden wool from a flock of violent, man-eating sheep. This time, a river god took pity on her, instructing her to wait until the sheep slept, and then gather the wool that had snagged on the bushes. With each impossible task, Psyche found help in unexpected places. Nature itself seemed to conspire to aid her in her quest for love. As you lie there, feel the support of the world around you, much like the support Psyche received. Let this feeling of being held and aided wash over you, deepening your relaxation. For her final and most dangerous task, Aphrodite sent Psyche to the underworld itself. She was to retrieve a box containing some of Persephone's beauty. The journey was perilous, filled with traps and temptations, but Psyche persevered, her love for Eros driving her forward. Upon returning with the box, Psyche's curiosity once again got the better of her. Despite warnings not to open it, she lifted the lid, hopping to take a small bit of beauty for herself. But instead of beauty, she found a deep, unnatural sleep that overtook her instantly. As Psyche lay there, seemingly lifeless, Eros, who had been watching over her invisibly throughout her trials, could bear it no longer. He flew to her side, wiping the sleep from her eyes with one of his arrows. As Psyche awakened, their eyes met, and in that moment, all was forgiven. Eros, moved by Psyche's devotion and the trials she had endured for their love, pleaded with Zeus to make Psyche immortal. Zeus, seeing the true love between them, agreed. In a grand ceremony on Mount Olympus, Psyche drank ambrosia, becoming a goddess herself, and was officially wed to Eros. And so, the love between Psyche and Eros, between a mortal and a god, became legendary. Their tale reminds us that true love can overcome any obstacle, that trust and forgiveness are the foundations of lasting relationships, and that sometimes our greatest strengths are revealed through our greatest challenges. As this beautiful story comes to a close, allow yourself to drift deeper into relaxation. Like Psyche, you have journeyed through trials and emerged stronger. Let the peace of this moment envelop you, knowing that love, in its purest form, can transcend all boundaries, even those between mortals and gods. May your dreams be filled with the beauty of Psyche, the passion of Eros, and the transformative power of love. Rest now, knowing that you too are capable of facing any challenge that comes your way, and that sometimes the greatest rewards come from our most difficult journeys. Sleep well, and may the gods watch over your dreams. In the realm of the gods, where beauty and power intertwined like vines on Mount Olympus, a tale unfolded that would shape the course of history. This is the story of the judgment of Paris, a seemingly simple contest that would ignite the flames of the Trojan War. Our story begins with a grand celebration, a wedding feast for the sea nymph Thetis and the mortal king Peleus. The halls of Olympus echoed with laughter and merriment as gods and goddesses gathered to honor the union. However, one goddess was conspicuously absent from the festivities: Eris, the goddess of discord. Eris, bitter at her exclusion, decided to sow chaos among the revelers. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she crafted a golden apple of incomparable beauty. Upon its gleaming surface, she inscribed the words for the fairest, and with a flick of her wrist, tossed it into the midst of the celebration. The apple rolled across the floor, coming to rest at the feet of three powerful goddesses: Hera, the queen of the gods, Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Each believed herself to be the rightful recipient of the golden prize. As you listen to this tale, allow the tension of the moment to wash over you. Feel the weight of the golden apple, smooth and cool in your palm. Let your mind drift to that grand hall on Olympus, filled with the soft glow of ambrosia and the gentle murmur of divine voices. The three goddesses began to argue, each claiming superiority over the others. Hera boasted of her status as queen of the gods. Athena spoke of her unmatched wisdom and strategic prowess, while Aphrodite simply smiled, confident in her unparalleled beauty. Their quarrel grew heated, threatening to disrupt the entire celebration. Zeus, wishing to maintain peace, decided that an impartial judge must be found to settle the dispute. His gaze fell upon a young mortal prince tending his flocks on the slopes of Mount Ida Paris of Troy. Hermes, the messenger god, was dispatched to bring Paris before the three goddesses. As you imagine this scene, picture the young prince, strong and handsome, yet unaware of the monumental task that lay before him. Feel the cool grass beneath your feet as you stand with Paris on the mountainside. When Paris arrived, the three goddesses stood before him in all their divine splendor. Each, determined to win the golden apple, offered the young prince a tempting reward should he choose her as the fairest. Hera, resplendent in her royal garments, stepped forward first. Her voice, rich and commanding, filled the air as she made her offer. "Choose me, Paris," she said, "and I shall make you the ruler of all Asia. Kingdoms will bow before you, and your name will be synonymous with power." As you listen, let Hera's words wash over you. Imagine the weight of a crown upon your brow, the feel of a scepter in your hand. But remember, even in sleep, that power often comes at a price. Next came Athena, her gray eyes sharp with intelligence. She stood tall and proud, her aegis gleaming in the sunlight. "Paris," she began, her voice clear and precise, "choose me. and you will be the greatest warrior the world has ever known, revered for your strategic mind and undefeatable in combat. Picture yourself cloaked in Athena's wisdom, your mind a labyrinth of knowledge and tactics. Feel the strength of a warrior course through your veins, yet know that even the mightiest warriors must eventually lay down their arms and rest. Finally, Aphrodite approached. She moved with grace that seemed to make the very air around her shimmer. Her voice was soft as silk as she made her offer. "Dear Paris," she whispered, "choose me, and Helen of Sparta will be yours, and your heart will know a love beyond compare." Allow Aphrodite's words to envelop you like a warm embrace. Feel the flutter of love's first blush, the intoxicating promise of unparalleled beauty. But remember, as you drift closer to sleep, that love, too, can be a double-edged sword. Paris stood silent for a long moment, weighing the offers before him. Power, wisdom, or love, each gift held its own allure, its own potential for greatness and disaster. As you ponder his choice, let your own desires and dreams float gently through your mind, acknowledging them before letting them drift away like leaves on a calm stream. In the end, Paris reached for the golden apple and extended it towards Aphrodite. The goddess of love smiled triumphantly as she accepted her prize, while Hera and Athena looked on with barely concealed rage. Little did Paris know that his choice would set in motion events that would lead to the legendary Trojan War. For Helen, the woman promised to him, was already married to Menelaus, king of Sparta. Paris's eventual abduction of Helen would ignite a conflict that would rage for 10 long years, bringing both glory and tragedy to gods and mortals alike. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the power of choice and its unforeseen consequences. Like Paris, we all face decisions that may seem simple in the moment, yet have the potential to shape our destinies in ways we cannot imagine. Let the weight of Paris's choice settle over you like a soft blanket. Feel the golden apple in your hand, smooth and cool. As you drift closer to sleep, remember that even the gods were subject to the whims of fate and the complexities of desire. The judgment of Paris reminds us that beauty, wisdom, and power are all fleeting. In the end, it is our choices that define us, for better or worse. As you allow sleep to gently claim you, consider what you might choose if faced with such a decision. Would you reach for power, wisdom, or love? But fear not, dear listener, for unlike Paris, you need not make this choice. Instead, let the gentle waves of sleep wash over you, carrying away the burdens of decision and the weight of consequence. Here, in the realm of dreams, you may have all three: the power of restful sleep, the wisdom that comes with peaceful reflection, and the love of sweet, restorative slumber. As the tale of the judgment of Paris fades into the mists of mythology, allow your consciousness to fade as well. Let the soft patter of rain outside your window blend with the echoes of Olympian voices. Feel the tension leave your body, replaced by the weightless comfort of approaching sleep. Remember, in this moment, you are safe from the machinations of gods and the consequences of fateful choices. Here, in the cocoon of night, you may rest easy, free from the burdens of judgment and the pressures of divine gifts. Sleep now, and may your dreams be as golden as Eris's apple, and far more peaceful than the events it set in motion. As our journey through the realms of Greek mythology comes to close, we find ourselves reflecting on the timeless wisdom these ancient tales hold. From the thunderous reign of Zeus to the depths of Poseidon's domain, from the labors of Heracles to the cunning of Odysseus, each story has woven a tapestry of human experience and divine intervention. These myths, passed down through generations, remind us of the eternal struggles and triumphs that define our existence. They speak of courage in the face of insurmountable odds, of wisdom gained through trials, and of the complex nature of power and responsibility. As you lie here, drifting on the edge of sleep, let the echoes of these stories resonate within you. Like the heroes of old, you too possess the strength to face your own challenges, the wisdom to navigate life's complexities, and the resilience to rise above adversity. Remember the lessons of balance taught by Zeus, the depths of emotion embodied by Poseidon, the unwavering determination of Heracles, and the clever resourcefulness of Odysseus. These qualities reside within you, waiting to be called upon when needed. The world of Greek mythology, with its gods, heroes, and monsters, may seem far removed from our daily lives. Yet, in its essence, it reflects the very core of human nature, our fears, our hopes, our struggles, and our triumphs. As you drift into the realm of dreams, carry with you the knowledge that you are part of this grand tapestry of stories. Your own life is a myth in the making, filled with potential for greatness, compassion, and wonder. Let the gentle patter of rain outside your window blend with the whispers of these ancient tales. Allow the rhythmic sound to lull you into a peaceful slumber, where perhaps you'll meet the gods and heroes in your dreams. May your sleep be deep and restful, guarded by the wisdom of the ages. And when you wake, may you face the new day with the courage of Perseus, the strength of Heracles, and the wisdom of Athena. Good night, dear listener, and sweet dreams.